Duh, I muted myself. Okay. So let's okay, so there should be a little bit of audio in the background, and you guys should be able to hear me. Let me know if you all can hear me. I think I had the button pressed to mute myself, and also love feedback on the levels as we work to get started here. I'm just going off what the VU meter says, and just trying to dial it in. So obviously, this is always the fun part. I love the comment that the voice is muffled because, I'm wearing a mask. So yes, the voice will sound a little muffled because that whole like pandemic thing that's happening. But we're here, by golly, and there's actually people in the room and they're talking to each other. Most people are running around with hand sanitizer spraying in each other's faces. I'm not sure if that's to abate germs or just for fun. But we will be kicking off live. I'm actually going to stop the music. Stop the music! And I'm going to turn on my titling solution. Doing something new this year. Having fun with it. And it's going to be one of those things that I'm going to talk about more later in terms of how I have put the stream together and the fun technology and how I've been able to blend the Amiga into today's activities and broadcast, all things considered, which was not easy, I must add. Did take a little bit of thought and work. While we're getting ready, I want to thank the AmiWest sponsors for the 2021 show. The response has been absolutely phenomenal. I'm taking my mask down so I can get a sip of my tea here. Hopefully that's less muffled. The response has been absolutely fantastic from the Amiga community. Our gold sponsor, again, is Aeon, right there in the middle. Really can't thank all these folks enough. What they've done is provide financial support and also supported the club with items for the raffle. If you have not yet gotten your raffle tickets, just a reminder, the raffle is going to be available to everyone on the internet. You can go in and go ahead and buy your tickets, recommending buying a couple thousand tickets. You will be able to dial in on Sunday afternoon, but you do not need to be present to win. We will be recording the names that come up in our raffle tool, and we will contact the winners and contact the vendors, and they will ship for free the item that you want. So if you go in there and look, we've got a ton of really cool items. There's the Checkmate case, which is fantastic. There's a bunch of great items this year. I can't speak highly enough about it. The Jens from Individual Computers threw in a Indivision, but you get to pick. So if you win, you can choose whether you want the AGA version, the ECS version, AGA 2 or 3. I hope I win the AGA Mark 3 because my machine is a Mark 2 and it took a long time to get it working. Once you get it dialed in, it's fantastic, but getting it dialed in is the fun part. We've got the A1200 Bifrost, which is a fun little toy. Retro Rewind is throwing in copies of OS3.2 for classics. Your Choice of Machine. Retro Passion is putting in 3 of the Pi Storm A500 complete setup. Amiga Kit stepped in with their new Flash product. Really interesting A1200 device that allows for soft kicking ROMs, and so you can use it kind of like a ROMulator. Provides fast memory, really the ultimate add-on for an inexpensive A1200 gaming machine. My A1200, which we'll be looking at the banquet tonight, is not inexpensive. It's more of a Frankenstein box. But that's one of the fun parts about it. Joystick adapter, some mice, the Retronic design. They stepped up with this amazing device which does 23-pin RGB to the component, so three element component output. At the show here, Dead Compton is showing it on his table. It looks spectacular, super crisp, great fidelity. So just a really great group of raffling items. So we're super excited by that. Yeah, so we're here live in Sacramento, and hopefully we will get the show on the road at 10. If you go to the broadcast page, I did screw up on the time zones. I fixed that now. I took a look at it one more time with a better website that lined up the times a little better, and that's made a big difference. Today we have Brian Deneen. He's going to be kicking off the show with his words, as he often does. We're going to have Trevor Dickinson with a recorded message in the morning. He'll be with us live this evening. I know for our European friends that's going to be really tough. East Coast will be 7 o'clock, so it's not too bad. But for the folks in Europe, and I see I should have put an AM next to that. That's a little tough. But hopefully you can figure that one out. I'll fix this. Oh, you know what? I have to refresh the page. Okay. 1 a.m. is Trevor. He'll be talking about Aeon's developments. He'll also be joined with Steve Sully, and they'll talk about exec multicore and a few other things. That's going to wrap the main display, the main stream for today. Then this evening we have the banquet presentation. We're going to do something kind of fun. I was talking to Jerry and Brian about what we're going to pull off, and decided that we were going to put together a more fun event. You know, usually we have companies represented or talk about a technology piece or a panel. We're going to do something completely different. We're going to do something a little more entertaining. Hopefully it won't last too long, and hopefully everyone's eyeballs and ears won't bleed off their faces. We'll do our best. But we are going to try to make it fun in the styling of dueling pianos. So if you've ever been out to a bar that has the two pianos and the two pianists having fun and riffing with each other, then we're going to try to do the same thing, but with a A1200 versus a Raspberry Pi 400. For those who are here at the show or in Sacramento, you can come by and get a banquet ticket. I think we have a couple left. Join us, and at the end of the banquet, we're actually going to be raffling off a signed Pi 400. I so want to win that because it's so cool. But the lead designer, and I hope I get his name right, Eben, signed this case and sent it over as a donation by the Pi Foundation. Lovely folks, really appreciate that. I actually should have put them on the sponsor page. I'll have to edit that for later, that we're actually technically sponsored by the Pi Foundation. So good stuff. On the show floor, I'm going to be doing today at 3 p.m. Actually, I need to shift Jens's cycle. I'll do that now. We are going to move Jens. Well, it's so late for him. I gotta scramble here because Jens. Well, he's now at 8:15. I gotta work on Jens's schedule. Let's put it that way. He's got his kids. He's got to put down. Okay, yeah, we're good. Okay, so we're good for Jens. Looking forward to talk to him. And yeah, so a lot of work goes in the background to get all this stuff together. And I want to shout out to Jerry Gray, the vice president of the SAC Club. He did a ton of work this year to align the speakers and to get the some of the raffle was all him. The implementation of the raffle will be the way we're executing is all Jerry. Did a great job there. The tech setup in terms of getting the streaming working, that's all me. A lot of work at home to figure out how to plug all this stuff together. There's a few things I didn't know how I was going to do until I got here, and I got it all figured out. So Robert Bernardo is going to be filming, as he has in years past. We're going to be able to pump the speakers through Zoom. I can do a little cut and see if that's working. Let's see, guest speaker. You're going to see a slight delay sometimes. Actually, you know what? You're not going to see that. I'm going to see it because I've got 7 inputs plugged into this broadcast PC. 7 different capture devices that are plugged in to do various, mostly it's HDMI capture, to be able to do all the different shots with all the different computers, be able to support the banquet tonight, and then our speakers tomorrow. We're going to have a lot more folks who are local tomorrow who are here. LD is going to be talking about the Tabor A1222. Brian Campagnano is going to do a deep dive into OS32. Doug Compton is going to give us the art presentation. I know Cammie's on the chat on YouTube. She's done a lot of work in her games competition. This is the art competition, so shout out to Cammie for that. Looking forward to see if she's got any good entries there. But Doug's going to do his art competition presentation tomorrow. So tomorrow's going to be more local. This morning we're going to have mainly remote presenters spinning up here in about 15 minutes. And I think we're good to go. You can see from the view right now, people are still filtering in. That's still happening. We have maybe 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13 with me in the room right now. There's a lot of faces that I know are here that haven't wandered in. So I think we're going to get about 30, maybe 40, but probably 30 people today in and out of the show. So that's going to be nice. I'm getting my photo taken by Jerry. He's got the Boeing mask as well. I'm hanging off the ear, getting ready. I guess I could just walk around with my coffee cup all day and just be like, I'm drinking.
Yes, of course. That's the rule.
But people are being very respectful. You know, obviously as we transition into an endemic, which is what we call the flu, as we move from the pandemic to the endemic. You know, that's not so good, but things will go back to settle into some sort of form of normal. One thing I'm working on over here is I got my Amiga 1200 that I'm using at the banquet, and it's gotten a little finicky on the boot sequence, which is annoying, but I'll get it figured out. Anyway, let's see. That's not what it's supposed to be. Don't know what else to say about the show so far. I don't want to give away any of the secrets. We're going to have a bunch of good presentations today. Dual stick joysticks natively supported, which is a lot more than just remapping the wires, as you can imagine. We're going to have Michael talk about the 60K emulation as part of the PyStorm. I mean, that to me is really interesting developments, a ton of fun that we can expect. So that's awesome. We'll have Jens Schoenfeld talk about his latest developments. For those who have Amiga 1200s, one of the biggest annoyances is the slower I/O. And there's been solutions to them, and they're kind of hacky. I just learned, and it's been out there for a while, so I'm sure a lot of people knew this, but his accelerator cards now offer I/O acceleration. So I don't know the magic he's done. Maybe I'll ask him about it on our stream today and dig into that a little bit. But I wasn't aware. But you can get really fast transfers directly out of his cards without having the additional add-on and overlay technology. It's really compelling. So I might have to pony up and get myself one of those guys. So that's nice to see. Talking to one of the folks on the Amiga Discord channel, shout out to Discord and Devin for running that, was mentioning that they just got the 020 version, relatively inexpensive, but it's just absolutely feature-packed and really augments the machine and takes a 1200 that otherwise is less interesting and turns it into a little rocket ship for playing classic stuff. So, oh boy, this is annoying. I have to get 2 hands free. 1 second. Okay, let's see if this one works. Survey says probably. Something is bleeping and blooping, and I don't know what it is. I think I can mute this, and we will be okay. There's like sound coming from my PC, and I don't know where it's coming from. Well, unfortunately, my 1200 is not cooperating, and I don't quite have the time to mess with it the way I'd like to. So I was going to try to fire that sucker up and get some music playing on it for you guys, but unfortunately it's not. Actually, this is kind of cute. I like the show opening with the insert disc screen, so maybe we'll leave that running for a few minutes here. Let me jump over to IRC. To my friends who are dialed in on the IRC channel, if you guys could hit me in a private message with like interesting questions on chat for me to address. I'm going to be bouncing around, so you guys know who you are. Although TJ should be driving down, I expect him to show up a little bit later, so I'm not sure why he's online. Calling out TJ. Don't delete the internet. So that's Platt. Forgive me if I'm saying it incorrectly, Platt, but I'm assuming you've seen the IT Crowd, which has the best internet joke of all time when they trip over and squash the internet and the crowd goes insane. I love that scene. If you've not seen the IT Crowd on the BBC, highly, highly, highly recommend it. Really, really, really do. Let's see. I'm just looking at stuff here. Oh, I should also give a shout out to the games competition. So last couple years, Jerry and his family have been putting together the this games competition, and they 3D print the trophy. Oh my God, is it amazing this year? We'll bring it up on the stream a little bit later, but they have really outdone themselves this year on the games competition and the trophy. I don't know if he put it in the list here. I'm not quite sure where he posted that to. Hey, Jerry. 1 second, I'm going to mute here. Yeah, so here, I'm going to post this link into YouTube. You got to go check this out. I highly recommend downloading the game, playing it. You never know, it's pinball. Maybe you'll win. But man, is that trophy cool. And it actually, it's dynamic. You can see how the shark comes out of the board. It's just brilliant. So highly recommend going after that. I'm realizing I need to get some light going here, or Brian's going to be like dark in shadow. So give me a few minutes. I'm going to run around for a little bit. And you know, I also didn't set up my boundary mic, folks, so the like kind of nice background noise is not going to be there. So it's going to be dead air for a few minutes, but bear with me. I should stop lying to you guys. I can, one of the things that's cool about COVID and the pandemic is I can mount my microphone on my mask. So you can't see it yet, but let me check the VU. I don't know how hot this this portable mic is. So that's clipping a little bit there. I don't want to be blowing your eardrum. It's not too bad. So if I talk loudly, yeah, okay, we're right in the yellow zone. I'm going to back it down a little bit. It is clipping a hair, but whatever. So it probably sounds not perfect, but I'll deal with that later. Let me get the light set up for Brian. I didn't set up the lighting last night because most of it's going to be set up for the banquet, and we only really need it for the next day.
But one of the things I did because of the pandemic at home is get a nice remote control light so we can control the brightness. And I have like a little sucker so I can tripod it. And I'm just working feverishly here so we can get started at 10 and you'll be able to actually see Brian for a change. And it even has baffles, which is lovely. And a remote. I'm telling Robert Bernardo, our ever vigilant and present cameraman, who over the years has been absolute marvel for the show. So you don't need to use your little battery guy with this sucker. So I kind of have this like hokey setup, but it's going to work pretty well. Unfortunately, the people can't see what we're doing. They're still looking at a OS32 screen. Let them eat cake. Let them watch OS32. So this guy is cool. Not only does it have the baffles, but it also has a little remote where we can control temperature. Here, good Jerry, hook me up. Just this one. Not, we'll do those later, but for now we just need this guy. Yeah, because it's going to be more than enough to light up Brian. Because we only really have Brian this morning. I need to pin this. It's a little tight.
Okay.
We need to tape it or something right here.
Here, let me undo you. I'm gonna come around.
Yeah. Okay, 3 minutes. We're good. Yep, that's good. Yep. Oh, this is proper gaffer's tape.
Yes.
What I have is like duct tape. That's why it's a disaster. I need this. Crap. We should buy like a lot of this to have at the show, and I will not bring my black duct tape anymore because it's disgusting. Okay? Trying to make this look a little nicer. So how's it look in your camera? You can also make it like whiter. Yeah. Yep. How does the white balance look for you over here? Is it well lit?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Because we have to, it is hitting the screen. How's that? Is that okay? Yeah, it can spill over a little bit onto the screen. Okay, let's see. Number 2, who do you work for? Should have fresh batteries. You should be actually hot. So I just muted it for you. What's that? What is it? No, I mean I know we had a bunch of like broken things.
Right, that's why I didn't want to do it.
Yeah, I know this is just out of the box. I haven't looked at it at all. I just grabbed one.
Oh, okay.
Oh, you know, this is one of the broken ones.
Okay.
Yeah, the tie was holding the clip together. Yeah, one of these looks like it's in better shape. Let's try this guy. Let's try that.
Okay.
I mean, we have the headphones ones, but it's a big knot. Maybe Kenny could untie them for us. Yeah. Okay, so Brian's getting ready. Is there what? Yeah, we haven't taped it out, but basically, if the light's blinding you, you're perfect. Woo! You good? Fuck. Whoops, I shouldn't cuss. Okay. Okay, I think we're starting. Starting with a bang. Oh, I think someone turned the speakers off last night. Say something, Brian. Am I coming? Oh, okay, we're off. We're hot. You're good, Brian. Yeah, just keep talking and I'll get the levels right.
Check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Speaking? No, not happening. Nothing here. The green light's on. Yeah, the green light's on. Green light's on. Ah, there we go. Is that Robert, you're on too? Okay, good. Well, good morning and welcome to AmiWest 2021 on site and online. Woo! Yes, great to see all of you here. Great to see the fantastic displays that have come from Utah and from Arizona and from South Sacramento, all kinds of places, all kinds of stuff. So I'd like to give a big shout out to the people who are doing exhibits here. Sacramento Amiga Computer Club, of course, has a big display here. And a lot of stuff for sale. Those of you whose money is burning a hole in your pocket, please do visit the SAC table. We have lots of stuff there. Now, the Abyss no longer exists, but these things have been hauled out of people's garages. Fortunately, not mine anymore, but other people's. So please do help out our club members by going and seeing what you can use out of the SAC table. Also wanted to give a shout out to our Amiga Games competition. Jerry and Josh Gray have a Amiga Games competition, and you're playing Aquatic Adventure, right?
Yes, Obsession Pinball.
Obsession Pinball. There we go. And you can see all that on the front page of our website, AmiWest.net, if you want to learn a little bit more about that. But and you're online and on site with that.
Yes.
Okay, so you can go online to play the game. And we're trying to see who can get the biggest, baddest score on the planet on that game today and tomorrow, right? Okay, 2 days. Doug Compton is here. Tenmark is here from Arizona. Has 2 tables this year full of stuff to exhibit and some things to sell for Retro Rewind. And who else, Doug? Retronic Design. Okay. Okay. Retro Passion. Okay. Oh. Okay. Okay. Amiga Art Contest release stuff. Oh, Amiga 2000 for sale. Okay. Also, Dave Combs, one of our original SAC club members from 1986, is newly active in the club this year and has a project, a 3D animation documentation and software project you're going to want to see. And all of it, he has downloaded all of it onto either a flash lot drive or a couple of DVDs and has it available for you for a club donation. So, Val Marty has come from Utah with his personal OS4 setup. I have the Ami Rebel distribution, Carl Sasson-Rath's Rebel language, the last version that runs on an Amiga. And the major point there is that there's a whole lot of collected documentation, all collected in one place, all somewhat organized on an index page so that you can see actually how to run it and how to use it for yourself. So that's what we've got going here. Tonight we'll have a banquet with dueling computers. For those of you who bought banquet tickets, please come and see me at the Ami Rebel table, and we'll distribute your banquet tickets to you at that point. So please do come and see me for that. And just have a great time. Glad you guys are here on site, and glad everybody's watching online. Fantastic. AmiWest 2021 is officially open.
Okay, thank you, Brian. First up for today's event, we are going to have a little intro video from our man Trevor. So let me think about this a little bit. Just give me a second to get it set up. Do that, and then I'm going to press this button here, and hopefully we'll have Trevor.
As you can see, I'm stuck in New Zealand due to vagaries of international air travel in the time of COVID-19. But I'm pleased to say that once again, Aon is the gold sponsor for the AmiWest show. It's not all that bad. Of course, I can stay in New Zealand and spend some time with my family. And by the way, it's just starting to rain. And besides the rain, it's not a bad place. I've been keeping really busy doing things like checking out the beautiful waters of the Waikurupuku Springs, ignoring the overcrowded beaches of Able Town, drowning my sorrows with a small beer at the Muscle Inn.
Sorry to the people online. I made a mistake. I forgot to click a
shame
button,
I'm gonna
so I'm
miss
going to
out.
restart Trevor's video. Sorry, everyone. It's okay. It's not all that long, so God
It
bless.
gives me great pleasure to welcome everyone to
Okay, sorry
AmiWest
about that.
2021. As you can see, I'm stuck in New Zealand due to vagaries of international air travel in the time of COVID-19. But I'm pleased to say that once again, Aon is the gold sponsor for the AmiWest show. It's not all that bad. Of course, I can stay in New Zealand and spend some time with my family. And by the way, it's just starting to rain. And besides the rain, it's not a bad place. I've been keeping really busy doing things like checking out the beautiful waters of the Waikurupuku Springs, ignoring the overcrowded beaches of Able Town, drowning my sorrows with a small beer at the Muscle Inn. Shame I'm going to miss out on all the AAA fun, but I know you'll have lots of excitement without me, so hopefully I'll see you all next year, COVID-19 permitting.
Let me get the Zoom set up. And let me do this. Actually, I'll do the crowd shot. Okay. And then I think first up we've got, you know what, yet. Okay, I see. Okay. Can you hear me? Not you guys. Okay, there's the crowd shot. Okay, can you hear us? Oh, I'm not hearing you speak. 1 second, let me get my output right. No, I should be able to hear you. Give me 1 second, Wally, because you're the first speaker, so we got to get the get this stuff worked out. Get speaker cut. Okay, so you guys can see the screen here. We should be broadcasting the Zoom session. full screen mode. Video's working. So you are coming into, should be this guy. So let's see. So are you talking, Ralph? Are you sure you're not muted on your end? Because I'm not seeing like any. Oh, here. Let me just test my speakers real quick. Yep, I'm working here. We got more than enough audio on this side. Working here. We got more than enough audio on this side. Okay, now I'm hearing myself. I think there's an audio issue on your side, dude. Because my local audio is working. Yeah, so I'm not sure we're getting any audio from you.
Okay. How about now?
That is much better. First I thought it was me, but now I know it's you. Okay, so I think everyone can hear you okay?
Cool. Yeah, I just wanted to say that on YouTube, the levels were very low. It was hard to hear anyone through YouTube.
Great. Okay.
Well, I'm not sure whether that's great, but
Okay, so I think we're ready.
all right. Awesome. Yeah, Bill, can you check whether people on YouTube can hear enough? Because there was some very low volume going on.
Yeah, well, I think we've got the audio fixed.
Okay. All right. Just tell me when you guys are ready, and I'll just start.
I think we're good. I think we're
Okay,
good.
cool. Then I'm good. All right. Hi, everyone. So I prepared a keynote for this. All right. So this is just my company. This is our template. So we always start with that. Let's quickly hop over to, me. This is me, Ralph Egas. 2 email addresses. One is for my company that I'll talk a bit about, and then the other one is iCloud, like the anything I would use to communicate about anything except for my company. And this presentation today is about the dual stick update. And so this is my program for today. So I'm going to give you a short introduction, then tell you a bit about what dual stick really is, then how it works, then the project, the stage where it's in and where it's going, and then a kind call to action from the community, and then some final thoughts. All right, introduction. So a bit about me. I'm Ralph Egas. Like I said, I'm the founder of Abstraction sole proprietor in 2007 and co-founder of Abstraction Games BV in 2011. And Abstraction is basically a software company specialized in video games and video game technology. And I've been leading the company as CEO ever since. Hobby-wise, I engage in coding, but nowadays also in industrial architecture, apparently. Well, I print 3D stuff. And electronics engineering to at least a certain modest extent. At least to say I'm a sucker for the upcoming maker industry because of its emancipatory appeal. I also love old computers, especially Amiga and C64, and I own way too much hardware and software, according to my wife, although she referred to that specific defect with different terminology. So this story starts in Amiga Ireland 2019. A couple years ago was my first real Amiga event, apart from back in the days where there was this hobby computer club and we did some Amiga stuff, but it's been a long time and I've always been interested in retro and old computers. But Amiga Ireland was like the first time in a long time that I, invested some more time into visiting the community, basically, right? And I just apart from it, the event being beautiful, nice people, people engaging with all kinds of stuff, and really cool to see that it's still alive and kicking, right? But I couldn't help but notice the vast majority of the attention went towards playing old games, like in competitions and all that kind of stuff, which is great. But it left me wondering, is there more? And on the other side, you have Aon technology doing really cool stuff with new Amigas. That is there's a small part of the community population that actually owns one, like I do, like an X5000, but it's not big. And so I'm just thinking there's a gap here. Maybe there's something more we could do to make sure that like Amiga is going to survive yet another 40 years, right? So we were thinking, and I mean like my brother Jay, who's also working in abstraction, and my CTO and generally partner in crime and associate in the company, Eric. And we were there with the three of us. And in the hotel room, we were thinking, okay, is there a project that we could create that people might be waiting for, but not necessarily know it? And so, like I said, games is big, old games is big, but what about like innovating something where new games could be played in a new kind of fashion on old computers? So enter Joystick, a new controller for all machines with a 9-pin Atari joystick port. Just a sec. All right. So what is Joystick? A twin analog stick controller. There's 2 sticks, each 2 axes, 8 buttons, 4 face buttons, 2 option buttons like select or start, and 2 shoulder buttons. So this is the first prototype. This is what we presented beginning of this year at Amiga Ireland online, okay? Because of COVID, it was like an online only event. As you can see, this is not like, obviously not like it doesn't have an ergonomic design. It's a prototype, okay? Just full disclaimer here. But it works. So this is the live showcase beginning of this year in January. And there's a link at the bottom, and I can forward this to the organization and so share it with you. And you know, if you're interested, look it up. It's a very nice video where it's basically an interview, and I showcase how the thing works. So I'm not going to do that now because of logistic reasons mostly, and limited time I have available to prepare. So what was the original intent? Well, this is about making new games for old machines. And, you know, in the same vein as we had the old games that were really good, and there's still like a number of games that are being played on Amiga and that are, you know, still, you know, stand the test of time, so to speak. But with Joystick Imagine, you can do other stuff. You can play games that have never been available for Amiga because you just had one joystick, basically 4 directions or 8, and 1 button mostly, right? And we wanted something that was going to be that people could buy at some point and wouldn't have to mod their Amiga, right? So, and it had also it had to fit 1 joystick port instead of 2. There's, I mean, have been some other designs where people use 2 joystick ports to do twice as much, and we didn't want to do that. And on top of that, we didn't want like an external power source. It needs to be fed and powered by the Amiga itself. Okay, so imagine what you could, what we could generate with this kind of device. It would lead to new opportunities for doing high score and competitions, but also would maybe invoke new development of games and maybe competitions for developing the best dual stick based game on Amiga, right? So some examples of like a genre that could work really well is the top-down shooter. Like we have Mutant Storm and Geometry Wars on PC and Xbox, for instance, right? Imagine being able to play that on Amiga, like an old computer. So any game with specific requirements, like I said, so handle 2 sticks concurrently, that we'd be asking players to do, for convenience or as a real requirement. That's even better because this would allow for new types of gameplay, right? Apart from new games, of course, we can hack original games as well. I mean, there's plenty really interesting ones. But it would take retrofitting new design requirements into the original code. And if you're at it, you should also consider tweaking the original game to make it a bit harder. Because like what we did in preparation of our showcase, we hacked Commando for the C64, compared to the DS version, and the Chaos Engine on Amiga. And those games were suddenly very, very, very playable to the extent that I could just finish it without dying, right? Because the thing is, you could walk in any direction and then just aim in another direction and not have to stop walking, right? Now imagine, and we didn't do this yet, but Turrican 1 and 2, you remember where you have to stand still and then aim and shoot. Now you could keep running while shooting and aiming at the same time, right? So how does it work? Well, basically, any kind of analog stick would work like a paddle, like you had back in the day as well, right? So it's basically based on an RC circuit, and an RC circuit is a combination of a resistor and a capacitor, and the combination will lead to a specific charge time for the capacitor, all right? So it's a timing device, so to speak. Now, internally, this is how it's like organized. On the right, you see a picture, and you see an external part, and the diagonal, and an internal part. So the internal part has the capacitor. So that's fixed. That's what's inside the Amiga. And externally, you'll have like a resistor that controls the impedance, and therefore effectively controls like the charge time for the internal capacitor. And when a certain voltage threshold is reached, a timer will stop counting internally. And this is basically, a poor man's analog digital converter. This is basically how it works internally, okay? So that is the premise. Now, we had a little impedance, so to speak. There was like, the problem was that contemporary sticks you could get like that are inside like PlayStation controller or an Xbox controller or any Chinese and Taiwanese manufacturer, they would create 10 kilo ohm resistors for the potentiometers, okay? Whereas back in the old days, a 470 kilo ohms resistor potentiometer was expected. So this led me to think like I kind of, and this full disclaimer here, I'm not an electronics engineer by trade. I learned a bit about it in order to be able to contemplate things, but not to the extent where I know exactly what I'm talking about, right? So I wanted to basically amplify impedance, but that is not a thing. But what is a thing is, as soon as I found out when I posted my question on Reddit, an answer came within the hour, and some really cool guy told me, well, what you could do is sync like a lot of current, and effectively this relates to increasing your resistance, your impedance. And while we're at it, he added some suggestion to quickly decharge the capacitor on the external board in order to make sure that everything could be executed fast. So that's kind of how it works. And then the next question becomes, okay, so but how, if like a joystick port has only 2 analog pins, how do you do 4 axes? Like remember, there's 2 sticks, each having 2 axes, so that's 4 axes. That's 4 potentiometers. How do you do that? Well, turns out you can multiplex by using a special pin, which is the fire button, by the way, but not use it as fire button, but change it to output. And then basically you can drive between 2 states. So that's what I did. So I end up having 2 half frames. And I say half frames because within a frame, you're measuring the threshold that the timer is going to run. And that means within approximately 20 milliseconds, you want all the data to be read. Now, since we're multiplexing and having 2 states, that effectively changes to 2 times 10 milliseconds. That also means that within, part of the frame, 10 milliseconds, the counter is only ever going to get so high until it gets reset again, right? So that means another digital value is going to be read, and it's never going to be 255, but at max is going to be 127. Basically, you're losing 1 bit of precision. Now, it turns out that is fine for our purposes. So lastly, on the software side, there's no rocket science here. I mean, it's basically per frame, you're going to drive pin 6 low first or high, in whatever order you want to do it. You're going to reset, decharge the capacitor effectively. You're going to wait until 10 milliseconds ends. You're going to read the data and store it internally in some memory. Then you drive pin 6 high, you flip it around, you do the same thing, you rinse and repeat, and then in the end, you combine the 2 separate stores in a critical section, so we won't have any race conditions, getting frames or half frames mixed up. So looking at our project, the current state. So now there's some pictures to show a bit more about it. So this is the schematic for the dual stick. This particular version has a switch that can switch between different capacitance. One is for the C64, one is for the Amiga. And that's because they have different internal capacitors. And I'm totally willing to share this with anyone that's interested, by the way. This is the PCB that I had printed and created without the components, one version of it. This is the one with the components, so you can see the buttons, you can see two sticks, you can see some integrated circuits, some transistors, some capacitors, and some resistors, and some more buttons, and a port. Then this is like the case. I already gave the full disclaimer. I am not like an industrial designer of any sort, but this did the job for the prototype. But it's like, honestly, I think it's really cool that people are nowadays are able to do their own electronics and print their cases and just have a working product. This is a cable that's like, yeah, I found this. It's the Sega Saturn extension cable, and this is like exactly what I needed. They're massively available, so which is good. And the thing is, I didn't want to have the joystick have like a standard like cable attached, because I think that's annoying, and you can easily decouple it. Now, this is like a sort of screenshot from the setup I used for the Amiga Ireland event. So I was running Commando on a C64. Here you can see on the screen, it's called Commando DS for dual stick. And you see me holding one of the controllers that was tweaked for the C64 in this case. The next is the Chaos engine, same thing. So, so you can, with the left stick, you control the protagonist. While with the right stick, you control the aim of the protagonist. So you can shoot in the right direction and run to the left at the same time without issues, making the game a lot easier. So, and then what has happened since January? Well, nothing really. This is a hobby project. I'm mostly on my own. I have a very demanding job, like everyone else, I know. I had some minor health issues. I'm good now, but that hasn't helped. So basically the usual. I must say, when Jerry approached me, I felt like, oh, I need to pick up this project again because it's so cool, right? So there's a very high chance that, especially if there's going to be some help, that I'll be moving forward soon. So what needs to be done? Well, we need a new programmable circuit design. I want this, as much as I think this is an elegant solution with the use of minimal components, I think ultimately when we have like some PIC or something, we could easily adapt to multiple types of consoles. I mean, C64 works, Amiga works. I'm sure the original 2600 Atari VCS works, and there's probably a lot more 8-bitters and 16-bitters that are just going to work in it because they all work on the same Atari joystick port design. I think the only thing it needs is like pin 6 to be able to be put that as an output port. Obviously, for like a final product, we're going to need an ergonomic case design. That's not within my field of expertise, obviously, so we're going to need some help with that. Ultimately, we're going to need molds for mass production. Well, mass could even be as non-massive as like 3,000 people or something, 3,000 sales, but it's still not something you would do in the shed, right? It's a lot of work, and you want it to be pristine and feel good. Then, of course, a driver, that's being built, but it's not like a package I have available right now. It's like a work in progress. So together with an API, like a software library or something, and some documentation to go with it. And last but not least, of course, games. I mean, I would love for a lot of people who do game development to actually start spending time on designing, implementing games using dual stick and do stuff that no one has ever seen before in Amiga. So this is where I'm appealing to anyone that's in California right now, but also worldwide that is tuning in today. or later when they see it on YouTube, to appeal to you for help. I mean, I can use help with electronics, with cage design, funding, game development, etc. And you can reach me on ralph.egas@icloud.com. Some final thoughts. Now, I talked to you about the genesis of the project, the various use cases of games, how it works, the project, and current and future. I hope to have triggered some kind of spark for seeing this device getting developed and marketed, and then leading to a lot of new potential for new products. So I talked to you about the call for help, and I would like to thank you for listening to my little talk, and I'm happy to answer any questions if there's any. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Ralph. Appreciate that. It's really interesting work that you're doing. Have you had a lot of game developers reach out, interested in getting it to try?
No, that's the thing. I mean, there was seriously, during the Amiga Ireland online event, there was a lot of really positive reaction on the show, right? And that's kind of it. I mean, I think one guy reached out to me afterwards, so it might have just been a case of me not putting enough effort afterwards to gather all the the people and their interest, because I didn't have a lot of time afterwards. Or it might be just that people weren't that interested after all, and just getting excited with the event with some beers. But so not a lot has happened. So that also didn't help for my motivation to push on quickly after the show, right?
Yeah, gotcha. I mean, is it possible to get prototype units if someone were interested to do that?
Yes, I can build one. So I'm going to build very slowly. I could do a build in a day or so. That's not a problem, but if it's very laborious, of course. But yeah, I mean, if someone is interested and reaches out to me and says, "Hey, I totally have this idea. I want to work on it. I think it's fantastic. Can you send me like a working version?" Yes, totally. I'm totally up for it.
So here's what I'll suggest, right, to get things moving, like the spark. Maybe I don't know if you have a PayPal donation or set up a donation page so that people can send you seed money to build a handful of units and promote them into the developer community. People who are building games, because I don't know what the cost is, like what it would take, but it'd be good to have an order of magnitude of how much it takes to get the joystick in one of the modules, and so you could build 5 of them and get them out there. Because otherwise, it's like you say, it's gonna be hard to make it go anywhere. And I think it's really interesting technology.
That's such a good suggestion. It's weird that I didn't think of it, but thanks. I mean, that makes a lot of sense, actually.
Yeah, because I'm, as a crazy Amiga user, and I think I'm crazy as most of us, but one thing I do is I seek out projects and I donate. I try to give money. People release software, especially for Amiga OS 4, I buy it. I don't really care what it is, whether I'm actually going to use it. I want to buy it because if we don't spend the money and help developers like yourself, then there's no motivation to keep going and to do interesting things.
Yeah, you're right. Makes total sense. Thanks for the suggestion. I'll try set that up ASAP. That's super cool. Thank you.
Yeah. So let me open up to the show floor at AmiWest here. Does anyone have a question for Ralph about the DualShock dual stick joysticks? Is this mic live? Maybe. Can you hear me, Ralph? Yeah, you're right. Oh, okay, cool. All right, so I got a good mic here. Someone's got a question. I'll kick it off, and you may not be prepared to do this, but I know in Amiga Ireland, you showed an old game that you had taken the time to actually tear into the bowels and recode the joystick controls to make these games more useful, more usable, more user-friendly than even the originals. Is that something you could pull up on the stream, or is that not prepared?
Oh, not now. I'm sorry. Maybe if there's some time tomorrow, I can spend some time on it, like in my morning tomorrow. But even that, I cannot guarantee it. It's been a while. I touched it, so these things rot, right? So.
Yeah. What was the game that you had? Was it Commando that you had read?
Yeah. On the C64, on the Amiga was the Case Engine from Bitmer Brothers.
Yeah. So it was one of those games that was kind of hard to play because you had to
be looking in the way you're shooting, but with a dual
Yeah.
stick you could move one direction, shoot another, and just really tear the level up in a way that was never possible before.
Yeah, I'd probably pay $60 to play Chaos Engine with dual stick, honestly.
Oh, easily. Yeah.
If that's what it costs, then where do I send the check?
Well, thanks. I wanted to do some market research. Now I know the price. Brilliant.
But anyway, like I said, let's for that spark, let's get started and open it up for I don't know about kickstart. That's a little too much work, but just put a target on your website to get 5 things built so you can ship them out gratis to people who are interested. That's how we get started in the Amiga community. That's how we do it.
That's totally cool, man. I'm totally going to do that.
Well, any other questions for Ralph? Okay. Well, thank you, Ralph, so much for making yourself available to us and joining the AmiWest 2021 stream. Really appreciate your time today, and have a wonderful day. And hopefully you can watch the rest of it via YouTube.
You're most welcome, and good luck with the rest of the show.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. And I think we have Michael on. Are you there, Michael?
Yeah, I'm there. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
This is awesome. This is really awesome. Okay.
Fantastic. No, I appreciate you dialing in a little earlier, and we saw your video pop up, but then you jumped in the background. So just for the folks who are on the stream and local, we don't really coordinate this very well in terms of doing pre-runs and whatnot. So appreciate everyone jumping in and being mindful about that. So right now we're going to get a presentation from Michael Schultz. Michael, and correct me if I'm wrong, but Michael is working on the EMU68 technology
exactly.
being used in the PyStorm. I gotta say, I saw the PyStorm 32. I saw on the page. I don't know if you're affiliated with that or not, but that would be the PyStorm in an Amiga 1200, and I am absolutely drooling for that technology. So can't wait to see that be available.
Well, with this one, the cloud is working on that, and I guess it will be ready pretty soon, but let him just first finish it.
Oh, yeah,
I mean,
of course.
right now I'm working on Amiga 500 with classic PyStorm, and yeah.
So
and this is
fantastic.
the one which I'm using right now. I guess you have to enable me to share the screen.
Let me check the Zoom controls. I don't think I had the security settings, but let me turn them all off. Oh, you know what? I do have to push the button. There you go. Give it a try.
All right, yeah. It seems to work right now. Okay. Can you see it? Can you see the screen?
That's perfect here.
Okay, great. We have some delay on YouTube, so I don't see myself with the presentation. Yeah, all right. So let's just start. Okay, so hello guys, hello everyone. It's nice to be on AmiWest, even if not in person, but virtually. It's perfectly great to be with you there. All right, let me talk today about AMU68, which is a bare metal just-in-time virtual machine. My talk will be split into a few parts, and I'm pretty happy that I have some more time because actually I wanted to keep myself as short as possible, and probably I will not manage it. So first I will give you some project goals and a short introduction to AMU68, and after that a little bit of performance tests, a few words about AMU68 with PyStorm. Yeah, and finally, I will say thank you for everyone. Let's start with motivation. So why and what for? I mean, you have plenty of M60K emulators all around the world, and why yet another one? So it started as an extension to a big Endian ARM version of AROS because I wanted to integrate the M60K application support. And I was looking for any emulators which are available on the market. And the problem was either they had a wrong license for AROS because we are using the MPL version 1 derivative, so AROS public license, and most of them were GPL, which is not compatible, unfortunately. other emulators were available, but with great accuracy and slow, which was not what I was going to have. And at the end, I have found few just-in-time emulators which are pretty fast, but yet again, wrong license. Yeah, and finally, the most important reason is, can I write a just-in-time emulator? Because it was the first time I have ever tried something like that. And yeah, I guess it seems I can indeed, which is pretty nice. Okay, so some project goals. It's a just-in-time translator of M60K instruction stream into ARM instruction stream. The target is, or my goal is, the fastest possible code execution, so there is no focus on specific Motorola model. And what is also important, or what was important for me, was to use ARM processor running in big endian mode, so that we have as little additional code, for example, for swapping bytes and so on as possible. It should also operate in bare metal. It should have direct access to any hardware which is exposed by the host processor. And finally, it should have ability to start AROS or Amiga OS. Before I go to the next slide, let me just remind you, there was a project, the Amitlon, which was more or less exactly the same goal. I mean, it was just a very, very tiny portion of code for x86 processors with Linux on board and executing Amiga OS. MO68 is more or less the same, but I would say it's the same, but it's more. Because in my case, we have bare metal operation, no Linux underneath, and so on. All right, so let's go to the next slide. Yeah, why? Yet again, the same question. So let me show you what we have. So in the very beginning, we had Amiga OS, M60K executable files, which then extended at some point as we have started to play with PowerPC processors. So we had finally extended HANC format for PowerPC processors. Then we had a support for ELF files for Amiga OS 3.x, again for PowerPC processors. Then there came AROS and Amiga OS 4 and Morphos, where yet again we have another bunch of executable formats for more or less the very same operating system, but somehow different. The situation with AROS is a little bit more complex because AROS aims to be source code portable between the systems, but for example, you cannot run x68 AROS file with, for example, ARM version of AROS and so on and so forth. And finally, we have some new operating systems which are defying everything beyond our 32 bits zoo, I would say. So we have AROS, which has 64-bit support for Intel processors. Then we will eventually have at some point Morpheus with Intel processor 64-bit support. We could have also ARM version of AROS for 64 bits, and so on and so forth. So as you can see, we have a pretty large zoo of different executable files or formats for Amiga. And I would propose at this point to say that M60K, at least in 32 bits, is our intermediate language. Does it sound somehow familiar? Yes, of course. It's the very same what .NET does, or Java, for example. Looks more or less the same for me. So let me start with MO68. First, a little bit of basics. So what we have interpreters like, for example, Musashi emulator, which is used in Python right now. It operates more or less like a regular CPU. So it analyzes instruction stream in sequence. It processes every single opcode during reading, executes it, it adjusts the state machine of the processor. It's a very, very perfect system, for example, for cycle exact processor emulation, because you can add some delays if you need them at any point. And yeah, it's perfect, it's very precise, but it's not really fast. Then we have pseudo just-in-time emulation, for example, like the Buffy project, where you try to overcome the drawbacks of the interpreter, because you translate the instruction stream of Motorola processor, for example, to bunch of jumps, to portions of code in the host processor version, which are doing exactly what you are expecting to have. It's much faster than interpreter, but it's still not as perfect as it could be. And finally, we have just-in-time emulators. There are a few of them already available, but as I said, with a little bit wrong license for me, they translate entire blocks of code on demand, and they allow to reuse the generated code subsequently. And you have a lot of possibilities to optimize the software or the code in the runtime. So let's talk about MO68 in this case. So as I already said, it's a bare metal M68 virtual machine. I mean, you can name it emulator, you can name it virtual machine. For me, it's more or less the same. The target is to take an instruction stream of some intermediate format, which is M60K in this case, and translate to the native machine. It allows to access the memory of host and peripherals directly. There is no translation layer between them. In case of 64 ARM processors, the whole M60K state is held permanently in registers of the host. In 64 variant, there is a very strong separation between the host and the virtual machine. The translator is handcrafted, which is a little bit different than in most of the just-in-time emulators which I have seen, with very strong focus on speed. And there are also few on-the-fly optimizations, which I will show you in the next slides. But first, bare metal, is it awesome or is it not? Is it great or does it suck? I mean, what MO68 has right now is a support for several Raspberry Pi machines, for example, 3A+, 3B+, 4B+, or Raspberry 400. There is some very basic support for Rock Pro 64 and Pinebook Pro. There is basic support for a virtual machine of QEMU emulator. What is great about bare metal is the boot time is very fast. I mean, there is no underlying operating system which has to start, which has to be loaded, and so on. So the only thing which is executed on the start of the machine is MO68, which means we are immediately in the M60K environment. We have also full control on the hardware, but every single driver which we would need, which we would like to have, we have to write on our own. So, direct hardware access, there is a perfect winner, ARM64 version, because the memory access is done without any translation. So we have the very same view of memory area from the 60K environment and from the host perspective. The MO68 engine is inaccessible for M60K code, which means even if our M60K code crash, it will not destroy the M68 directly. We have access to all host peripherals in this case, and as I already said, we keep all M60K registers, or few more also in general purpose registers of the ARM processor, and we have also 12 temporary registers for use of the emulator. The main execution loop is written in assembly language in order to make it as fast as possible. And let's have a look at the memory layout of MO68 on 64-bit ARM architecture. So the very first 4 gigabytes of address space are the system memory, followed by the Video Core 4 video memory, and finally I have put all the peripherals or MMIO registers of peripherals to the very top part of the address space of the 4 gigabytes. this 4 gigabytes area is repeated immediately after the first one and at the very top of the address space. This is a special trick because in the case of some of the Motorola instructions, we are using, for example, indirect addressing mode, where we add one register value to another register value to look for the memory which is resulting from adding both of them. And in such cases, either I have to make sure that the result of addition does not exceed 4 gigabyte barrier, or I just may repeat the memory area in these two regions, and I don't have any issue with that. As you may see here, the MO68 is very, very, very far away from the M60K accessible range. It's the most at the top of the memory. We have also here a 320 gigabyte shadow area of the start of the address space. Finally, we have just-in-time cache, in my case 64 megabyte, separated in two parts. The one of them is readable and the other one is read-only but also executable. Yeah, so how does the main execution loop look like? We are taking the entry point for M60K, which is the value of the program counter. From this value, a hash key is generated. Based on that hash value, we are looking for the available bucket in the hash table, which is pretty large in my case. If the bucket is not found, the code will be translated, and if the bucket is found, it is stored somewhere in the double linked list of the portions or of the just-in-time units, as I call them, and it will be then executed. Additionally, this all translated units are stored in another list, which is the last recently used list, which is used in case of shortage of the memory for the just-in-time translation units. If we will need some memory, the least or the farthest in the history, the bucket will be removed. All right. So optimizations. What is so great about M68 and what is so different or what is so special? So I have applied a few mechanisms during translation. One of them is elimination of condition code calculation. The program counter updates are deferred. There are some code inlining and return stack optimization applied. Also loop unrolling and instruction merging. Let's have a look at that. So condition codes. The M60K is very great about that, but it's also very, very awful about that at the same time. You may love it or you may hate it, but nearly every single M60K instruction is somehow modifying the condition code register. So it's accessing or it's changing at least one of the values of the condition codes. But on the other hand, only very few opcodes depend on the subset of these condition codes. As a result, if I would apply calculations of condition code after every single instruction, there would be a lot of unnecessary calculations in the code which are just pretty useless. Let's have a look at this small example of Motorola code. So first we apply some AND operation on register. It needs none of the condition codes registers, but it sets 4 of them. Then we have another instruction. It needs none of the condition code registers. It sets 1 again, 4 of them. Then we have bit test instruction, which is setting nothing, but it needs nothing, but it sets the Z register. Then we have something that is not changing anything. Then we have one instruction which needs only 1 condition code, but sets nothing. Again, addition, and at the end we have RTR instruction, which is popping from the stack the condition code register and destroys everything that was calculated very, very precisely before. So after we apply such elimination, which I have in MO68, we see what we have here only. So at some point we have one instruction that would be this one, none of them actually. We would have only bit test instruction, which is setting the z value. The z value is used by the set instruction, and nothing else is calculated because the MO68 knows that RTR instruction will in any way top the condition codes by itself, so no calculations are applied. The default program counter updates means after every single instruction, I would need to update the program counter, which points me to the instruction which I'm translating or which I'm executing. Instead of that, I'm keeping the delta value from the program counter, and the updates are done only in the case where the synchronization of any kind is necessary. So as you may see here, we have the program counter, the real value, which is changing with every single instruction. And then what MU68 is doing is the program counter first. It's kept at the one single value with small delta applied. And finally, the illegal instruction is context synchronizing because it will jump to the exception handler. And in this case, the program counter has to be updated properly. So code inlining is another feature which I have applied in AMU68. So usually during just-in-time translations, the translation is stopped on every single branch or jump or anything. But on the other hand, if you see here, if we have our code which we are translating and we are looking at small range of inlining where we may apply some merging of the code. If we can compute the target program counter at compilation time of just-in-time emulator, then we may inline this jump. This is exactly what you see here. So we have the block A, block B, block C of M60K code, which are all related to each one within inlining range. And then we have block D, which is outside of this inlining range. What MO68 generates from that code is a single block, which includes block A, block B, and block C. At every point where the jump would be done, the program counter is adjusted properly. And the second block which will be generated is block D, because it was outside of this inlining range. So if we have inlining, we could also do something really a little bit different. Let me have it showed here. So we have, for example, small block of M68 code where we have a branch which is computable again to some subroutine. If we keep the value of the program counter at this point and we store it, for example, in return stack, and if this small code returns pretty quickly, then we may inline it in the translated block, what you see here. So in this case, we have a very small subroutine which we have inlined into our block. Again, we are adjusting program counter at 2 points, and this can give really a huge speed boost. Another thing is loop unrolling. So MO68 attempts to align itself on the loop block, and it allows to repeat the loop several times. The amount of the repetitions is configurable on compilation time of MO68. And then from such an inner loop in the code, the translated code is the block A repeated several times with program counter adjustments, and the inner loop, which is done into this code, which means in this case, the main loop of MO68 is not running at all, because this block is repeated by itself several times. In this case, we have exit from this loop, either on loop exit condition, as it was in the case of M60K code, or external interrupts or reset signal. So let me talk a little bit about the performance of MO68, because this is more probably what you are waiting for. So first, let's have a look at a very nice example. Actually, this is a real code. This is not something specially searched for. What you see here is nearly one-to-one translation from M60K to ARM 64-bit code. Thanks to merges and condition code calculation eliminations, most of translations are pretty short. So you see here, one single M60K instruction is translated to two ARM processor instructions. We have even cases where there is a one-to-one translation, which means here one Motorola instruction results in one ARM instruction. We have also instruction merging. So MO68 in this very case has recognized that these three instructions following each other are just used to reverse the 4 bytes within a long word, which is just endian conversion. And for that, ARM64 has one single instruction, which means in this case we have merged 3 M60K instructions into single ARM opcode, which is a very, very nice optimization. Finally, we have also some epilogue, which is executed at the at every exit from the just-in-time execution block, where the conditions codes are eventually stored if they were changed, and also some additional performance counters are updated. For example, number of executed M60K instructions. We have also a little bit worse cases. For example, this one. It's not really optimal, as you can see. So one single instruction has resulted in a lot of ARM opcodes. But this is a very special case, and not really everything from this instruction is executed, because as you may see here, we are modifying status register, which is basically only allowed in the supervisor mode. So first the privilege check is made, and if the code is in the supervisor, the status register is updated, the level mask is updated in the case of this instruction. If necessary, ARM interrupts are enabled or disabled depending on the value which we have written here. And if we had user mode, then it has to switch to supervisor, it has to switch the stack frame, it has to generate the privilege violation stack frame, it has to load VBR register, and finally load the address of the interrupt or exception handler to the program counter. So this is what the most of this code is responsible for. So luckily, even if it looks such huge, it's not really a lot which is executed. Yeah, synthetic tests. What I'm showing you here is MO68 running without PyStorm. And as you may see here, I have extracted the performance measurement routine from sysinfo, and on Raspberry 400, I have more or less nearly 2000 MIPS performance, and the raw memory speed performance is in the range of nearly 4 gigabytes per second. You could ask if it is due to the caching. In this case, no, because I was reading nearly 250 megabytes of the memory in this test and repeating that for several loops. So I can assure you that it's not only reading the memory from the cache, it's really reading the memory from the board. And if we overclock the Raspberry 400 to 2.1, actually it should be 2.15 gigahertz, then we have a pretty nice performance boost of the system. So this is the speed of M60K code executed on this ARM processor. It's not the speed of the ARM itself. It's pretty nice. I mean, it's something we could expect in the future, for example, on PyStorm 32. And just to give you rough information, I have written some stress tests for MO68. One of them is a path tracer. It's adapted small PT project, adapted to bare metal operation. it's the very same which I was using on AWS when I was testing multi-core support. And it's pretty astonishing because it's testing floating point unit very intensively. I mean, the most of the code is only FPU, including sinus cosinus calculations, which I have already implemented. And in this very case, which you may see here on this video, a little bit, at least for a very short period of time, AMU68 is reaching more or less 30% of native ARM64 performance, which is, I would say, pretty great, because you have to take into account, in the case of AMU68, we have only 8 floating point registers, which are available for M60K. The native code has much more registers available for all calculations, so it can be just faster. And this is more, probably the limit which we cannot exceed. But I guess 30% of native performance is already pretty good. So I have also written and applied another test, which is testing not only floating point unit, but also memory. This is Hudabrod fractal. It takes a little bit time to calculate it to the form which you can see on this image. Please keep in mind, it's not the typical fractal which we may calculate in the fraction of second, because in the typical fractal, what we are displaying on the picture is number of steps for every single point which are necessary to escape from the image to outside of the image. In the case of Hudabrod, it's not the number of counts which is displayed. What we are displaying here is the path of the point which is needed or which is applied during escape. In this case, I have used Raspberry 400 overclocked again to 2.15 gigahertz, and the fractal with size of 800 times 800 pixel was rendered within 61 seconds. And just for comparison, the Core i5 at 3.2 gigahertz, it was the machine which I was using at that time, is needing 27 seconds for the same image in the same size. Which means in this case, if we take the clock speed to account, the Sandy Bridge i5 Intel CPU is only more or less 1.5 times faster than AMU68. And in this case, you have to keep in mind the Sandy Bridge was using the native code, and in case of Raspberry, we are calculating the fractal on M60K. Okay, finally, the last but not least, AMU68 and PyStorm. That was the very nice place where two open source projects are meeting together. I've been cooperating with Claude for some time already, and we have been discussing the possibility of using AMU68 with his project, and finally we have done it. So for those who don't know, I guess none of you doesn't know about that, the PyStorm allows to access Amiga 500 hardware through the CPU bus. Right now it's using Musashi interpreter for the processor and Linux for hardware support. And in my case, it's perfect testing environment because I've been already asked why am I using my time for PyStorm, where some people were expecting that I would use AMU68 for something beyond just Amiga. And I must really say, in case of PyStorm, it's the perfect testing environment for me because what we have there is a large software base, which means we have all the Amiga software which we could just have. So because of that, the degree of freedom with respect to potential bugs is highly reduced, because imagine what would be if I would be, for example, porting something completely new to AMU68. In this case, every bug which I could introduce in my code could be just covered by the bug which was in AMU68 itself, so it means I would be hunting for much more issues at the same point. And as a reward for the PyStorm project, what I can give back is, of course, a little speed boost. Yeah. So, but on the other hand, MO68 is only the processor, and for the other hand, on PyStorm with Linux, you have also hardware support, which is pretty important in this case. There I have done something a little bit different. So in my case, in case of MO68, only ROM mapping feature is added to the emulator, and Zorro config space is emulated for one single reason. In this case, we can use map-ROM to switch to any kickstart image which we would like to have, kickstart 1.3, 2.0, 3.2, and so on and so forth. Also Diachron, for example, for testing of the system, AROS, or something different, whatever you like. On the other hand, Zorro config space allows me to plug virtual cards, and I have already three of them. The first one is Zorro 2. It's the memory expansion, which is adding the native ARM memory to the Amiga at the full speed of this memory. It can be configurable up to 8 megabytes. And on the other hand, I have also two Zorro 3 cards, which expose only ROM images, which gives me a mechanism for a driver plug-in, and it's also nicely using autoconfig mechanism. And what does it mean? It means, since we expose all the hardware of the MO6 for the Raspberry Pi to MO68, we can write hardware drivers for everything we would like to have. So what's currently in the work is the micro SD card support. It's already working somehow. I have still some issues which have to be ironed out, but on the other hand, it's already working pretty nice. And what is also planned is the video driver using Video Core 4 of Raspberry Pi. What is also possible, for example, is Wi-Fi driver, or I2C bus if you like, PWM if you like, whatever you really need. How do I access it? There is already device tree resource, which I will describe, which I will add Autodoc documentation soon, which expose the device tree of Raspberry Pi to M68 side. So the driver for microSD, as you may see here, this was the card I was using, 64 gigabytes, and it's recognized properly, it may be partitionized and so on, so it's already working. How about the speed? The speed is pretty nice already. It's more or less what I would expect to have, and is shown here. So this is the close to final configuration of MO68, and this is just Raspberry 3B. It's not Raspberry 4. And as you may see, the Amiga can perform up to more or less 800 MIPS in this configuration already. So I would say it's a pretty nice value. And just imagine what will be possible, for example, with PyStorm 32 and Compute Module 4 from Raspberry family, which is much faster than what we have here in the case of Raspberry 3. Right. So there is still a lot to do. So I have a lot of bugs in the code which have to be fixed. The FPU implementation have to be completed because right now I try to hide it from Amiga OS. The SD card driver needs some work in order to operate properly. I need to do more tests, more optimizations are still possible. The PyStorm 32 is around the corner, so soon I will have something to do with it. Also, I'm planning to write some configuration or information software from Amiga OS about MO68, displaying, for example, the number of instructions executed, the speed, and so on. Right. So I'm at the end of my presentation. I would like to thank you all for the financial support through Patreon. These are the current and the past patrons. I'm sorry if I have forgot someone. I was trying to keep this list as complete as possible. If you feel I have forget you, I'm sorry for that, and next time I will try to add you to the list. And finally, if you like MO68, I'm happy if you could support further work. So you have the project on the GitHub, it's open source. If you like it, use it, fork it, test it, start it, or just love it, or sponsor it if you like. If you also like to give me some financial support, you may find me on Patreon, and I would be happy if you could support me. If you cannot, I'm also happy. I just love this project. I love Amiga, so I'm really happy if you are using it and if you are happy with it. All right, so I'm done. Thank you for your time. Thank you for listening. And if you have any questions, I would be happy to answer them right now or later. I mean, you know where to find me.
Well, thank you, Michael. Yeah, let's see if there are any questions. Just checking online here. We opened it up onto Amiga World if people wanted to post questions there. We're also in IRC for questions and YouTube chat. So I'm just checking those three. Are there any questions in the room? Jerry's got a mic. So we have a question coming from Alex Perez here.
Yes, hi. My question is simple. Have you thought about, I saw you had some other ARC64 chips that, this is minimal compatibility with. Would RISC-V be a suitable architecture to consider porting to, in your opinion?
It would be possible, yeah, but right now, as I said, the emulation or the translation process is very, very much handcrafted, which means if you would like to support, for example, RISC-V, it would have to written more or less from the scratch. But of course, it's possible. I mean, it's a very interesting architecture, which is just growing up and it's giving, with every year, even more attention. So yeah, at some point, why not?
Great. Thank you, Alex. Any other questions in the room here? Wow. Quiet bunch. I think their masks got their tongue. I actually have a question. This might be kind of silly, but with the virtual Zorro card, and I don't know if you can answer this, but do you think it'd be possible to build some sort of adapter, maybe USB-based, where you could take a physical Zorro card and pipe it into a virtual machine that way?
Oh, well, that could be maybe possible, but on the other hand, I'm asking myself, no, I don't know. I don't really know. Sorry.
No, that's fair. That's fair. Maybe that's a question for the internet or someone to think about. Now, I think the other question is, why would you do this? There really is no reason, but hey, we're all here. So
yeah.
But that's already gone. So just, I think it'd be pretty wild if you had like a Pi 400 with like a little Zorro box with like a GVP SCSI card in there, just for giggles. Do you have a question, Jerry?
Well, not really a question, it's a comment. One of the things that I first thought of when I saw this
So what I would say from my side to this comment is, I was already asked what would be needed to boot, for example, Amiga OS on this on MO68 without PyStorm, and if we would be able to add just few or a little bit of hardware support from for MO68, it would be eventually very possible just to start Amiga OS on such a system. And on the other hand, as you said, bare metal 68. This was the way I was trying to advertise this project on Raspberry forums, because I have just written there to people, if you like M60A assembly and if you like just playing with bare metal on Raspberry Pi, then you may right now already combine both of them and write in M68 assembly language for Raspberry Pi and tinker with it. So it's, for me, it's pretty funny project because, I mean, yeah, you just may combine both of the very nice worlds together.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Hi. First, I'd like to say I love this project. I think it's an awesome thing that you're doing for 68K and the Amiga community. A quick question regarding the memory map. I think I saw the ARM peripheral addresses were down in the 32-bit space. I imagine that's so that you can create drivers inside of Amiga OS that communicate with ARM peripherals. Are there any challenges with those addresses overlapping other Amiga reserved addresses?
No, not really, because I have put all the peripherals of ARM processor to the very, very top part of the 4 gigabyte address space, which is defined by every single memory map of Amiga, which I have seen as reserved range, and this is far away, far away from any registers which could exist on Amiga in any way. So I guess it's pretty safe. And on the other hand, since this all is described by device tree, in case of any conflict, I just can move them to the area which is not conflicting. So I wouldn't see that as an issue.
Another question?
Hi, my name's Chris. Most modern JITs will kind of profile at execution time and may pull out and recompile if things like branch. So have you thought about how you would incorporate such methods in your system?
Not yet. There was one point where I was thinking about that, and it was branch prediction, just to consider which branch is taken and which is not. Instead of that, I have simplified the process right now. So right now I'm considering the branch backwards within a short range as always taken, and the branch in the wide ranges are considered as not taken on default. But yeah, and so at some point in the future, it would be nice to add some profiling information. So I have the possibility, since I generate the code from the ARM, it would just be possible to notify or add some information to every translated block about which jumps were taken, which were not, and so on. But I was not really working on that so far.
Thank you. Any other questions? One more comment. I love the logo with EMU on it. So, I mean, you're already ready to go to market with that. That's beautiful.
Thanks.
Okay, I think it's time to bring Jens in. I need to do a little digital wizardry on my end. It's going to take about 2 minutes to log into the next streaming type. So Michael, thank you very much for what you've done today. Excellent project. Really looking forward to following how things work out here in the near future. So thank you, sir.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, just give me a second here. I'm going to hang up the Zoom. I'll talk to you. Well, take care, Michael. It's good to meet you.
Bye.
In the Zoom session. Fire up the Jitsu. We'll have Jens in literally 2 minutes. So I just need 1 second here. I just need to click the link. Oh, I guess we should have put in a 5-minute break because everyone just literally walked away. But but the people on the YouTube channels are running the
Hello, hello. Hey, while we're transitioning, I just wanted to point out back at the games table where Josh is at. Hey, Josh, raise your hand. We have a box full of what looks like business cards for AmiWest. On the back of that business card is an Amiga Forever license. Cloanto has donated to the show a whole bunch of licenses for their product. So you just grab that. It's got a download link. You can get the software. It's got your key on there so you can register it. And it's a fully licensed Amiga Forever emulation package. So it's back at the games table.
What am I hearing here?
Hey, Jens.
All right, and we got Jens
Hey,
coming
Will.
up. Thank you.
So I should probably turn down my volume here for live. I'm sorry. I mean, So you wrote that you can't show the pictures, but how does this work? Do you see this?
Yeah, it's taking a little while for it to render in, but it's yeah, it's not very clear. I don't know if you could do like a screen share or something. That might help.
No. This is a pad, and it doesn't have access to anything else.
Go ahead and email me the. Did you email me the images?
I mailed you only the images of a project we haven't talked about yet at all. That's just an accelerator switcher, and I can of course email you more. No problem.
Yeah, let me working on this then. Anyway,
when do you
hey, Jens,
when do you want to start?
I think we're gonna give it 5 minutes because the folks here at AmiWest needed to stretch their legs.
Okay.
While we switched from Zoom to Jitsi, everyone got up and walked away. So, give me like 5 minutes to get everyone over here. Just give me a second. How do I do that? Oh, I think I can press this. Okay. Could you hear me through that, Jens, when I was talking? You probably could.
I have heard you all the time, yes.
Perfect.
But the live stream still seems to have Michael Schultz.
Oh, it's gonna lag. It'll catch up. You should be there. You should be there now. Let me work on getting these images ready for us.
Well, I'll just turn down the volume completely, so nothing will interfere here. So yeah, you only see me. Maybe I should set a little bit lower. Okay.
Yep, looking good. Okay. So did you prepare any slides for us today?
No slides, nothing at all. Just like last time, I'm totally unprepared, and I thought you could show pictures like we did last time, but if you can't do that, we'll have to improvise a little with like holding stuff into the camera and.
No, I gotcha.
Yeah.
I can bring in a picture. I just need a second to click some buttons here.
Okay. Yeah, I can send you more pictures, but because right now I've only sent you pictures of one project, and I wanted to send you an email with pictures per product we want to talk about, if that's okay with you. But
yeah, send them over.
Okay, then let me.
Yep, it'll be a little clunky on my end because I have to do some manual work here, but we can show them, and they'll look nice and tight. So go ahead and send them over. What the heck is this? Okay. Sorry, everyone. For the folks on YouTube and in the room, I'm looking at the pictures. I don't even know what this is. Like, I mean, I see what it does.
We'll talk about that.
So I guess we're all going to learn about this at the same time here. So Jens, I know it's been a year since we spoke last. Do you want to just give like a 5-minute update on sort of what's been happening on your side? I know, we talked about the floods being an impact. Obviously as a component supplier or finished product supplier, you're dealing with a pandemic and all of the supply chain challenges. So I can imagine it's been a pretty rough year from where you're coming from.
It was, yeah. I don't even know where to start because you've had me send pictures and stuff. I don't know. Are we live yet?
What's that?
We're live yet?
Yeah, we're live. We've been live the whole time.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Good. Yeah, 1 year. Component shortage was actually a topic just after we talked last time because I started developing the ACA 1234, and I've made it a habit of buying the components whenever, or at least checking availability of the components when I design them in, because yeah, if you design them in and maybe even have samples at home and you can build a prototype, it's going to be kind of boring if you assemble without components for mass production. So yeah, I talked to the distributor, and they said, "Oh yeah, these are available. We can ship in February." And I was like, "Okay, that's a bit long. What's happening here?" It's like, yeah. The lady explained to me that orders are coming in and they can currently not keep up, but yeah, that's gonna all work out next year and everything. So yeah, I placed the orders for mass production, and when it was
What the hell? Did we show the Jitsi link? God damn it. We have to kill it. I hate Jitsi. Sorry. Jens does Jitsi. I have to deal with that. Oh god, that's my email. Sorry. Fudge. Hold on. What do I need to do here? I need to switch this. Sorry, guys. Yeah, it was unpassworded before, so Jens just set the password in. Thanks, Blades. You blew it for everyone. Go bang your head against the door. And I was nice to you, too, man. I posted the links and chat and everything. And you had to go bomb our Zoom here. Oy vey. Okay. Okay. Thank you, Jens. Okay. Cut back. Testing. Cut. Okay.
Did you get my email with a password?
I'm here. Yeah, I did. Yep. We forgot to
Great.
password.
That was real time.
Yeah, I know. He's a good guy. I think he just saw the link and decided to jump in. But let's not do that, guys. Come on. We're doing our best here to string this together. Anyway. You were saying.
Okay, then yeah, I was talking about how chip shortage approached how I learned about chip shortage coming up, and that was really in late October of last year when I started designing the 1234. Let me try to hold this in the camera.
Yep.
Maybe you can
that
see
looks
that.
Great.
Okay.
Yep. CF
okay,
card slot, FPGA slot. 030 slot.
Okay, and yeah, when I started buying components, it was like delivery time a little over 4 months, and I was really surprised to get that kind of delivery dates. But I placed the orders because I was pretty sure that that it would take me quite some time to get this working, when February came, maybe some of the Europeans followed the news. I still didn't get my components in time because there was a ship in the Suez Canal that blocked that blocked, I don't know, hundreds of other ships, and lots of goods, including semiconductors, didn't reach Europe. And so that was another holdup. I think that delayed it by 3 weeks or so. And but then some other components that were actually confirmed for other dates, they were just not available. And we didn't get any updates until the confirmed delivery dates really came and went, and then the distributors said, yeah, we couldn't get the components, currently don't have any dates and so on. And since I haven't ordered the PCBs at that time, I did a few last-minute changes. So I changed the microcontroller. I actually changed even some logic components on the board, just to keep it available, or to make it possible to produce them this year. And I'm pretty happy that that this worked out for the 1234, and it also worked out for other projects like the new Flicker Fixer and Division ECS V3, and yeah, many of the designs that I have and that we currently produce on a regular basis, they just needed redesigns this year, just because components were not available, and that was extremely time consuming. And yeah, it's not only chips. Maybe you can bring up one of the pictures that I've sent you. Let's go for a project that maybe only a few have heard about yet. That is this CF card adapter. I'll hold it into the camera so you can maybe, do you see that?
Yeah, we can see it.
Okay. Maybe you can bring up the pictures that I have sent you in an earlier email. I don't see anything. There's a huge lag on the no, actually, I haven't sent you the CF cards.
Yeah, you didn't send me the CF
pictures.
one.
CF pictures. Oh, that's 23 megabytes. I hope your inbox won't explode.
Yeah, we'll see if that works. So what's special about the CF adapter?
We started developing this a few months back when a few I might have to start somewhere else. When I announced the 1234 with the CF card slot, with the local CF card slot that really has impressive performance, some people were saying, great, I'm going to replace my 1233N, and I was like, okay, no, I don't want that, because the supply of chips, especially 68030 CPUs, is so tight that it doesn't really make sense for anyone who already has an 030 accelerator to buy yet another one. So we started requesting from these people, well, why do you think of switching? Because the 1233N has the IDE speeder that should give you sufficient speed. And they came back with, yeah, well, it's got nice speed, but I get read-write errors all the time. And apparently nobody really reported this, and we started getting into the details of the problem. And the one common thing all these people had was that they were using a CF card adapter that was not buffered, and in some cases they have even used quite long cables. And so what I did was I dug out a very old design from 1996 that was back then for CD-ROMs, for connecting CD-ROMs, and back then I made a buffered adapter because the IDE port of the Amiga 1200 and the 600 is really not made to be used on with long cables or multiple devices. And CF cards, in turn, are not really made to drive huge loads on the data bus, and the Amiga 1200 is a huge load. So essentially, the using a CF card in an Amiga 1200 or an Amiga 600 means you're operating things out of spec. And my CF card adapter here has the prime goal of people not wanting the 1234, especially the ones who already have the 1233N. This buffers the IDE port It puts the CF card in a nice and neat place where the flicker fixer, the Indivision AGA Mark III, fits. I have done my best. Maybe you can bring up the pictures. Did they arrive yet?
Yeah, no, I had a picture overlay. You just can't see it, but it's on the stream.
Okay. Maybe you can see on that picture that the connector towards the Amiga 1200 looks kind of funny. It has circuit board parts right next to it, and it has pins that are closed on the edges. And that is meant to keep the user from plugging it in the wrong way.
Very nice. It's kind of hard to get that on the photo you sent, but I can see that it's definitely interesting.
Okay, the reason why I started designing this was that one of our testers, one of the guys who's also doing product management in iComp, kudos to Tim if you're watching, he actually managed to put this thing on, one of the prototypes, to put it on the wrong way. And what happened was that the Amiga survived, the adapter survived, but the CF card died. And that got me thinking, because, I mean, this hobby is supposed to be fun. This hobby is about preservation. And if you say, okay, well, it's just a CF card, it's the customer's thing, and it's and of course, if the customer is making that mistake of putting it on the wrong way or shift it, then or offset is what you probably say. I don't know the right word.
Yeah. Shifted. Yeah.
Well, that's the customer's fault, and we don't care. I don't think like that. I want the customer to, well, ideally not be able to make a mistake, but in this case, if the CF card dies, there's the danger of the person who is losing that CF card being a programmer, and he might have some source codes without backup on that CF card. And that is something I really don't want to be responsible for. So I want this adapter to be as foolproof as possible.
Yeah.
Okay, so functionality-wise, it buffers the address and data bus. It isolates the accesses from other I/O that is also using those same lines. That is primarily the clock port, but also the PCMCIA port. And those accesses are completely shielded from the CF card. And the final thing we did is look at the LED of the Amiga 1200, the activity LED, because some CF cards have this property that the activity LED is always on, and during activity it only changes brightness, and that's just not nice. And I decided, okay, if I want to make something really good, then it also needs to fix that activity LED. And that's what the adapter does. I'm trying to show it here because, you don't see any LED here. The circuit just makes sure that the LED of the Amiga 1200 really turns off no matter what card you have, and it turns on when you have activity, and that's it.
So I want to ask about what looks like a double-sided adapter. I think this is your new product that you're announcing or something. It's the file that ends in 23 JPEG. I have it on the screen here so everyone else can see it.
Okay, I'll have to, the file that ends in 23, let me bring that up on my screen.
23.jpg, whatever that is.
Yeah, maybe you switch to the next one, to the 24. because that shows the predecessor, the proof of concept. Do you have it on screen now?
Yeah.
Okay, what you see here is an ACA 500 Plus, my proof of concept adapter in the middle, and an ACA 1221 LC at the end. The 1221 LC is a 68020 accelerator for the Amiga 1200, but also for the ACA 500 Plus. And yeah, this combination is nice and fast. It gives you 32-bit performance, almost Amiga 3000 performance on an Amiga 500. But one key property of the ACA 500 Plus is not available with that combination, and that is the cloaking device. The cloaking device of the ACA 500 Plus has always been a strong point. You can reduce the Amiga 500 to a cycle exact 68,000, 7 megahertz with the exact kickstart and memory layout that a certain game might need. And there is really no need to ever detach the ACA 500 Plus. But if you have the ACA 1221 LC connected, then you cannot use the cloaking device because the 1221 LC cannot be switched off in software. And this thing that plugs in between the two, here with the well, I'm pointing there. You don't see it. So just imagine I'm pointing wherever you have the that picture now. That green PCB with the switch, that's really just a proof of concept. I wanted to make sure that my idea of switching off the 1221 LC is working. That did work. And just yesterday, a new sample PCB arrived, so you can now switch back to the file that ends in 23. That is the prototype that still needs some verification, but it doesn't have a mechanical switch anymore, but a pure software switch. So the combination of the ACA 500 Plus and the 1221 LC will have the ability of soft switching the ACA 1221 LC, and also other cards, even older ones, the 1220 and the 1230. I believe it's also compatible with the 31. It definitely is compatible with the 1232 and the 1233, not the 1233N, because the N is soft switchable already. And once again, this is in an effort to reduce demand for the ACA 1234. And really, because
that's pretty bad that you have to build products to reduce demand for a new product you have coming out because of the chip situation.
Yeah, there's really too many people who said, yeah, I have an accelerator already, but I want that new one. And I always had in the back of my head, we don't have that many. I mean, CPUs are limited, chips are limited, and I'd much rather have more people in the hobby rather than just a few, but everyone has like 3 or 4 accelerators at home. So I really want to make sure that that enough people can get an accelerator, and of course, yeah, if you're really looking for that tiny feature, that soft switch off, then I would really prefer selling a cheap adapter rather than an expensive accelerator that might be missing in the market for others who might be returning to the Amiga 1200 after so and so many years. Because, I mean, like I said, this is about preservation, and not everyone who has been creative on the Amiga has returned yet and has put his creations, be it software or be it music or graphics or whatever. I'm sure there is so much out there that still should be preserved, should be uploaded into AmiNet or other archives. We should keep some hardware available for them. And I mean, I'm really not into this for the money. Making money with the Amiga is really not possible anymore. So I'd much rather sell these accelerators to people who really need them and not just want them because it's a little bit better than what I already have. I'd really prefer if people are satisfied with what they already have, and just adding one little feature that might do the trick for them and saves them money.
Great. That's great. So I want to ask a couple of questions. One of the questions is around 040, 060 accelerators that came by on YouTube. Do you have any comments on those? I can't even recall if you've announced those products or if you're going to.
Yeah, I did announce them actually a few years ago, and it turned out to be really complex. So I have put Peter Wendrich on logic development. We do have prototypes running, but Peter is on sick leave since summer of this year, since June of this year, and he is making a good recovery. He is working a few hours per week again, and I'm hoping that he'll be back on the ACA 1240, 1260 either later this month or next month. So that project is not forgotten. I mean, then. The scary situation here is I have all the chips in stock, but the development is not yet done, so I can't start production.
I see.
But like I said, this is not forgotten, and if you're really looking for more performance, then don't buy the 1234. Leave the 1234 for those who really need it, wait for the 1240, 1260.
Got it. So the other thing I wanted to ask you, if you could just briefly talk about the work that you've done on your newer cards, like the 1234, to accelerate the N version accelerates IDE I/O,
correct.
And the LCL. What did you do there to achieve that?
This is actually something that I have tried on my very, very first accelerator, the ACA 1230, the synchronous one. On the prototype, I have tried accelerating the IDE because I always knew that just a fast processor and fast memory, it does accelerate a lot of things in the Amiga, but the look and feel of the machine is really defined by the reaction time if you click on something. And clicking on something often means you need to load from hard drive. So I tried accelerating the hard drive accesses, and back when I did the 1230, I think that was in 2010. 11 years ago. It was not successful. The only thing I observed was that the Gale chip inside the Amiga 1200 was just crashing, and I didn't have any idea why, and I didn't really follow up because I was thinking, well, this is really everything I can do, no chance. I couldn't. I didn't have any idea what to do about it to fix it, and quite a few years later with the 1233N. I had an idea of how to keep Gale from crashing with the sequence of signals. I guess that's probably going too deep if I explain what I'm doing exactly there. But the essence is I am starting the access, and I'm actually executing the access without actually telling Gale that I'm doing that.
I see.
I don't know if that worked out. It is considerably faster, and I have made that a standard with pretty much everything that you can plug to the Amiga 1200 port there. So the IDE acceleration is in the 1233N, the new 1233N. It is in the 1221 LC, and it's also in the plain memory expansion in the 1211.
Nice. Nice.
And of course, it is also in the 1234. So you can not only have a fast CF card that is local on the unit here, but you can also accelerate the internal IDE. And this can be combined, and it can be switched in software. So that's yeah, like I said, I've just made it a standard on my accelerators now.
Cool.
I wouldn't really call it magic, but yeah, if it feels like that, I mean, if it, yeah, you know what they say about technology that's sufficiently sophisticated.
No, we'll call it magic for now. It's fantastic. And then we're going to wrap up here in a few minutes. So I did want to ask if you had an update on the Buster 12 project that you announced last year.
Yeah, we started it. Dave and I are working on this, but as you can imagine, I mean, it's not Dave's full-time job, and it has been a very, very busy year for him as well. So similar to what I explained earlier here, he was really busy, like putting out fires because of chip shortage and other shortages. I mean, we talked about chip shortage all the time, but if you want, I can elaborate on other shortages because. Yeah, he's an engineer for his day job, of course, and he couldn't spend that many hours. We do have a working schematic. We have a plan on how to adapt it. Maybe you've heard the tower term for anything that replaces a chip. Nice. So that's going to be the form factor. If you want to imagine something, then you could take the ACE2B product that I believe I actually announced that last year within the interview here. So that's about this, the way that it's going to look. I don't have anything to show today, unfortunately, but yeah, it's an ongoing project, not forgotten, and yeah, like with so many things, COVID-related and shortage-related, but it's going to work. One quote that I would like to share with from Dave is like, yeah, when he started on it, he said, yeah, I know why nobody has done it yet. It's not trivial.
There you go. Well, I know that it'll lovely to see, especially as we've got all the re-Amiga technologies and just opens up more possibilities and improvements for you know, building the hardware and making the systems even more stable, which is absolutely amazing. Well, anything else you wanna part with? I don't know if there's any questions here in the room. I'm looking around. Unfortunately, the pizza's arrived here, so the.
Oh, okay. Then let's keep it short. I mean, you're based in America, and shipments to the United States have been delayed ever since COVID has hit. And I'm happy to announce that we have UPS as our new partner, shipping partner, and we have almost sorted out the paperwork stuff that UPS needs for automatic transmission of customs information, and that means probably before the end of the month we can make express shipments using UPS from Germany to the United States, probably within 2 days. So
wow.
if you order today, UPS is going to have it at your house in 2 days. Well, if you choose the express option. Express Saver is of course a little bit slower. We did ship the very first parcel on Thursday, and it didn't arrive yet, but I expect it to arrive either on Monday or Tuesday. So with that Express Saver option, I'm expecting that the whole shopping experience, especially for US-based and Canadian customers, is going to be a lot better, because all the shipping partners that we had in the meantime, they were all pretty slow on their end, and then handing it over to USPS in the United States. And they weren't really interested in transporting these parcels really quick, it appeared like. So customers often had to wait like 3 or 4 weeks, sometimes even longer. And I hope that UPS can improve that situation.
Great. Well, no, I'm excited to hear that. Like you say, most people who care have a couple accelerators, so I might have to send back that 1233. Oh, did we lost the audio on your side.
Did you still
Yeah,
hear
you're
me?
back. You're back now.
I'm
Anyway,
back?
I might have
Okay,
to send
good.
you back that 1233 and have you turn it into a 1234 for me.
Okay.
Well, thanks,
Yeah,
Jens.
let me look at my list. C64 cases shipping again, but that's yeah, that's especially interesting in combination with the UPS thing because these cases are so big that neither DHL nor Parcel One will take them. So UPS is the only choice. Another one, yeah, Indivision ECS V3 is back in stock. That was also in my news these past months. Yeah. Any more questions? Or do you want to go to your pizza?
I don't see if we have any. There was a question on an update on the 1200 Reloaded on YouTube.
Unfortunately, no updates there. I'm sorry. But again, not forgotten. That's it's one of the long-term projects.
I'm also looking forward to that one. I'm glad it was asked. And then there was a question about an I2C controller, a cheap I2C controller.
I2C. I wouldn't even know what to use that for. I remember that Michael Böhmer has made a design, and he might have even made it open source. But that's like, I don't know, 20 years ago.
Yeah, I think actually someone has a Clockport version of that, and what they've done is they've put on the temperature sensor. I think Amiga Kit is selling that.
Yeah. Well, temperature sensor. I mean, with the low-end Amigas up to 68030, I doubt that this is actually required. And with the higher end, like 040 and 060, I would say this is the task of the card. The ACA 1240, 1260 has its local temperature sensor and temperature-regulated fan. So why would you add an I2C and yeah, let people tinker with something non-standard? I would say it's the task of the accelerator vendor to keep everything cool, because everything else inside the A1200 doesn't require special cooling.
Well, by the time you get a Rapid Road and a few other cards in there, it starts to get pretty tight. So, especially if you want to keep the case on.
Okay.
And there's another question about some of your older products, like the Cat Weasel. Do you have any thoughts of bringing those back for sale? Maybe some of the USB cards?
I get that question quite a lot, but I don't have the time. I wouldn't make this a USB thing, because the whole reason why the Cat Weasel Mark IV is not available anymore, why I stopped making that, was that making 64-bit Windows drivers was next to impossible. We even had support from companies that had full Microsoft support, and even they couldn't help us compile the drivers that we made for 32-bit for the 64-bit versions of the of Windows. And we would have the same problem if I switched to USB. So I would rather choose a different interface that would be network, and make it more like a standalone device. I have a pretty elaborate concept for that already, but yeah, once again, time is my biggest problem, and I couldn't even say when I can start this this project. If you have any floppies, keep them in a safe place, dry, not too cold, not too warm, just room temperature. And yeah, maybe, well, one thing I actually thought about was to bring the Cat Weasel for the Amiga back. But again, that's also something I've only thought about, haven't really made plans. So yeah, I can't promise too much here.
Cool. One last question, just looking at the list here. Cami was asking about the USB. So just for everyone, I know the Rapid Roads are still available, and so is the Xsurf 100, correct? So you can buy a USB card. It has Ethernet built in, effectively, or depending how you look at it, Ethernet with USB or USB with Ethernet, but it is available still from your site, right?
Correct, yes.
Yeah.
One thing I did earlier this year was I have quit making the clockport version of Rapid Road because the amount of returns I got has crossed the magic 6% barrier, and I was just fed up with having to tell people either, yeah, you connected it the wrong way round, or you shifted the connector, or you didn't connect the grounding cable, and all that kind of stuff. So there's just a huge number of reasons why the USB version of Rapid Road broke for many people. Of course, for more people it worked, but the amount of service work we had to do on Rapid Road, especially the clockport version, was just insane, and I just decided I shouldn't do this anymore because some customers will just never accept that they made a mistake, and I even got answers like, yeah, but I want my plexiglass case, and it's going to look ugly if I add the shielding, and if I need to tell these people, yeah, if you don't use the shielding, I mean, it has an electrical function. If you remove it, then the whole system becomes unstable. And if I only get answers like, yeah, but it works, then yeah, I really don't want to discuss this. So I decided not to make any clockport device for the Amiga anymore. And this unfortunately includes USB, the Rapid Road. But I do have another idea of how to bring USB to the Amiga 1200, which I will most likely start next year, early next year. So next time we talk,
In a minute.
I am so for next AmiWest, I have very high hopes of showing you a prototype, or even showing you final specs.
Cool. Well, definitely. I'd imagine the 1235 with USB ports is not what you're talking about.
No. USB is going to be separate from the accelerator because it is useful for everyone with every speed. So I wouldn't want to put that into an accelerator.
Cool. Well, thank you, Jens. Appreciate your time today. I know it's late there.
Thanks for having me.
The applause from the folks here, and everyone to the YouTube stream. Thank you for dialing. We're actually going to take a break for lunch. Those times might be wrong. Take a break for lunch here at the show. I'm gonna eat, and then we'll come back at 3 o'clock here at AmiWest. So yeah, those are a little long. I'll fix it later. Anyway, thank you so much, Jens. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Yep. So for, let me cut, oh, that was just him. So for everyone else at the show here, I'm going to hang up, Jens. For everyone else at who's dialed in the live stream, we are going to take a break. I should say I am going to take a break for a couple hours. And then we are going to come back, and I'm going to do a live from the show broadcast, and then we'll have Trevor. Trevor Dickinson will be live with us with an update from AEON, and also the exec SG team will be on us starting at 3 o'clock West Coast time. I have 1 a.m. CET, but that's wrong. I think it's supposed to be 12. I'm not very good at time zones. Okay, I'm going to take the mics down. You know, Jerry reminded me of some stuff. So before we take a break, I know people are probably bailing. Before we take a break on the stream here, I do want to once again give a shout out to the sponsors. The sponsors of the show, really appreciate it. If you have not done it yet, you gotta check out the game competition. We have a leaderboard. I'm gonna paste that into the YouTube chat. So there's the leaderboard. And now I'm going to drop in the game competition information. Download the game. Everyone's got to have Amiga Forever at this point. You can grab it from there and play it, submit your score, and who knows, maybe you can win the amazing work that Jerry and his family did to build us a device. Anyway, I'm going to take a break, everyone, and we'll be back in a little bit.
set you free, 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 free. 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 Set you free, 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 free.
set you free, 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 free. telephone from my desk in Oxfordshire, England. Instead of
Testing. Testing. What's going on? Okay, let me shut down the 1200. Okay. Let me swap cameras. Okay. So, am I making noise? I don't know. I don't know if this is working. Okay. That is smart. This is off. Okay. Off. Why is there a hum? Did this get turned on? Testing one, two, three. Okay, that is definitely working. Why am I not hearing? Testing 1, 2, 3. Okay. Got it. That's fine. That doesn't matter. This does not matter. This was on. That would do it. Well, I just turned this on. Okay. I have a crazy idea that I'm getting ready for. Because at 3 o'clock, it's the Bill show, in effect. And I had planned on doing this a slightly different way, if you could use the word plan, but I had an idea on how to be remote on the show floor and kind of walk around. Can everyone hear me? Oh. Can everyone see me? Well, no, you can't see me, unless I press this button right here. And then you can, then I can skip here. Are we? I don't know where that's coming from. That should not be happening. Did it stop? That really should not be happening. But I see it on the board. It's got to be this microphone. Is it going? I don't know. I don't know what to say. I mean, I'm wired up. You should hear me just fine.
right? I do actually. Hold on. Is that better? Is that sounding better? Okay. Is there still static and hum? I have no idea where that's coming from. I don't know. I don't know where that's coming from because it wasn't here earlier, right? I literally have changed nothing at this point. Not anything has changed. So, you know, I think it has to do with this these cheap microphones that I've got. Okay. 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 Well, we okay. So this is really messed up, what I'm about to do here. So, I guess something was jacked in the ground. I don't know. I don't know why we had a hum. I don't know what it was, but hopefully it's gone. Okay, so first of all, I want to thank everyone for joining the stream. We got about an hour, and you're stuck with me for a little while, so if you don't want me, go somewhere else. In an hour at 4 o'clock, we'll dial in Trevor, as well as Steve Soley. We've got announcements from Aeon. Thank you, Tony, on the mask. We've got Trevor and from Aeon, and then we're going to be joined by a different Trevor from Exec SG, along with Stephen Soley, and they're going to give us an update. Aeon's got a bunch of stuff to announce. I'm excited. Someone might have spied something a little earlier. My bad. Sorry. Sorry, Matthew. I was just reading the chat as it goes by, so I get concerned. I just physically unplugged the cheap microphone, and hopefully that kind of knocks out some of that hum. It should actually not be there. If it wasn't there before, I don't really understand what has changed in this environment that might have brought it in. I mean, I plugged in a USB stick, and that's pretty much it. So first, I thought it would be fun to break down what I see and how we do this at the show. So I was trying to do a remote, and I have some technologies for it, but I didn't spend enough time on the networking piece to make that all work. And so what I decided to do, and the way you see me now, is I took my cell phone and I dialed in to the Zoom conference from my cell phone, and then I'm projecting that. So the video is not quite as fast and as smooth as I'd like, but it is working. So I'm proud that I got it figured out and working. This thing is not as tight as I want it to be, but that's okay. So let's talk about how we make the AmiWest magic real quick. So first, I've got a gaming PC down here. I've got my audio mixing board here. And then back there is an Amiga X5000. So this is something I'm actually particularly proud of. If you've been watching, you're noticing that I'm running some titles over the display. So I'm going to go ahead and change that real quick. Trevor and the sponsor page and all of that. Okay, so how is this happening? Well, what I've done is I built a Hollywood presentation, and I put in the Hollywood presentation using Designer, which is awesome software for the Amiga, a little menu in the corner here. You don't see this on the live stream because I've shifted the screen. But this is how we're doing the titling this year. If I press escape on my little keyboard here, you can actually see the Hollywood interface now. And of course the 255 green is being ripped out because I'm using the chroma key trick. So basically each one of the different pages has a different overlay, and then if I go to the main, I have my little menu. And in Hollywood, I can go through here and I can change stuff, like launching Trevor's PDF presentation. I do it running a program, and it will launch full screen in Hollywood. And I'll press that button so you can see it. And here's Trevor's AmiWest presentation for later today. And I can quit, and it dumps me to Workbench, so I have to quickly jump over to the right screen, which I didn't do there. My bad. Anyway, that is how we're doing the titling and how I was able to integrate an Amiga into my fully digital environment here. Spelling and grammar, Chief. Yeah, I'm terrible at spelling. Live with it. You can always go somewhere else. Anyway, or you can come here locally, which is what I'd prefer. And then I'm using the OBS software, YouTube for broadcasting. The mixer board is fun. So someone was talking about the audio level earlier. I've got wireless microphones. I've got a wired microphone, which is just unplugged. I've got an input from the 1200 I was showing earlier. I've got an input from the X5000 that's doing the overlay. Well, those are video inputs. So I've got 4 different HDMI video inputs, and then I've got 4 different output targets. One output is going to Robert for audio. One output is going to the room speakers. One output is going to the Zoom session for the speakers, and another output is the final output being streamed. And each one of those has different nuances and whatnot. And someone made a comment about Video Toaster V2021. Well, kind of. There's definitely software to do all this and make it super, super easy, but I don't have that. So I'm wandering away from the stream and everything. What? Oh yeah, I don't care about that. This is for the streaming people. Yeah. Fred was saying, why can't we hear you on the speakers? Because I'm just talking to the stream right now. So I'm actually mobile. Unfortunately, I don't have access to feedback. So any of my friends who are watching on my cell phone, text me if something goes wonky with the audio or something else. So I'm going to start over here and just do a quick tour of the show. So this is the remains of the Abyss. The Abyss was an amazing place. Dan, God rest his soul, basically dedicated a house for holding stuff for the club. And this is all that's left. It took a long, long, long time to get here. These are just shells. They're not actually machines in there. Long time to get here, but this is the end of the Abyss. All this stuff is for up for grabs for a minor amount of money to the club. Sorry, I just noticed there's a AGP 7000 series Radeon, which may or may not work in an Amiga NG. Things here, drives, floppies. There was actually a CyberVision card in the pile, which of course is amazing. Here's Jay drinking some whiskey, starting a little early, getting ready for his big performance. Here's George. Jay's going to be my co-presenter for the banquet presentation. Should be fun. A 500 the CA in there. I'm not quite sure this other Empire standalone being demoed over here. As an OS 3.2 beta tester, it should be interesting to make some comparisons. We got running this. This work is it's not going to translate very well. Hopefully you can still hear me. One of the club members decided to collate. Yes, I'm live streaming. You can keep applications into a single source. Can you bring up the page with a list of PDFs you did? On the icons? Yeah, one. So I'm going to zoom in a little bit. So each one was from JPEG, text, whatever, put into a format. It's searchable. It's got. Is it searchable or just the titles?
It's just that benchmark.
Okay. So it's just got the bookmarks. But it bookmarks for each chapter. It's all in here, and he's offering it. What was your name again, Chris? Dave. Sorry, Dave. Dave's offering it for sale as a club donation for this work. It's $5 if you show up. He's got the DVD version, and I have a USB in my pocket over here. He's got USB versions as well. Software in the manual, HDF file, ready to rock and roll. $5 club donation. I mean, this has got to be hundreds of hours worth of work.
Oh, probably 2,000 hours.
2,000 hours worth of work and preservation at the end of the day, so that these applications that got us started work. Yeah. Note that my audio cut off. I'm far away from the thing. I have an idea, but God, it's going to be ugly. I think it would work. Let me try something. Is that going to work? Maybe. Hold on. Okay. Going back to the streaming station. How'd that go? Let's see. Audio's clipping. Yeah. Oh, boy. Okay, I'm going to try something else here, guys and gals. Hang on. Okay. So I don't know if this is working. Is that? So there's nothing on the board. Is it working? Can you hear me? Okay. I don't know if the people online can hear me or not, or how much background noise. Because at this point, I could literally get into my car and I could drive away and it would still work, which might actually be kind of fun. But because now I'm fully on the Zoom. So I'm going to wait a few seconds here for this to start trickling through and see. Okay, different but good. Okay. So literally, I'm now on Bluetooth into my phone. This is bugging me. Sorry, guys. Let me fix this. I'm connected in via Bluetooth into the Zoom presentation system here. So now I'm fully on my cell phone. Yeah, I don't even think I'm on the hotel Wi-Fi. I'm fully cell phone at the moment. So like I said, I could get in my car and drive to Maryland, where I used to live, and it won't break because I'm not using the wireless system that we use here, which is, not the world's greatest, but certainly functional. Okay, so let me go back to Dave's work and finish up here. So this is Dave. Say hi, Dave. Thousands of hours to put all this together. 1,000 hours. Dude, it's so amazing. It looks so good. Okay, I just want to point out that it's all scanned, but he spent the time to get the icons the right size. So it just looks good. It's the cover, but it just looks great. It's so wonderful to see. Yeah.
And even though some of the programs I go back and primitive, it was 30 different approaches to the same problem, which fascinated.
Yeah.
In the 80s, there was almost an enthusiasm
And it was all new. It was new for everybody. No, it's amazing. You know that I don't think people can actually hear you because this is my microphone, but just the love of going through and appreciating that each one of these covers was designed, put together, rendered probably in that software. Like it's care that went into it, and at the time it was state of the art. It was groundbreaking. It absolutely was groundbreaking. Oh yeah. And they brought it to the masses. The Amiga brought 3D to the masses because you could spend $2,000 and, you know, you weren't at 100% of what you could do with 50,000, but you were like 70% of the way there, and it was amazing. Yeah. Schools and all of it. It was amazing. Okay, so here is Brian Deneen's Rebel Station. He's got a Amiga 1000 running some demos. I think that's what that is. That's what that is? I was just wondering how he got his monitor working. He's just using good old composite out. He's also got his Amiga X5000, I believe, running here, and it's a beastly case. He's got the Rebel desktop on show, and he's got the Rebel CDs with the language and some content. Over here, we've got the games competition. We have a live gamer. He's playing. We're going to zoom in on the screen here without trying to mess him up too much, although I don't want him to win because I want to win the trophy. And we have the trophy. Why don't you show this sucker? So this is the game trophy. So okay. I didn't realize the board comes out too. So this is 3D printed. It says AmiWest Game Competition on it. It has a, what's the word for that? It can move. It's got a flexible shark that can go in and out, that comes out. It's the game board. It's a kind of a model of the game board. So you notice there's a shark in the game board itself, in the middle there. So that's sort of like the inspiration for putting the shark in the actual thing. Download Pinball Obsessions, load up the Aqua table, give it a play, go to AmiWest.net, scroll to the bottom, under exhibitors, there's game competition link. We might move that tonight, put it a little more prominent. Play the game, post your score. I'll flash up the leaderboard in a little bit. Go for it. This is everyone's favorite station. This is where you get your cookie and whiskey. So if you're here, you can enjoy. I recommend having a little, then playing. It's much more fun. We got Bill here showing off his Amiga X5000, Amiga 1 X5000. And then we've got Michael with his Amiga 1 X5000, actually watching the live stream. You don't have the audio running though. No, feedback. Please don't turn on. But we got audio and everything running here. So we're actually watching the live stream running on an Amiga. So I'm going to move away from the screen, but lots of Amiga 1s here. This is Mr. Toast. This is his setup. He is a absolute master with the soldering iron and totally saved our butts for the banquet by resurrecting my Amiga 1200. I'll talk a little bit about that when we get to the banquet tonight. And he's brought some machines to show. I guess this is a Vampire 600. It's really small. I'm just going to take this with me and run out the door. Over here, for those who have access to YouTube, is someone who's very familiar. We got Doug Compton with his table, representing the Redtronic design. Sorry, there's probably background noise, but it's part of the fun. And there's actually people here, people with beer. Those are better people. We've got Amiga 3000 running with a VLab card. I don't know where the camera's over there. So, hello. Put on my face there. And then we've got this Amiga 1000. And I think this is the 1000 that he was talking about on his stream. So this is like as pimped out as a 1000 as you could possibly make it. And then there's a 2000 for sale, which may or may have sold already. A 600, his 1200. Machine of Beauty, and then here's his 3000. His 2000 was for sale. Looks pretty nice. And then Alex Perez is here at Rabbit Hole Computing, having a conversation. Alex is the purveyor of the SCSI to SD products. So with this guy, which is amazing,
you can, actually that one's missing its socket.
5 to 6 chips.
You can take a SCSI bus, so classic Amiga, whatever, plug in an SD card, and now you've just moved your Amiga to be flash-based and preservation. I've got a lot of machines with ancient SCSI drives. They sound terrible. You know they're going to die soon. This is a great way of keeping those older machines running in perpetuity. Because the other nice thing is you can dump the image to another machine and then just keep dropping it on new SD cards. I think they'll be available for quite a while. Have some stuff here in the middle. I'm watching myself on the screen now. And then I brought some products to sell that I got off of AmiBay from Alex81 here. A C64 overprotection VGA to RGB device that removes the lines in the middle, which is a common problem with those. So it's a nice adapter. And then some things that do ESD protection for your Amiga. I haven't tried those yet. I can't speak authoritatively whether they work. I don't want to really test it, but I'm going to install some on my machines. What time is it now? So this is the live Wander Cam from AmiWest 2021. I mean, definitely fewer folks this year than we've had certainly in years past, but really good turnout versus last year when I think we had about 15 people here. So we're at least double that. We're definitely over 30. I don't know if we got to 40 this year, but we're getting there. And I think next year is going to be the recovery year for us. I think we'll get back into a much larger amount of folks coming. I'm trying to think if there's anything else that I missed. We talked Toast, talked about Dave's work, which is amazing. Oh, you know what? Let's see. I want to show the posters that are here. I kind of skimmed over those earlier. I got distracted by the standalone vampire, which is pretty cool. I only did some time on that guy myself. Looks interesting. But we have a bunch of really nice posters from Aeon at the show. They were not able to make it. I guarantee you, Trevor, who's going to be talking here in a few minutes, would love to be here himself. But obviously, because of the pandemic restrictions and whatnot, just not able to make it. This might be a Mister. Look at this guy. Yeah, here's a little Mr. box in the corner with OS 3.2 as well. Looking pretty good. Like it. And then here's a Pi 400 running Amiga OS. I mean, it's hard. I mean, you just kind of miss that it's in a computer. It's so small. We'll have one of these tonight as part of the banquet. I think we're going to have a great time. It's going to be a ton of fun. You're absolutely going to. I'm really excited for the banquet. I think it's going to be just a grand time. So that's the show floor. Oh, here's a live shot of our scoreboard. Brian Long at 9 million. So I got to. Sorry, Roger at 12. And then Brian at 9. So if you want to win that kick butt trophy, you got to play the pinball session, take a screenshot, submit it, following the rules. It should be good. Okay, so I'm going to go back to my little station over here and get on the stream and the chat to see if there's any questions for me. And then I was going to, well, actually, before I do the question and answer, let me think through this. Well, let me turn this off. Before I do the question and answer, I am going to talk about the show in a bit more depth. Let me hang up on the Zoom. Okay, so now I'm back on my wired mic. Hopefully there's no hums or anything like that. Let's see. Okay. So you guys should be able to hear me again. I'm going to go 2-camera shot. I got I should give a big shout out to our man Robert Bernardo, who's here filming as always. He does a great job. He's our cameraman. Because of the pandemic, you know, obviously we have fewer people physically here as part of the show. So we don't have as many in-person presentations, but he's always on the spot to make sure that happens well. And tomorrow we'll have a lot more in-person stuff going on. So I'm going to do something that I didn't really want to do. At least I don't want to do it very much. But I'm going to do this. Let's see. Oh, you know what? That's theirs. Oh, interesting. Oh. You know, I didn't even think of this. Sorry, I'm realizing that I'm trying something new. Always a good thing to do when you're live streaming to a number of folks. You know, that's not going to fly. Let me do this. Actually, I'll do it this way. It's an Amiga show. Let's do this on the Amiga. Booyah. Hopefully it works. When I say hopefully it works, we have a lot of X5000s in this room, all on the network. So the network access is a little fishy because of that. The driver has the same MAC address. It's a problem for AmiWest only, pretty much. Okay. A little bigger. Let me cut that in. Okay. So, couple things to talk about first. 24th year of the show. Amazing. I've been here for all of them, which is also amazing. Big shout out to our gold sponsor, to Aeon, Trevor, Matthew. Trevor's been a major supporter of the show since he started coming here 2009 or something like that. Just couldn't do it without his support, emotionally, product-wise, financially, all of it. Just been just spectacular. So big shout out to Trevor and everything he does for the Amiga. Sacramento Computer Club, pulling this off, doing the legwork. I spend hundreds of hours getting ready for AmiWest. Brian puts in hundreds of hours. Jerry put in hundreds of hours. Club members put in hundreds of hours. It's a lot of work. I know it seems like a small event, not a lot of people here, but truly it's a lot of work to pull something like this off, to do it for 24 years in a row, to adapt to the market, which is something we've done. All very, very difficult to modernize things that we've done. Big shout out to the club. Now I'm going to come over to our raffle and sponsors. So, you know, when we were developing the show this year, Jerry said, hey, let's do the raffle. And, you know, obviously we knew we were going to have a lower attendance, so we said, let's take it online. Let people buy tickets. We'll ship the items. Really open it up. And we did that this year. The response from the Amiga community, the Amiverse, as we like to call it, has been amazing. You can see the logos here. You know, Steve's work with the Checkmate cases, just phenomenal. He's tossed in a Checkmate 1500 Plus in the raffle. Retro Rewind has given us products. We have a Amiga Addict t-shirt to give out. Jens stepped up right away with an Indivision. Amiga Kit versions to give away. So if you're going to go spend $100 on your Raspberry Pi, 400, get AmiKit for it. It's amazing software, ready to go, all the instructions. Bifrost, so we have a Bifrost to give away, which is a really cool board. I've got one in my 1200. I've never actually tried to change the colors because I'm like a little scared of programming it and need to like focus, and I haven't yet. But if you have a 1200 and you're like me and you're like, can it have more? Yes. Then get a Bifrost. Sordan, I buy most of their stuff off of eBay. I don't even know what's coming from them really, but amazing parts and components and tools and stuff that you need. You know, Retropression, great vendor. Does a lot of work with preservation and whatnot. Amiga Forever, Mike from Calanto, great guy, stepped up, gave another round of keys to the club here, so people in attendance get a full Amiga, what is it, 2021 license, whatever the latest, Amiga Forever 9 license. Rabbit Hole Computing, Alex put a SCSI SD. Amiga.org, AmiBench.net, AmiSys, Amiga Kit, all put in product. And then Retronic Design, late minute edition, gave some really cool products. If you have classics, 23 to component output, great technology. Doug Compton's running his board, just phenomenal, phenomenal look. From a features perspective, we have the seminars, obviously this is one of them. We're going to do the banquet tonight. Jerry and I spent a lot of time on this. We have some crazy plans. We're going to put a Pi 400, Amiga 1200 side by side. I'm not fully set up in the broadcast, but I will kick over a preview. Sorry, let me just click some buttons here. We're using OBS to do the capture. It works really well, but it's not 100% perfect. So we're going to be doing some side-by-side Raspberry Pi versus Amiga 1200 work. Similar applications. We're going to make it fun. We got some theme ideas that we're going to throw down. So it should be a ton of fun. Wow, it's really annoying as well. Okay, so I'm going to cut to this. So you're going to see this tonight. You know, we'll have these two machines side by side. We'll have Jerry in there as well. It's going to be nice. We're going to have a lot of fun with this later. So that's going to be cool. That's for the banquet. And for those who are here, physically here, we've got one of my favorite things, and I'm very excited about this, and I'm not taking myself out of the running, even though I'm an organizer, is the giveaway of a Raspberry Pi that is signed. It is signed by Eben, if I'm saying that correctly. And I believe the name is Steve, who is the designer of the Pi 400. So if you're here, the list of names that I have for the banquet right now doesn't give me the count. Let's just say that you've got a really good odds of winning this sucker at this event tonight. I'm looking at it right now. You know, it's definitely, there ain't 100 people in that drawing. So someone who's here is going to walk away with that beautiful, beautiful machine. And I hope I win. I won't because of the likelihood. But if I do win, the very first thing I'm doing with it is going to AmiKit, and downloading and get that stuff installed and turn this into my next 1200 project. So there was a question about the raffle. For the regular show raffle, for these items, which is my next thing, that are listed here, you do not need to be here. You do not need to be awake. You don't actually need to be alive. If you give us your money, we'll be happy to send your estate whatever you win. We have a couple different ticket selections here. Buy 7, save some money. You can do this more than once. So if you want to buy 14 tickets for $100, not that, I did that, you might want to do that. All the funds go to the club. Our sponsors have really stepped up to give us these items. They'll ship them to you. So, wherever you are, we'll get it in the mail. AmiBench threw in a Zora RAM for Zora 2. We got a mouse in here. We got the Retronic Design. So, really cool stuff that it's available. So we'll be doing this raffle on Sunday at 4 o'clock as part of the end of the show. So we have the raffle piece. We have the exhibition hall. We just went through that. Obviously, the live stream. We have the Sacramento Club. Doug's here. Kind of went through all this. Amiga Dave did not make it with MorphOS. Always sad that we don't have more coverage from MorphOS, even Aros at the show. You know, in the past we've had some folks come in, and we really appreciate that. So if you're someone who really likes MorphOS and you want to come to the show and present, tables are inexpensive, and we'd love to have you. And if you want to come on the live stream and do a seminar, more the better. Or if you just want to bring your machine and hang out, that's great too. But Amiga Dave was scheduled to be here. I don't know why he couldn't make it, but he's not here, so I hope everything's good with him. We went through these. Dave Combs was the 3D manuals. Amazing work. I've got the USB stick in my pocket here. I can't wait to get those applications running. And look at the manuals. There's so much stuff in the manuals. And then we've got the games competition, right? Really fun to play the game. I got to play it a few more times before it shuts down. Start submitting scores on Saturday. The highest score by 3 p.m. on Sunday wins, and you win that 3D printed trophy. So this is worth busting it out and giving it a try. It is not hard to get 12 million points in a pinball machine, and that's the leader right now. So, and you can see the leaderboard is pasted here. Unfortunately, it does not work in Odyssey, which is annoying. But amazing trophy. I think you need to take a picture. Multiple submissions are okay. So you can put your name on the board there. No unlimited balls. Please don't cheat. That's just, you're a terrible person if you cheat. There's the email address to send the posters to. You know, I didn't try spoofing. Let's see if it comes up if I'm an iPhone. Sad. Someday we'll get a better browser, I hope. Let's try iPhone 6. Let's see if that works. No, it's something that's JavaScript. It's one of those sites, probably whatever builder they're using. Doesn't have a fallback for it not working. I'm an old Mac. Nope, still need JavaScript. Oh, I'm a Nintendo. They don't have JavaScript. Nope. Yeah, unfortunately, it's not going to fly here. It's just our poor browsers. It's a little bit too long in the tooth. It's changing it. The fonts are changing, but the page itself is not deciding to render. So that's too bad. Nope. So anyway, you've got the games competition. I played it earlier. It's a lot of fun. Pinball's great, especially if you understand. Like, you have to keep shooting the ramps to get good points. If you don't know how to play pinball, and you haven't really played it before, I don't know if I can zoom in on that. Nah, it just takes me to bigger forever. But looking at this little graphic here, the way pinball works is these ramps where the ball goes up. If you consistently shoot the same ramp over and over and over and over again, you're gonna make a boatload of points. If you learn the table and learn the patterns, like left ramp twice, right ramp once, then you start lighting up the things on the board, and then it gets really fun. A place I worked, they had Lord of the Rings pinball. Played for hours, learned all the tricks to like actually get the one ring and go through the whole thing. It's a ton of fun if you spend the time to learn how the different pinball games works and what you're after. Let me adjust my microphone. Sorry. Okay, so adjusting my microphone a little bit. So that is the extensive tour of the AmiWest show floor. I've got about 20 minutes, so I'm gonna stop talking here and kind of throw it out to the various channels for feedback and questions. Happy to take any questions for the people that are here. I can go walk over and talk to them, maybe answer it myself. Looking at the various IRC channels. I see Hammered is online on IRC. How's it going, man? Miss you out here. Maybe next year. We keep saying that every year for the last like 10 years, but children and all the good stuff get in the way sometimes. Okay. Let's see. Oh, I'm going to take a moment here, and I want to show something, just kind of a shout out. You know, we were talking earlier with Ralph about the dual stick joysticks and the importance of supporting the Amiga community. You know, first and foremost, Andreas with the Hollywood package, designer, amazing work, absolutely amazing. One of the products that was built from it clearly was the CyberSphere technology, a game. You know, this game CyberSphere was recently released. You could tell it put a lot of thought and energy into it. I'd say it's kind of Myst-like. It has a little bit more going on. But it's a click-through adventure. Really pretty game where you spend a lot of time, very unique graphic style. And it's a puzzle game where you have to solve the puzzle. I noticed in the box that it came with, there was a couple extra little pieces like a train ticket or a spaceport ticket. I think that's really important to the game. So when I get a chance to dive into it, I'm going to go back to the manual material and really dig through it. But you can see the care, the beauty of these graphics here, like the tape details. It's got the little city map here, kind of a preview. That's in the box too, so you can kind of look at the overall environment. I was playing this recently, and you can go underground and explore the subway area, different aspects. You're sort of have cyber enhancement set in the future. Really easy to use navigational system where you can click through the different items and it will tell you what's going on. Very simple to understand icons, pick things up, put things down. You can do your status to see how your character is doing. So here's kind of like an overview map of the. Oh, I see Steve. We're getting ready. He does not see us, and he does not hear me. No, he does hear me, and he quickly turned off his video. Actually, he bailed. Oh, and now he's back. Okay. So anyway, so let me continue to show the CyberSphere. This game's for sale now. It's a brand new game. It supports MorphOS, Aeros, Linux, Windows, one package. So you can run it everywhere. It's an indie game. It's available on itch or whatever it is. Just go to like Amiga World. There's the news there. Google CyberSphere Amiga. I'm sure it'll come up. But we really need to support the developers, the folks that are spending their time to build products like this and to build these games and to give us stuff on our retro computers, whether you're MorphOS, whether you're Aeros, again, Linux, Hollywood. We just need to support our developers. I've got to remember how to exit. Oh, here it is. Let's see, I think that's exit. Okay. So click back to Workbench. You know, there's another application I'd love to show. Unfortunately, it crashes on my machine, so I don't want to run it. But for those with Amiga OS 4, I highly recommend Pixly, P-I-X-Y. Amazing application. Oh my God. I was exchanging some emails with the author. Tony spent so much time on this. It's a beautiful app. It runs amazingly well. It brings pixel animation to the Amiga in a way that I've never seen it before. I can't stress it enough how phenomenal work that he's done there. Can you, I'm gonna, for the folks on the stream, it's not gonna make a lot of sense. Can you hear me, Steve? Can you nod and hear me? Steve's adjusting. I think Steve's got some sort of green screen background with all the boing balls back there. Can you hear me, Steve? Let me make sure I got the audio set properly in the zoomy zoom here. Oh, he can't see me. Okay, so I'm turning on that video. Sound device. That should be working. Why would it not work? Oh, no, that's good. That's good. Can you hear me? Can you hear me, Steve? I'm going to use hand signals here. You can hear me.
Okay. Can you
No.
talk?
Yes, I can.
Okay. I can't hear you unless I bring up the house. Can you say something?
Uh-oh. I can say something. Yes, I can. I am
Yes.
saying
Okay.
things.
We're good. I got
Okay.
audio both ways. They can hear me. You and I can
Yep.
have a personal conversation. We are streaming live right now. So
Okay.
I love your virtual green screen. Like your green screen background, like all the
Yeah,
floating
yeah.
boing balls. I'm sure that's JPEG.
Oh, no. They're
Hold
real,
on.
baby.
Hold on. Let me throw you on the screen here so people can see this real quick. It's awesome, dude. Hold on. This is fantastic.
It's Chris.
I love it. I love it. The audio quality is not great.
No?
So
Oh,
I
that's
don't
too
know
bad.
why.
I don't know why it would be bad, because I know my
work on
mic's
that.
good. I use this every day.
Yeah, it's hard for me to hear you right now because of the
Oh.
the din of the crowd. I could switch out the speakers, but I don't want to do that.
Okay.
That's bad mojo.
Okay.
That's bad mojo.
All right.
My out levels are probably okay. Anyway, we'll get the audio working. So you're
Yep.
good. You're ready. I guess we're
Yep.
waiting for Mr. T.
I
to
just
show up
talked
here.
to him 5 minutes ago. He's prepping right now.
Awesome. So
Yep.
I'm going to disable the stream so we can talk
Okay.
for a few minutes and get caught up, and then I'll jump back on the stream here at 4 o'clock. So for those who are watching and listening, I am going to turn on a mod. Coming out
Oh,
of the
there I
front
am
door
over there. I see now. Yeah.
Okay. That should be playing. Oh, it's just a quiet one. Oh wait, is that a stream? Oh, that might be a live stream. Oh, that's a live stream. I can't do that. It will kill us. Stop. Sorry, YouTube. Do not kill us. Do not kill us, YouTube. There we go. Here's a good one. So you hear that, Steve, right?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm going to... I think we'll just leave with the X5000 running on the screen. Okay, I'm going to turn off the audio for Steve and myself for the live stream so we can prepare for the 4 o'clock. Okay, everyone? We'll be back at 4.
and other parts are not, and we'll make that quite clear. So I want to start now with the welcome and message from Matthew Lehman, who of course is the Managing Director of Aon Technology. And over to you, please, Bill. And over to you, please, Bill.
Hello, everyone, from my desk in Oxford.
Okay, good.
Instead of working, I wish I could be there in person this year with you guys, but nothing beats meeting Amiga friends face to face. I hope to join you in 2022 for more Amiga fun and camaraderie. Regardless, I'm sure you'll have a great show. So I hear you ask, what's been happening in the recent months? Well, don't be concerned, the Amiga developer team has not been resting on our laurels. If you recall, we released version 2 of the enhancer software back in March. Not content with that, we've been working on the next upgrade to the enhancer software. Version 2.1 is available for download free of charge to users this very weekend. It represents 6 months of work by our hard-working developers. Download the latest version by using the Updater utility. I'm sure you're all very familiar with using Updater after the frequent updates that we've been releasing over the last year or so. Of course, development hasn't stopped, and you'll probably be pleased to hear that. Brace yourselves for an exclusive news leak. We've had some great feedback from users, and we've listened. Users wanted us to create a bootable distribution based on the enhancer software components. In response, we've been working on the enhancer software release V54, which is the sequel to V2. This will give you guys the option of creating a bootable system partition. It will contain all the enhancer software components that you know and love. Everything will be set up ready to go. Let me take you through some of the key features of this new distribution. As I've mentioned, the new distribution created by the enhancer software, Release V54, creates a self-contained bootable partition, which is named as System V54. The heart of the new System V54 is the graphics system. It comprises of Warp 3D Nova V54, Radeon HD, the Radeon RX graphics drivers, and the new video acceleration library. A favourite of many users is Xdoc. It's populated with all the icons ready to go and greets you as soon as you boot System V54.
Trevor?
DV Player has been upgraded.
It's still Matthew.
You can now run this new version of DV Player
I hope they
directly
can't
from
hear us.
Xdoc, and it's
I hope not. Just putting it back on mute.
out of the box. All your favourites are there too, such as TuneNet, Multi-Viewer, Multi-Edit, Archiver, and the AmiPDF. System updates are handled once again by our trusty Updater utility. A new exciting feature is Nova Bridge. This lets you run the old Warp 3D games on a modern Nova-compatible graphics card. We've had to write a new DOS command set from scratch. This enables the System V54 to boot with its own native commands. We now have the freedom and flexibility to invest in further development of the new distribution and really push the next generation systems forward in a more complex software projects. There will be some great new advancements for the graphics system coming down the line. Having a self-contained system affords us the freedom to make complex changes and improvements to the system software. It means we don't have to interfere with OS4 system partitions or files. Compatibility is assured for you, the user, and it makes it a great experience. I'll now hand over to Hans, who will give more information about the fantastic new Nova Bridge software, which is contained in System 54.
Hi guys, I trust that everyone at AmiWest is enjoying themselves. Unfortunately, I can't make it for reasons so obvious they're not worth mentioning, but I do have two things to tell you about. Actually, show you. Come have a look. So notice up here that this machine is using a Polaris graphics card. So we know that there are no Warp 3D drivers for Polaris 10, but let's start Wipeout, which is an old Warp 3D game, and it's running. So should be able to go all the way through, start again. So what's happening here? Basically, this is all possible thanks to something called Nova Bridge, which is our Warp 3D driver that pipes it through to Warp 3D Nova. So it's a backward compatibility layer, basically. What does this mean? For end users, this means you don't need to know or care whether an app or a game uses Warp 3D, Warp 3D Nova, Mini GL, GL4ES, or anything else. So any confusion is gone. For developers, nobody needs to create a Warp 3D driver anymore. Once a Warp 3D Nova driver is available, it's all done, and everything will work. Oh, by the way, for Wipeout, let's just stop this now. For Wipeout, you will also need Rewarp and Rewarp 3D because it's an old Warpos game. So let me just tell you how this came about. So end of last year, end of 2020, somebody was talking about how, yet again, about how confusing Warp 3D Nova, Warp 3D, and all the naming scheme is. And realized that what it came down to is we still don't have a backward compatibility layer, which is something I'd hoped somebody else would write. Was it 3D? Came close, but it was never finished. And then at that point I thought, you know what? I have the source code for the Southern Islands Warp 3D driver. Maybe I can strip it down, remove all the hardware-dependent code, and use that to make the backward compatibility layer, to make Nova Bridge. So I did just that. I stripped it down, built a minimal proof of concept that I could send to Matthew and Trevor over at Aeon. And then from there is a whole lot of work to get all the little draw modes and multi-texturing and everything else working. Found a few surprises while working on it. A lot of the old Warp 3D drivers have these per game environment variables that you can enable or disable to get around old driver bugs or game bugs. Well, Nova Bridge doesn't have any. I did have to work around a few naughty demos poking straight into the Warp 3D context instead of using the functions that are provided. But there's actually there's no environment variables, there are no switches that need to be enabled or disabled on a per game basis. Especially Wipeout got a bit of a bad rap. There were multiple environment variables for that, saying, you know, it uses chroma testing, but it doesn't enable it. Well, it turns out actually it doesn't use chroma testing. It hasn't got anything the wrong way around. I don't know what happened when those things were put in. I think what's most likely is, even though Warp 3D is old and a lot simpler than 3D graphics now, it's still complicated enough that you can get confused, and it can be very hard to figure out why is something misbehaving. So anyway, maybe I'll show it again. If you look at Wipeout, you'll notice that the shadows are there, and there's no workaround required to make it happen, as with the previous driver. It's all just working. Bottom line is, as soon as Nova Bridge is released, backward compatibility for Warp 3D is coming to all supported Warp 3D Nova graphics cards. So that right now it's Polaris and Southern Islands, that they're all supported. And the naming confusion and seeming complexity of all the different 3D graphics subsystems, to a large extent, will go away, because you don't need to know. You don't need to know, as I said, you don't need to know that OpenJK, for example, is an old Mini GL game, and that Spencer is Warp 3D Nova. It'll all just work.
Yeah, I hear you fine. Okay, thank you. I'm just going to share my screen. Okay, can you see that okay? Great. Okay, okay, no, great. Okay, well, I hope you all saw my intro video this morning when the show first started. For obvious reasons, I'm in New Zealand. So I just want to reiterate, I'm pleased that although I can't attend, that Aon is once again the gold sponsor for the show. And I'm pleased to see that while other companies may come and go, it's good to see some of our regular sponsors like Amiga Kit, Amiga Forever, and Individual Computers stepping up once again to sponsor AmiWest. So well done to you all. As I've said, I read frequent comments, now to make sure this works, I read frequent comments on the forums that there's nothing happening. There's no development in the Amiga world, Amiga OS 4. I'd just like to remind people that over the last 8 months since Aon released the Enhancer 2.0, the developers, beta testers, and translators have been hard at work bringing out the new version. And I'm pleased to announce that during this show, after 6 months of, since 8 months, but 6 months of really intensive work, Enhancer software 2.1 is available for release. It will be a free release for registered owners of Enhancer 2.0 and can be downloaded using Updater, which if you've got Enhancer, you will know about. There are lots and lots of changes in this release. There are too many to read to go over in this presentation, but they're on the screen so you can read them yourself. I suppose the key changes are in the Radeon drivers, the 3D drivers, and the video acceleration library. But there are so many changes to programs, utilities, that it would take the whole of this presentation plus another one probably to go through them all. So I'm pleased to say that I think the Aon server is going to be hot this weekend with almost 1,000 Enhancer customers already. I can see the servers being pretty overloaded. So if you're an Enhancer customer, go and download your free 2.1 update. And if you're not an Enhancer software owner, what are you waiting for? Go and get it. Another new release, which is released this weekend, is the DV player, which Aon acquired from the developer Stephen Fellner in 2015. At last, a lot of work's been done on this to take advantage of all the new Enhancer features. So the video acceleration library, all of the extra graphical additions that we've built into Enhancer 2.1. And it's available to buy on AmiStore. So you can buy it this week on AmiStore, and users who buy DV Player will also be able to download a video acceleration driver for Radeon HT Southern Islands cards using the Aon's Updater tool. So that's the new one. Southern Islands will now support the video acceleration library, which means you can now have really good video playback with your Southern Islands cards. Owners of the Polaris cards have had this ability for a while, but now Southern Islands get that as well. There'll be a box version of DV Player available by the end of October from Amiga Kit. So if you like me and you like to collect the box sets, I guess we're a bit old-fashioned that way, then you can get your DV Player in a nice little box set from the Amiga Kit.
Hey Trevor, can I jump in for a second?
Yeah.
So all the videos that we've played
at AmiWest this year for the folks here and on the stream were played with the new version of DV Player. Fantastic. They were all 1080p. The only one that had an issue was your video had a little stutter in the very, very beginning, but played fine after. Really super quality, and I even run my workbench at 24 by, what's the other one, like 24 by 14 or whatever it is. So the 2K resolution plays videos totally fine, even in 2K resolution. It's fantastic.
Yeah, it's been designed for 4K resolution, but because of a limitation which Steve knows about, and maybe he'll talk about later, limitation with Amiga OS 4, we can get about 380 by whatever that is. We'll be able to get 4K in the future. We're almost at 4K now, so anything other than that should play really well. So I'm pleased to hear you saying that, Bill. Thank you very much. Another thing you heard Matthew talk about in his short presentation was Enhancer software version 54. Now, I've seen a number of comments about the Enhancer 54 and what the meaning of this is. First of all, there's two installation methods. You can install Enhancer 54 over your existing Amiga OS 4.1 system partition, just like you can with Enhancer. So there's no real difference on that basis. You can install it over the top. But we have a number of developers and old Amiga users, like me, I suppose, that prefer to keep their Amiga OS 4 system partition pristine with no third-party files. And to accommodate that, it made sense to create a self-booting version 54 distribution. You still need your Amiga OS 4 original disks when you install it, because obviously you need certain files, but it means you can actually create a clean bootable partition with version 54 Enhancer. And when you boot up, then you can choose either you want the traditional Amiga OS 4 partition or the System 54. Either way, System 54 will work very similar to the original Enhancer. The good thing about it is that if you have your own bootable partition, it will be self-contained and will come with Xdoc fully set up. It'll come with all of the utilities fully set up, the applications that Aeon have fully set up, and will support the new Warp 3D Nova, Nova Bridge. It will all be built in as standard. It will include Media Toolbox, which is obviously an Aeon product, the new data types, and video acceleration. So the anticipated release date for this is 2022. We've on the 9th alpha version at the moment with the beta testers. There's a couple of screenshots. The top one is just a screenshot with Windows open, and the bottom one is a more recent screenshot with DV Player playing a 1080p video. I think it's it's Top Gun trailer, and you can see the Xbox icon set down below. So if you want to try version 54 when it comes out, it's up to you. You can install it over top of OS 4 or your own system partition. It's up to you. Another one that's been worked on, another classic program that Aeon acquired a long time ago. It's been sitting on the shelf, gathering dust, but at last there's been work being done on it. Kevin Schratt and Javier de la Rivas and Daniel will be doing some extra work on it next year. There's been work on that, so Optimed is being updated to OS 4 clean and nice, and again it will be designed for both Enhancer and version 54 Enhancer. Now, I've had lots of questions about the A1222 Plus. What's happening? There's no news about it. Well, I've come to realize that although we have a very intense community that follows all the news, we have lots of different places where we put this news. It might be in Amiga Future magazine. It might be in an article I write. It might be on my soapbox articles. It might be on my blog. So it does get a bit frustrating when I hear that, oh, nothing's happening, no one's telling us anything. I cannot follow every single community post and give information. I'm sorry, it's just not possible. So, as our Prime Minister in New Zealand said, the one source of truth is from me. I hate that word, actually. I think that's a terrible thing to say, because there are lots of sources of truth, and it's all about how you analyze the information. But this is for your analysis. Aon partnered with A-Cube Systems in Italy, and A-Cube produced several prototypes of the A1222 Plus version 1.3. They've gone through the board pull-up process, which includes inspection, power and ground testing, CPLD and MCU programming, initial function testing, finally soak testing, and final operations. Steve Soley supplied the latest U-boot firmware, thank goodness. And the latest OS 4.1 ISO for the A1222 Plus was supplied by Hyperion Entertainment. So far, so good. It's been a really good, combined, coordinated effort. Max Tretini, I don't know how to pronounce Max's surname, of A-Cube Systems, is now progressing to installation of OS 4. The latest photo, and there's a nice photo of the board sent to me by Enrico. I put this on one of my blogs, and I got nothing but abuse for putting it on. And I thought, that's very strange. Why would someone abuse me for showing something that's obviously quite exciting, really? But I think it's because I just put it there, didn't say anything about it. I thought Amigans were more, imaginative, can understand what that was about. But never mind, it's there. And there's the back of the board. And we retained the little Easter eggs that Varus has put on the board. I can only find 3, but I'm told there are 5. So if you can find the other missing 2, please let me know. I got this in 2 days ago, showing that OS 4 was booting to the Amiga OS 4.1 splash screen. But obviously the hard disks weren't recognized, and there you are, you see insert disk icon. So I thought, here we go again, another show, turn up, and everyone will say, it's fake news, it's false. Anyway, I'm going to leave the exec SG update to Stephen. Stephen's been working very hard with his team of volunteers he's brought together, plus some paid developers. And it's been mainly good news, but I'll let Steve update on that. Obviously, Exec SG is not an Aon project. That's one that I'm personally involved in, and Stephen has kindly taken the lead on that. If you've been following the From Vultures to Vampires book, Volume 1 is out in the wild. David shipped all of the Kickstarter backers copies to the far reaches of the world, so places like Australia, New Zealand, and furthest away from the UK got theirs first, whereas people in the UK probably got theirs last. So I still haven't got one, so I haven't a clue what it looks like. Mine disappeared in the post in Australia. And as I think I said in my blog, I think the distribution centre in Australia, the guy was an Amiga and he wanted to really read that book. But then I thought, well, maybe he ran out of toilet paper. I don't know. Who knows? Right. Anyway, but Volume 2 has been written now. I'm over 50% through it. Just in case you're wondering, I'm not earning a penny from this. I'm not from the Kickstarter backing or from the various booksellers. It is available. If you didn't back the Kickstarter, it's available from booksellers all around the world. And all proceeds will go back to David Pleasance and help to create more books. I hope you saw my little video this morning and my tribute to Goody. Is Goody at the show? You can tell me afterwards.
He's not here.
Oh no!
I was wandering around last night trying to find a beer. And I couldn't find it.
Well, for anyone who hasn't been to AmiWest, one of the treats at AmiWest is Robert, is it Goodliff? Turns up to the show with real ales, flagons of real ales. He calls them growlers, and they usually last most of the show for people that drink. And there's always a very dark one and some pale ales, and a really good mix. And if you're very lucky, you might get a glass of port from him. But he's not here this year, so I'm not missing out. So that's all I want to say this year. I do have one more picture, which I got at 10 o'clock. Actually, 11:45 p.m., 46 p.m. last night when I was in bed from Enrico Vidali in Italy to tell me that there is a 1222 Plus running Amiga OS 4.1, and there's the Workbench screen. So that's the first time I've seen that. It's hot off the press. I'm excited about it. I shouted in bed last night, "Whoa!" Wife said, "What's wrong? Are you unwell?" And I said, no. This has been a long journey, and I'm pleased we're finally getting to the end of it. So anyway, it's alive. With that note, I would like to hand over, we can either do questions now or we can hand over to Steve, and then we do questions after Steve's presentation.
Sure. Any questions for Aeon? You know, now I'm on the hot side here. Let's see. Oh, no, I'm not hot. Hello? Weird. So you guys can hear me. Sorry, I just messing with the audio levels. Had to jack up the in-room here. Let's see, any questions? There's a question about the AAA packs in the YouTube chat. I don't know if you're prepared to talk about that.
I can only give the information that I've got, that if all the AAA packs been sent out, if you haven't got your AAA pack, you need to contact Amiga Kit.
Okay. Someone is saying they've been reaching out and they haven't gotten any details. Haven't gotten a response.
Okay, if you don't get a response from me, Kit, then send me an email and I'll follow it up.
Okay. Why V54 and not something else?
You'll have to ask Matthew Lehman for that. Matthew is obviously the looks after all the Aeon's software development, and I suppose it's not the most off your tongue title, is it? You know, but anyway, it's Enhancer. So it's Enhancer V54 rather than Enhancer 2.1.
I mean, it does make sense as it becomes more system that it uses system naming. So that makes sense to me.
Okay.
I think that's the end of the Aeon questions. Okay. Any from the room here? Any Aeon questions for Trevor? Because we have a different Trevor coming up next. We've got the exec SG Trevor. So when the Aeon Trevor leaves, he might not come back. I don't know. I'm not seeing any other questions. So why don't we switch topics and talk OS 4 and popcorn kernels?
All right. I've unmuted myself.
I've muted myself.
Oh, I'm sorry, Steve. One last question that people are asking, and I forgot. This is the hardest question, and 2 weeks is not the right answer. When do you think the Tabor is going to be for sale?
Oh, right. Okay.
We forgot that part.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I expect someone to answer that, ask that question, because obviously we've been waiting for it. Now A-Cube got OS 4 booting to Workbench. They'll obviously make sure there's no hardware surprises and everything works fine. And then the next thing is to decide who produces the early adopter manufacturer run. I've got my own thoughts about that. I will be talking with Matthew and Enrico Vidali of A-Cube, and then once we've decided the next stage, we will actually announce it. There won't be any secret. It'll be announced, and then we'll push on from there. But I'm put this way, I'm really excited. It's taken a long time to get to this stage, and I'm looking forward to actually getting these boards out to a wider audience. I mean, there are about 50 boards out in the field anyway, with beta testers. And to be honest, I probably use my A1222 as much as my X5040. I have them both switched on most of the time. And I think I said in a recent blog, I have my A1222 connected to my PC through Amiga Explorer of all things, which, you know, it seems a bit strange, but it's a really easy way of transferring files between a PC and my A1222 on my home network.
Okay, very cool.
Is that a good enough answer?
Oh, it sucks. I want it now. But yeah, sure. I mean, I guess if I had a pile of cash and waved it in front of you, you couldn't take it till it's ready. So we'll have to wait.
Well, we've got to decide how we go about this. I mean, I know Matthew was always been one for we don't take people's money because that's not a good idea. There's been too many disappointments in the past in the Amiga space, but we have 100 plus early adopters who signed up, who bought the pack so they could get an Amiga, an A1222 early adopter board. So we'll go to them first. And of course, times passes. So, some might not want to pick up a board now, some might. So I'm sure there'll be a few boards spare left over. Then we'll decide how we progress from there after the early adopter.
Yeah, put me on the list for one of those leftovers. I'm going to be on the wait list for those. Because I don't have enough of them. Okay, let's jump over to the exec SG update from our man Steve.
Alrighty. I'm going to do the share your screen thing as well. Just give me a moment here.
We were joking about it earlier while you're doing that, Steve. His background is completely virtual. He took a picture of his office and then he hung those boing balls. It's just a JPEG back there. I love it. It's too
those
fun.
are real. They're real. Okay, where is the present?
Steve couldn't come to AmiWest this year. He needed to get his boing on, so he probably did that treatment to his office.
Yes. I had to do something. Where is the present button?
The big green one in the middle.
Oh, no. Maybe you have. Oh, there it is. Found it. Sorry. I'm new to this. There you go. So that should be my screen.
We can't see it yet.
It'll come. Yeah.
Okay, we got it. You're good.
Good. All right. Of course, I can't tell if you can see it yet because of the delay.
Oh, we're good.
But,
yeah, it's
okay.
good. Let's go.
All right. So here we are once again. So I just have a quick summary of what is exec-SG because some people might not remember. It's basically our kernel plus a bunch of support utilities and extra bits and bobs. It's based on the original 68K exec by Carl Sassenrath, and Thomas and Hans Jorg created a brand new implementation for PowerPC. So that's what it is. And we have a fairly extensive team of volunteers / contractors helping out, as you can see here. So the team has grown over time, and they're doing well, I think. Current status is so since last year, right? So last year we had multi-car working. It was functional, and I said, "Yay, it works!" And then now it's like, "What? It doesn't work." Well, it was faulty, to put it bluntly. That's Thomas's word. He said it was faulty, so he had to re-implement it, and so that took a lot of time. But along the way, we also added some more goodies, like the exec command and control client, which is kind of cool. Right now, there's this kdebug command to use. I think we're going to move away from that and just use ECC client from now on. There's a core stat command, which is kind of cool. Shows you the status of all the cores that are running. There's a new function that was needed to get our software back in line because, as you can probably guess, there's some utilities or pieces of the OS that poke directly into exec. Those naughty boys. So we had to get in there and replace those pieces with a new function call so that they stop doing that. And they're functioning. I think Workbench was in there, and I think Intuition was poking in there, little bits. We also did the preloader experiment, we being Tony Wyatt. Thank you, Tony. Shout out to Tony, because it's not really we, it's more Tony did everything. He implemented the preloader. If you recall, we thought that the preloader would speed up our boots. by pre-linking all of the system modules together. And it turned out it didn't really do much of anything. So unfortunately or fortunately, depends how you look at it, our technology has moved on. So the new chips are so fast that the preloader really doesn't matter. It would have mattered back in the XE days, if you remember the XE, but oh well. So we're not going to probably go ahead with the preloader since it didn't give us much of a boost. We also updated the SDK, of course, and it's ready to go. Also had to help out with the, like Trevor mentioned, the A1222 Plus U-boot. I don't know if you use the plus sign or the word plus. Looks like you'd like the word plus, so that's my boo-boo. I never know marketing what they're up to. Bug fixes, of course, we found some pretty nasty bugs while fixing up the multi-core and re-implementing things. So there was actually a bug in add tasks, which is way back in 4.0. So luckily it didn't do much, except in failure scenarios. So it'll definitely help out when you're running out of memory. Debug interrupts are fixed, something fixed on X5000, which was quite nasty, so I'm glad we got that. Also, we have distinctive kernel versions. So if you're wondering if you have a multi-core kernel, you just go version kernel and it'll tell you. So no, you don't, because I didn't release it to anybody. But when the time comes, that's how you can tell whether you're a single or multi-core kernel. Of course, miscellaneous things have been fixed and what have you. So that's what happened. Our roadmap really hasn't changed much. I'm still focusing everybody on the X5000. I said, get that working. Like, get more than one core working on there. Then we'll worry about the A1222 and the X1000, because those are the machines that have multiple cores. We also have to still improve that load time SPE support. There's a couple of strange floating point problems, like with infinity or zero or something like that, that we have to fix those up. Nothing gigantic, but they need fixing. 4K displays, I think Trevor mentioned that. Yeah, our VRAM bar, if anyone knows what a bar is basically address space. And we need more address space to get the 4K displays working correctly, or at all, because they need quite a bit of address space to get out there. And so the idea is that we're going to have to change probably U-boot, maybe the kernel, to get the 4K displays working. I'm not 100% sure which way we're going to go. Usually we go to U-boot first and try to display, increase the bar sizes there first. But anyway, we're gonna go through that. We still need 64-bit addressing support. That's going to be even more critical as Hans de Ruyter keeps forcing us to use larger and larger address spaces. And the machines, they like to work with 64-bit addresses, right? So we really got to add some more support for that in there, because the 32-bit APIs don't cut it, and they need to be expanded for that new hardware. And better logging system, of course, is a big one. Actually, Thomas recently added timestamps, which is something we actually didn't have, surprisingly. So in our debug output, you really need those when you're doing multi-core. And then there's what's going on with multi-core. I have a whole slide for that. So public demo, I was going to have one for the show, but it didn't work. Still searching for the problem. So basically, I'm going to put the promise out there as soon as possible. So we're not going to hide it. As soon as it works, we're going to, I don't know, take a video, put it on YouTube or something, right? And then you can see there's some small print there. I'm not going to say what that says. And there's what has been implemented since last year as well. He did actually quite a bit of work. Disable free interrupt handling, which is working. Lockout mechanism, spin locks are in there. Forbid, permit working. So if you know anything about Amiga OS, forbid, permit, and disable, enable are the killers for multi-core, right? That's something that was not designed for multiple cores. So we've had to find workarounds for it. And it's amazing the kind of strange problems you find. What was that last one that Thomas found? There's a program that does a forbid and then does a wait on signals. And I'm like, what? That's not proper. He said, well, apparently somebody thought it was. So there's all sorts of little corner cases like that pop up. What else did we find recently? Oh, Rex. Rex had a bug in it. It was poking into exec base. Naughty, naughty Rex. You just never know what you're going to find when you try to do multiple cores, I'll tell you. So right now, we're hunting an elusive spin lock problem. I'm helping out Thomas with that one a little bit, well, as much as I can. Learning a lot of PowerPC assembly, lots of interesting things there. There's always timing issues. When you have more than one core going, you're always going to get a timing issue, right, between task A, task B, because our systems basically have been had the luxury of everything being sequential. Well, that's gone now, so we're going to see how that works out. And of course, the multi-core load balancer is right next on the list. As soon as you have one core working properly, you have to start balancing between more than one core. So that's why we need the load balancer. We're not quite sure if the load balancer is going to be automatic or manual. Like, does the developer choose or does the OS choose? So we might have to find some way to do both. So that's where our multi-core is at the moment. We also have other projects going on. There's an LLVM implementation that's been happening since spring 2021. This is something one of our members, Doug, is working on, and he's hit a little bit of a wall at the moment. He has to get shared library support working on LLVM. So he's got the LLVM actually running. He did a hello world, and it says hello world, right? Which is really awesome. It's anybody who knows what LLVM is, they'll be excited. If you want to help out with his efforts to get Clang and shared libraries and all that working, he has a GitHub where all the source code is hiding. Not hiding, it's public. Open source, all that good stuff. So I put the link at the bottom there. And so if you're interested in seeing LLVM work even better on AmiGO S4, or just please help out. It'd be cool. And he's made quite a bit of progress considering how difficult a project it can be. Also, I did a little bit of work on some open source SDK tools. One of the big problems I found out when building the SDK was that cross-compiling is very, very difficult. So, like, if I want to build the SDK on Linux, I couldn't. So I went, well, that's no good. What if I want to? So I went and made my own command replacements, because that's the in thing these days. So I made my own version command, because you can't have too many. You just can't. Autodoc, I made an autodoc, an IDL tool, and a bump rev. So now I can build exec-sg on pretty much any machine I want in the world. I can even go to the Amazon cloud and build it. It just goes. So, like, if you want to throw hardware at this thing, you can build all of exec in like 2 seconds. So it's pretty cool. Or you could put it on your X5000 and it takes 20, 30 seconds or whatever it is. So there you go. So if you want to help me out with my open source Python tools, they're all in Python 2.5 and up. The reason, by the way, I picked Python 2.5 is because that's the version on AmiGO S4 right now. So I had to pick the minimum, which is 2.5. Hopefully they'll get it updated to whatever the latest 2 is, 2.9, I don't know. And even better, 3, but when that time comes. Until then, I will stick with 2.5, which is, this is fine for these little tools. And yeah, if you want to help out, there's my GitHub address at the bottom. Let me know. All that good stuff. Oh, questions. Yes, questions, concerns, criticisms. I thought Bill, we could wait till the very, very end, or I got one more slide. Says, if you want to help out, please email me. There's my my help wanted sign. Guaranteed 100% lawsuit free. That's my motto.
I'm surprised you don't have a little small text next to that.
So far?
The other small text that you had before.
Yeah. Oh, yes, exactly.
So is this your last slide?
Yes.
Okay.
I'll stop sharing now, if you don't mind.
Yeah, no worries.
Okay.
Question from the YouTube channel. The LLVM, is that necessary for versions of WebKit ? Larger questions, what is the reason for working on the LLVM implementation?
The reason, because it's there. No, you know, guys like to, if you're going to volunteer, I'm not going to stop you, basically. So Doug wanted to do LLVM. He wants to have access to those latest tools, the Clang, right, the latest C++, and whatever else you can run on LLVM, right, because you can run all sorts of languages, whatever you can dream up. So I said, okay, well, let's try it. And he really was keen on getting the debugger going, too. So that's what I like. If we can get a nice low-level debugger on another framework, I'll take it. So, yep.
So basically, Steve, they're developer tools, yeah?
Yeah, it's definitely developer stuff. Yeah, not user stuff, but you know.
Cool. Looking at the YouTube channel, you know, every year the question comes up around retargeting to a different CPU base. I don't know if you want to make any comments about that, but it was in the YouTube channel. You know, why not Intel?
Well, I do believe we got to get the 1222 out the door first. So, you know, once that's out, other projects can come along. So I can't really comment on the internals of that. It's more of a, well, it's not really Aeon, A-Cube, whoever has hardware capabilities to answer, right? Sure. If they build it though, we'll throw a kernel on it. You just. You bet.
You talked about the status of multi-core and it being faulty.
The implementation we did last year, yeah.
Is there any more to unpack there in terms, like, because I think at this point the folks running OS4 are interested in the sausage making and, you know, some of the design decisions to go in there, like. Was there like an overriding reason why there was a pivot there and a rewrite that you can discuss?
Yep. Yeah. Well, basically, the details are too detailed, but basically we hit a wall, right? You go so far, you try your technique, your design, and then you hit the. I think what happened this time was disable enable got us. It just couldn't work with the previous design, so he had to pivot and try another way. This is, I don't know if you know, but this is try number 3, I believe. We tried the first time with the X kernel. That didn't work. The second time was much, much better, and this is the third strike. So we're hoping the third one works. We're going to hit a home run with this one. It turns out that what gets you is the strange corner cases. That's what really gets you. So we're trying to find a way to implement it without breaking 100% of stuff, right? That's the tricky part.
Cool. So we have 2 questions in here from YouTube. First is kind of for Steve. The second one is probably more for Trevor. So the first question here is Amiga OS 4 built on a build server automatically? Have you modernized that kind of build pipeline at all?
Yeah. It's not on a build server other than me hitting enter. So it can be on a build server, no problem now. Thanks to the I've moved us to Docker, and I've moved us to Python, so that everything is platform agnostic to a certain point, right? And it still builds on the original Amiga too. So Still does.
So you have like a Amiga 4000 that you build OS4 on? Is that what you're saying?
Yep. Actually, I use a SAM 460.
No, I meant classic, like 68K that you're compiling OS4
68K. Oh, no.
So the next question is for Trevor. The A1222, I keep wanting to call it Tabor, by the way, but the A1222 can be seen as an entry-level Amiga model for anyone who has yet to experience Amiga OS 4.x. How do you hope it will change and evolve the community? Thank you, Peter, for that.
Okay. Well, when we first started this a long time ago, I think it was 2014, the plan was to build, the biggest problem with small volume manufacturing is, one, getting people who want to do it, and two, the cost. So even 1,000 small volume manufacturing, but in the Amiga, in the next generation Amiga world, 1,000 is quite a lot. And so we committed to 1,000, a development program with our partners, hardware partners at the time, Viruses, who became Ultra Viruses, and committing to about, over £300,000, at the time was about $500,000 commitment. Fortunately, unfortunately, at the same time we had the X5000 going through its inaugural development, and note to future, don't put two developments through at the same time because the developers couldn't handle it. Anyway, this is a long answer to a short question. Eventually, effectively the A1222 got parked. Well, we focused on the X5000 because we had committed to X5000s as well, and they were being built and shipped by Viruses to Aeon. So we were getting in batches, probably 50 a month, and we had 500 of those coming in at almost £1,000 each. So you see this thing building up, the cost, and we didn't have an operating system to run with it. So for about 2 or 3 years, all we had was money going out and nothing coming in. And the plan to bring out the mid-range but low-cost A1222 didn't work because we couldn't even bring out the X5000 for well-noted reasons. And you want to look back through the history, it's all there. So eventually, the X5000 did come out, and it's working very nicely. We got the X5040, Amiga 1 X5040. By the way, I used the word Amiga 1 X5040 because that's what it is. I say X5000 because it's easier and shorter. So there's no reason for any other reason for saying that. So the A1222 was supposed to be the mid-range performance level, but entry-level, lower-cost model. And best laid plans, lots of reasons it didn't happen. Now we're bringing out the the early adopter model. We've kept the cost really low. It's lower than most other products out there. It's lower, less expensive than a Vampire. It outperforms a Vampire, but by an order of magnitude, but it's less expensive than a Vampire. But there are different markets. Vampire is a kind of faster classic market, and the A1222 Plus is for Amiga OS 4. We wanted Amiga OS 4 users. Now, the question is, once we do the early adopter run, will that spawn a whole new growth in OS 4 customers, or will the same OS 4 people, like myself and Steve and others, just be the ones that buy another machine, so we have another OS 4 machine sitting on our desk? What we really want is new OS 4 users, because that's the only way to make it more relevant for hardware developers, for software developers to sell their products. And when I say that, we've been running Enhancer now for, I don't know, 4 years, 3-4 years, we've just got up to about 1,000 customers now. So it shows you that the market is not massive. We need to increase that market tenfold to make it more interesting for developers and more interesting for hardware manufacturers and third-party manufacturers. So It's for me. It's, you know, I've said it before. I'm a crazy Amigan. It's my hobby and passion, but it also needs to be a business for other people. So this will be a great test to see whether we can actually get the A1222 out into as many hands as possible, and that's why I want to keep the price low. But obviously it's got to make commercial sense so that we can cover our costs. And I know Matthew would like to make a little bit of money. So that's my long-winded answer to a very simple question. I hope that helps.
Yeah, I mean, I think part of it is, to summarize, right, you know, how do you get more OS4 users, right? And
Yeah.
your point about those of us who have them collecting more doesn't really help us grow. So that's prescient. I guess one thing you mentioned, before I get to the next question here, you mentioned the X5040. Is that something people can buy? Is the X5020 still for sale? Just out of curiosity.
We have X5020s and 40s. They are for sale. The 40s officially, there's not enough. There is a beta version of the OS4 for the 40. I mean, I run my 40 every day, but there's not. So my watch keeps ringing. Sorry, it's someone in the States trying to contact me. We need to have a final OS4 ISO for the 40. I suppose the other alternative, and I need to speak to Matthew about this, we could sell the 40 and just supply the beta ISO. We'd have to obviously speak with Hyperion about that, because obviously they like their ISOs to go out and be working. But the X5040's ISO is, for me, it's good enough.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I'm just on the Amiga Kit page, and they don't even list any OS4 systems for sale currently.
Well, Amiga Kit might not do, but if you go onto AAA Technology in Luxembourg, they do.
Okay.
Yeah.
So getting back to the YouTube questions here, you know, how to collect the A22 news in one place. You mentioned that. There's a website that hasn't been updated. You know, I think part of it is a communication piece. Do you have any thoughts on, you know, when we might see some updates to the website and whatever?
It's easy to blame someone else, so I won't blame someone else. I'll blame myself. Yes, if you put some sort of formal website there, you should expect to be updating that. So put that down to me. But I do make sure that updates come out on my blog, and they also come out through Amiga Future Magazine. And as I wrote recently in the Amiga Future Magazine, sometimes I get criticized for not putting news out through more immediate channels for the 10-second soundbite. But I like to support Amiga Future as well, as the longest running Amiga mass-produced, you know, in small volumes, Amiga magazine in the world. So I do reserve some news for Amiga Future, because I've just written an article for Amiga Future. It won't be out till Christmas. And so some of the news that comes out, you know, by the time you get it in the magazine, it's so out of date. So in our instant world of the internet and the web, we expect news now. We don't analyze the news. We take it in and discard it and want the next news. We become really, you know, really quite bad at absorbing information, sitting on it, deliberating on it, and deciding what it really means. That's just my own personal pet peeve. We become news, you know, we become info junkies rather than being thoughtful about what we read and look at and discuss. But I'm an old fogey. I apologize.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. So getting back to the YouTube questions, is there a big difference between the 520 and 540 motherboards, other than the clock speeds and the CPU?
I think you've hit the nail on the head. There's not a big difference. There are Steve can tell you some technical differences that he has to allow for, but it's faster. From a user perspective, and I'm a user, it's faster. And of course, if you're an Amigan, you always want it to be faster. That was always the.
Yeah. Well, I'd love to
Steve,
see it for sale. It'd definitely be nice.
Steve, do you want to make a comment about any of the technical differences?
Well, they're just sprinkled throughout the kernel, really. There's not many, but like you said, the clock speed, it's faster. And it's got more cores, which I'd love to use. So those are the two big things. Really, it's just, I don't know how much fast you would call it, like a lot or?
Well, I mean, you can do some tests, you know, but, you know, I've never been much
as a user
of benchmark tests because they're usually there to prove a point rather than what's it like to use.
Yes, yes. Bigger numbers. Yeah.
But if you want bigger numbers, it gives you bigger numbers.
Yes, it does.
Compared to the 5020, yeah.
There's not a lot of difference. I mean, we have an if-else here and there. It's not bad.
Once multi-core's working, Steve, no challenge. Once multi-core's working, then you'll probably see some differences.
Oh, yes, quite a bit.
Yeah.
Cool. There's also a question about the X5000 slots. I'm not quite aware of that. I just took an X-Acto blade to mine for a totally different reason. But have you heard anything about connector issues or anything on X5000s? Is that hit your desk? Okay. So I'd say I would send that to the support alias at Aeon if you have issues there. There's a question for Steve. Actually, you know, these questions are more OS4 questions versus kernel around, well, memory protection is kernel. So the one question is multi-user support. I think that's a kernel. And then memory protection would be a kernel issue. Do you want to comment on that?
So which one, the multi-user?
Well, both can.
I mean, I've been involved with the multi-user discussion, so it's actually a necessity now. Because porting even a web browser, it expects multi-user, and to force it into single user hurts. So we've had several discussions about multi-user support, but it never seems to make it to the highest point of the list of things to do. But it definitely keeps going up higher each passing year. That's all I can really say about it. It's not implemented yet, obviously. Memory protection is, I think that question pretty much means it shouldn't crash so often. I don't think anyone really cares about memory protection. Really, as a user, you don't give a who, as long as it doesn't crash, right? So
that would be the key.
Yeah, that's the key. So it's impossible on AmigaOS to have memory protection fully implemented. It's just you can't do it. But you can go to a certain point, and we've been pushing the limits here and there to try and get that more and more protection in. I'd like to see multi-core working first, and then we can go to the isolated address spaces, which is something I've really been keen to try, where each task can see 2 gigabytes of RAM. That requires memory protection to work properly. So that's going to be interesting. So that if a task crashes, it doesn't affect anybody else, basically, as long as they're not talking to as long as they're not talking to each other. So that's probably as far as we can go in AmigaOS is isolated address spaces. Then you'd have to start over with something new, I'm afraid. So hopefully that answers the question.
It's close. There's a follow-on question, making sure you can hear me.
You're faint, but yeah, you're faint, but I can barely hear you.
I'm messing with the volumes here because I gotta.
Oh, you're back.
Anyway, this thing's like mega sensitive. Okay. There's a follow-on question around zombie tasks, resource tracking, and I'll echo that as an OS4 user, and I think it kind of just answered that, but it seems to me that memory protection and what you described is a piece of that around if an application behaves naughty or a software bug, to limit the blast radius, the data center term we use often, right? Blast radius of the problem. Is that all wrapped up in that same implementation, or is there more you could do there? Is that something that's one of those things like, I imagine that you have a snake that just ate like a hedgehog, and that hedgehog is multi-core, and you know, snake really can't eat anything else, and nothing's going to move through it till that's done. Is that kind of where we're
Yeah,
at?
that's basically where we're at because everything else depends on that implementation. Because if we start adding features now before multi-core is finished, they're going to conflict, right?
Yeah.
So that's where we're kind of stuck. But yeah, but we've been adding tons of resource tracking to AmigaOS in general over the years. It tracks a lot more than it used to. There's the concept of suspended tasks, which is really cool. So you can't really, it's like a zombie, right? It's still there. It's stopped in time. It can't move. That's as far as we could go without hurting things, basically. Because if you remove the task, like in Linux or some other OS like it, then it can clean up. But in AmigaOS, you can't really clean up easily because of the heritage, the API. It doesn't render itself for that. So, but we can suspend it and then keep going, which is almost there. So it's been a long journey. What can I say? It depends how much you want to break backwards compatibility, right?
Steve,
Really
does that mean if a task was suspended, it would that any resource space allocated to it would still be there?
Yeah.
Until you okay.
Yeah, it still holds the memory, but then if you know it owns that memory, well, you can free it as long as no one else is sharing with it. So there's certain things you can do.
Okay.
Yeah, or file handles, that kind of stuff. Yeah.
So the next question, and I think we're going to wrap up here really quickly because we got to clear the room for the banquet. Okay, I have a question for both of you guys. Have you bought raffle tickets yet?
Yes, I've got mine.
Trevor?
I didn't know. Buy a ticket for me and I'll pay you later.
No, you gotta send them the link. Send them. I'll send you the link.
Send me the link.
I mean, Trevor's a wonderful financial supporter of the show for sure.
And buy as many as you can.
Yeah. So we'll do what we can do there. So this one is for Trevor because we like asking questions that make you happy and comfortable. What's the status of Image Effects PowerPC?
Okay, yeah, good one. I was going to talk about it at this. I was going to talk about two things. One was LibreOffice, one was Image Effects. LibreOffice, we were going to have a demo for the show, a video demo, but a little hardware mishap about 2 days before the show meant that the developer couldn't produce the demo, so that was really disappointing. Image FX, I'm trying to remember now. One of our great developers, Andy Broad, has been working on Image FX to bring it up to OS 4 type look. And so I should have mentioned Image FX, but I'd also expect that to be out in 2022. And what I'll do is I'll find out what the timetable is of that, and I'll probably put it in my next blog or on my in a soapbox article for Amiga Future.
Did I hear you said Andy's working on that?
Yeah.
So Andy of Sketchblock fame.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
I'm sure for Andy it'll be a labor of love. So.
Yeah. Well, Andy's a great developer and really good at OS4 developer.
Yeah, he's definitely fantastic.
In fact, and just generally, we are blessed with so many good developers. To be honest, throughout the Amiga world, whether it's OS4 or MorphOS or Aros. I mean, we've really got some really good guys. And the more we can get them working together, the better. But that's just my dream.
Cool. No, that's definitely good. So you mentioned Libre. Hopefully we'll get some movement there. The last question is, you've kind of answered this, but to take it pointed, what money would it need to finish the AmigaOS 4 milestone in the next 12 months? Is this a money problem? Is it a skills issue? I mean, obviously, if we could have it now, we all want it now. And we know you guys are working really hard, but how can the community help more to kind of re-energize or get these critical things moving so that we can, you know, get past this, like, we're waiting for it to happen. It's been a long time, and the fatigue is setting in. So, not delivered. So just curious if you have any thoughts on that. And then,
unfortunately, Bill, we only got about half of that because you kept breaking up. I don't know about you, Steve.
Yeah, it was a little choppy.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah,
yes,
yeah.
Yes.
Okay, it's the I'm hanging the microphone off my mask. It's one of these lapel things. Anyway, you should get it. So the last question is we talk about time and money and people to get past this milestone, multi-core, so that we can all move on, because we're kind of backed up on this. What can the community do? What would it take to help you guys finish this in the next 12 months to the point where we can kind of move forward and start getting to some of these other features? 4K, less interesting, you know, better memory protection, resource management of crashed apps, much more interesting. Like, how do we get there? What can we do to help? You know, where is that problem?
Steve, I'll let you, you're muted, Steve, so I'll let you answer the exact one.
Yeah. I was just going to say, we are looking for volunteers. If you're familiar with PowerPC and you want to help with the really low-level stuff, please step forward. We're talking low-level, though, for assembly language kind of thing. You know, understanding PCI buses, understanding all that, memory windows, bars, all that good stuff. If you're familiar with that, please do contact me, because we're always looking for fresh eyes on that, and possibly some testing. But that's all we need at the moment. Money won't help there. We need talent, really. Yeah. We can always find money, but we need talent. That's what we need to help find these strange spin lock bugs and such.
Okay.
And we really have added many beta testers to our exec SG team, because, as Steve says, we actually want beta testers are great and you need them, but in our team we need people that actually have the skills to do the low-level stuff that Steve's talking about.
Yeah,
so
really.
I'm going to leave it on a more positive note. Peter, who's asked a bunch of good questions earlier, has another question. I'm going to kind of spin your question a little bit here, Peter, and we'll exit on this one, because we do have to clear the room here in a few minutes. So this is more for Trevor. As the A22 comes out, and I know you've got a marketing background, it's kind of your jam, right? So how do you imagine, if you had it today, if you had the A22 today, you had a pipeline of product, what would you do from a marketing perspective to try to reach those new users? Like, because you said you want to sell it to new people. What would you do to sell it to those new people? How would you find them?
Well, you know, the thing is, the web is full of marketing people. So when someone says I'm a marketing person, actually yes, I do marketing. I have done marketing in the past, but really I'm a person that likes to get things done. So I find it very frustrating when things drag out and get slowed down by outside events. So I would really attack, and that's the wrong word to use, attack, but I would attack I would go through to all of the various forums, all of the various websites. I would blitz it, and I'd make really good offers for the A1222 Plus, and we would really just go for it and really push it. Because let's face it, if you get the price down to, I bought a Mister system recently, and I think it was about just under 400 euros. I did it because, one, I could afford it, because it wasn't too expensive, and two, it covered a niche that I had. I wanted to try out FPGAs. I was writing the book. I was really keen to. I tried to get a Vampire as well, but after 3 months, no one's come back to me still. But I wanted to actually really, get a feel for what these classic Amiga products were like. And the Mister's very good. It's extremely slow because I'm used to OS4 and PowerPC. And I imagine I'll get the same when I get my Mister. I imagine it'll be a bit faster, but it'll be the same kind of thing. So what are we trying to get? Are we trying to pick up old Amiga users? Are we trying to get people who want a cool idea? a cool product. With the C64 Mini, which I picked one up recently, I did it for the C64 Maxi, sorry. I did it because I'm an old Commodore fan, but I wanted to see what a real, a new keyboard felt like. And they did a pretty good job. But what did they do? They did Kickstarter campaigns, big publicity thing. We don't do that in the Amiga world, or we haven't been doing that. But there's a massive retro crowd out there now. So although we like to think next generation is out there with the best, we know it's really advanced retro. So we're going to have to hit that retro crowd. We're going to have to excite the retro crowd with a product which you can get in, plug it in, and it works. It can't be something where you have to have this detailed knowledge and skill set built up over 25, 30 years, which we all have in the Amiga world. We're going to have something that plugs in and works. So I think we've got some work to do on that side. I mean, initially, obviously, we want old Amigas to come back and say, hey, that does feel like an Amiga. It's just faster, it's better, and it does this, that, and the other. But I think we need to go further than that. I think we need to actually produce a product which is almost turnkey, and you don't need a lot of expertise to get started. And that's why these retro platforms, the minis that are coming out, there's minis for all of the retro products now. They didn't start on Amiga, but Amiga's caught up. That's why it's become, you go to any Amiga show, even now, even though I can't attend the shows, I see the videos, everyone's got some FPGA device running multiple retro systems. But no one's got one that runs OS4. Actually, or Morph OS for that matter. Which are really more modern versions of those classic systems. Again, a long-winded answer to a very simple question. Sorry.
No worries, no worries. Well, gentlemen, I'm going to give you parting words as we wind down AmiWest 21 Day 1 and prepare ourselves for the banquet, which is going to be a visual feast for the attendees as well as the people watching on the stream. I'm going to start with Steve, if he has any parting words, and then I'll hand it off to you, Trevor.
Well, before I do something, I think Bill has a question. Is that Bill there?
Yeah, it's Bill. Where's my whiskey, Bill?
He says he drank it.
Yeah, he had that really cool whiskey a couple of years ago. No question? Okay.
The big question I have is, are you still working on the file system? I have using Odyssey going into my hard drive.
Yep.
I'm working on an educational program. I go back into subdirectory, in a file system. On other systems, it'll pick up my HTML files fine, but on Odyssey it won't. Are you still working on the file system?
Yes. Actually,
okay, that's the question I had.
Yeah, Tony Wyatt's the expert there. Boy, he's been working hard on it. Don't worry. Yep, definitely.
Okay.
And the whiskey came out.
Yep. Beautiful. So yeah, you asked about parting words. So all I could say is I know things are slow, but we are moving forward. We haven't abandoned things, and things are moving. And I'm feeling more optimistic this year. So last year was kind of a write-off for obvious reasons. But feel more optimistic this year that we'll get some good products out the door this time.
Fantastic.
In the next few months. Yeah.
Fantastic. Okay, Trevor, take us home.
Well, I'm really going to miss the AAA fun at AmiWest. For me, it's one of the best things about AmiWest.
Hold on. What do the A's stand for? You keep saying that. I'm like, I don't.
After show Amiga activities.
After show Amiga activities.
Amiga activities, yeah.
Yeah,
That's what we do. it's what we do at night, you know. It's what we do when we've stopped all the show. It's about people, really, and that's what the Amiga is about, really. You go around the world, you meet people, and you're all like-minded, and you can discuss, you can argue, you can have a few drinks. In Steve's case, it's a drink of Coca-Cola, no?
Right.
But you can have a few drinks and stay up all night and get crazy. So I'm going to miss that. But I'm like Steve said, I'm pretty optimistic now. That email last night was really good.
Yes, that's a long time coming.
That's a long time coming. And as I wrote in a blog recently, you know, if everyone thinks this is easy and you just throw money at it, have at it. You can do it. Fine, go do it. It's not. There's a lot to this, and we didn't talk about lawsuits once, which is brilliant. So I'm hopeful that we can look forward to the future, and actually enjoy our hobby. We're crazy enough. Let's just enjoy our hobby.
Yeah.
I love it. Okay, so someone did ask, Steve, can you go wiggle the balls?
You don't believe it, do you?
I don't necessarily want to say that out loud. I think at this
They're real.
Okay.
My balls are real.
Okay. Well, look, we miss you guys here dearly. Everyone who couldn't make it for whatever reason, you know, we get it. Pandemic, endemic. Hopefully next year we'll be past all that and we can come back and have multi-core tables for sale at the show floor. That's a dream I've had and worked hard to try to materialize. Show's still here. We're waiting. The ball's in your guys' court. Okay, so thank you guys. Have a lovely night. Appreciate all the updates and everything, and hopefully you'll be able to dial into the banquet. So I'm gonna let them go by killing the Zoom stream so they can keep talking. Applause. Thank you. Okay. And let me press this button here. So I'll cut there, and let me adjust this. Real-time narration. So for the folks local, Alex, everyone else, show of hands, who has a raffle ticket already? Who's got the raffle tickets for the raffle? Okay, for the raffle. You buy the raffle tickets online. There's a thing called the internet. There's a thing called websites. We've got one. I know it's kind of newfangled, but you go pick the number of tickets. We've got over $1,500 worth of items in the raffle this year. It's freaking fantastic. I want to win them all. I bought a lot of tickets. All the money goes to the club. And our sponsors, let me hit the sponsor page because I built the animation. It's kind of fun. By the way, Hollywood has a randomized intro that I set for all of these. So every time I do it, they each get their own new random ones. Anywho. Tons of sponsors, tons of great items. Go online, AmiWest.net, go to the raffle page, buy a couple raffle tickets. For those attending the banquet this evening, we have a very special giveaway. We're going to have to clear the room here in a couple of minutes, including the center tables. If you have something on a center table and they're coming to set up, I've asked Brian to put it in my trunk. So if you leave it on a center table before you leave, consider it's no longer yours, and we'll take it home with us. Anything else, Brian, before we shut this down and start kicking people out?
No, I think we're good for that. And the actual cool thing that we're going to be giving away at the banquet also involves a raffle. Who has one of those raffle tickets? Oh, you don't have your raffle ticket yet? Oh my gosh. Well then, yeah, you don't actually need one because we already have your name. So your name is going to be entered in the raffle, and we'll have a very interesting way of choosing that name at the banquet. So we'll see you all there. I need everybody to leave between 5:30, which is 5 minutes from now, and 7 o'clock. The doors reopen. Our caterer is coming in to set up the banquet line over on that side of the room like they always do. So please do help us by clearing the center tables, all those 3 round tables. 2 more tables will be brought in. And then we'll see you all at 7 o'clock for the banquet. Everybody who bought a banquet ticket, bring it with you. That's the way you get in.
What we're gonna do right here is go back. Back. Go back. Is go back. Right on. Move. Right on. Move. Back. 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 Obi-Wan is here. The Force is with him. 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 Obi-Wan is here.
We're going to ask everybody to leave the room at this point so we can do final setup. So we'll see you back at 7 o'clock. Thanks very much, gentlemen. Appreciate it. Alex, you have a place to go? Okay. Okay.
Check 1, 2. Nope. Nothing. Okay. Check, check. 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 Where's Bill? Where is Bill? See if you can see Bill. No? Need some juice. We have juice? What kind of juice? Just kind of juice. Oh, there he is. Okay, okay. There he is. Need some juice. Juice. It is. It's green. Is that it? No. No. Check 1, 2. Oh, there it is. Okay. All right. Good. Good evening and welcome to the AmiWest 2021 banquet. First time we've had background music, and I kind of like it. You know, it's really kind of cool. So welcome everyone. Last year we had the Bring Your Own banquet, which was really kind of low and slow, but it was at least it was a gathering and we could do some fun stuff there. And so thank you for buying a ticket and coming to the banquet. Hannibal's Catering is here to serve us, and we're going to be doing a serving line from this end to that end, so you'll be able to pick everything up over here. We do have a vegetarian lasagna. Katie, could you point that one out? Right there, okay. And that's for people who have identified themselves to me as vegetarians. So, and there's only 2 of you. So I'm going to ask those tables to go first. And they happen to be the back 2 tables. So I have this table go first, then that table go second, and you guys can fend for yourselves after they're done. If there's any of that vegetarian lasagna left after they get done with it, you guys can have seconds. But it's their only entree and everybody else gets to eat everything else. So this table first, and that table in the back second, and then everybody else follows them. Check 1, 2. Is there anything coming through that or not? Okay. Is that better? Is that better or not? Okay. Okay, good. So how many people enjoyed dinner? Let's give Hannibal's a hand. Yeah. Yeah, Hannibal's catering has been voted best in Sacramento many times, and you can likely see why. That's why we like to deal with them, because I have dealt with Catherine Treadway there, our representative, for the last 8 years, and she's always just fantastic, right on top of it. And Katie has been right on top of it tonight too. Thanks very much for your help. So now is the time that we talk about the club and about the show a little bit, and about our sponsors. We many years ago, when we first started the show, we used to charge admission, and I think for the first show, if I'm not mistaken, tickets were $25 a head. So after a while, and attendance dropped off, and we were still charging $25 a head, we thought, yeah, we have to find a better solution than this, which was the sponsors. And so our show is brought to you by the sponsors, and also by the cooperation of the Holiday Inn Express here. We've been dealing with Jamie Engelleiter, their director of sales, for the last 13 shows. And she's also very much aware of what we do and how we do it, and very easy to work with, so let's give them a little hand too. For the first time this year, we have had online sponsorships, and I'd like for you to take a look on your device, whatever that happens to be, a phone or a laptop or whatever, and take a look at those online sponsors. They have really come through and helped us this year, and so when you have things to buy that are Amiga related, go to those guys, because they're the ones who help us out here, not only to pay the bills, but also to provide the things that we like to install in our Amigas, and also providing new Amigas as we go forward. So we also had 2 major financial sponsors this year, and one of them was Trevor Dickinson at Aeon. I'm sure you saw that during his presentation. He was our gold sponsor for this year. And that's quite a financial commitment, and we really appreciate what Trevor has done for us. He's been gold sponsor for a couple of years in a row now. So we really, really enjoy our relationship with Trevor. We're really sorry he hasn't been here for the last 2 years, and I know he is too. But we really appreciate what Aeon has done for us and is doing for us in the community as well. Our other sponsor is Bill Borsari and AmiWest Broadcast. Thank you very much, Bill.
I came here to set up a light.
No. Well, you can set up an award too. Yeah. Bill first did AmiWest Broadcast in 1998, before there was such a thing as broadcasting over the internet. And so I think you showed up one day and didn't find a stream, and the next day you had one. Well, that's true. Well, but still, you had something going, and that was, and so this whole development with AmiWest, Bill has been at every show. How many other people have been at every show? Okay, very cool. How many people's first show this time? That's nice too. That's great. Yeah, that's fantastic. So, and let's see here. Who has come from the longest distance? LD, you're from Connecticut, right? Okay. And, yep, exactly. How many people here from, let's see, Utah? Okay, we've got Utah here, well represented. Arizona? Very cool. All right. California? All right. And then Sacramento area. Okay. Yeah, almost the same people, exactly. So I'd like to have all of our SAC club members stand, please, and be recognized. Everybody who's a SAC club member, including Bill Clay. That's right. So these are the people who've been working on this show all year. And I really want to give a shout out to all of you. Thank you very much for all of the pain, trial, and trouble I put you through. Yeah, exactly. Every year the club gives out 2 awards for service to the club. And one of them is the John Zacharias Award. I'd like to tell you a little bit about John. He was a past president of Sacramento Amiga Computer Club and was also part of the original organization team for AmiWest. So he headed up AmiWest for about 3 years until his health became problematic. And in fact, that's how I inherited the show, as I had become club president. And I ran across this documentation the other day. I got a phone call from Mrs. Zacharias, Jan, who said, John's in the hospital, and he's not going to make the show. And he wants you to take it over. And I said, well, that probably isn't a decision I can make, but I'll do it in a pinch. And that was 20 years ago. So I've been running this. Well, I don't know. It's not really running it. It's just sort of, getting all the ducks in a row for the last 20 years. But it really has been a very enjoyable thing. You're the most creative group of people that I know. And that's why I enjoy it. I'm not an expert. I'm more of a fan when it comes to Amiga. I do use one every day as my daily driver, but it's something that I enjoy, and I really rely on everybody else's technical expertise. So please keep talking to me, even though I sometimes ask dumb questions, but I get really great answers in return. So thank you for helping me along the way. Next year is our 25th show, and we're going to try to really do that one up. Not quite sure what that means yet, but you're all invited. And I'm hoping that everybody can persuade somebody else to come. If you brought one other person each, we would double the number of people in this room. So talk it up over the next year, and so we can see what goes on here next year for the 25th show. So the John Zacharias Award is given to the person who is well, let's see. Maybe I just should read it. That's probably a little easier to do. The John Zacharias Award for Outstanding Technical Assistance to the Sacramento Amiga Computer Club for 2021 is presented this year to a man whose passion for Amiga is quietly and consistently expressed in his efforts both for AmiWest and for the Amiga community at large. He's an expert in the information technology field, currently working on the innovative cutting edge in the IT industry. He actually builds processors in a lab. That's what he does. He has worked as a volunteer beta tester, all of them are volunteers, we all know, to hone and perfect both Amiga OS 4 and OS 3.2 for the benefit of Amigans throughout the world. He's been a part of the AmiWest support team, providing demos and logistics with food service and printing badges and banquet tickets for many years. His current work as a beta tester for Amiga OS 3.2 has been key to the release of this OS version to the world. He's always ready and willing to share his expertise and analysis at our monthly club meetings and is one of our go-to technicians, especially in the area of software and configuration expertise. The John Zacharias Award for 2021 for Outstanding Technical Assistance to the Amiga Community, Sacramento Amiga Computer Club, and to AmiWest Operations is presented to Brian Carpignano. Brian was unable to be with us this evening and will present his certificate at the next club meeting he's able to attend. But his efforts have really been key to our success as a club and to this show. The other award that we give out is the Dan Klosko Award
And I know many of you know Dan, or knew Dan. He was a key person in our club. He was actually our equipment storage guy, also fine technician, could make anything run, and run well. So he was our Abyss manager for many years. And by the time he got done with it, he died rather rapidly and unexpectedly in just before Christmas in 2015. So we have named this award after him. It used to be the Ken Barton Award. Ken Barton was another past secretary of the club, but we renamed it for Dan. And this year's award for outstanding service to the Sacramento Amiga Computer Club for 2021 is presented to a man whose volunteer effort has resulted in a great financial savings to the Sacramento Amiga Computer Club. His enthusiasm for the Amiga Classic platform continues after a period of many years of use. His original introduction to Amiga came in pursuit of animation software in the very early days of that genre. He has presented an animation demo at AmiWest and promoted the release of legacy animation software into the public domain. His skill in art and animation continues to be expressed through his classic A3000 Tower Amiga setup. He answered the call when our SAC Abyss storage area was being deactivated and volunteered to store ongoing equipment needs. This continues to save our club the rising cost of storage, which at this point is about $2,000 a year. His outstanding efforts in the key task of storing and transporting all of the equipment that it takes to run AmiWest every year has resulted in thousands of dollars of savings to our club. A tremendous organizational benefit that promotes SAC and AmiWest in a very physical way. The Dan Klosko Award for 2021 for outstanding service to the Sacramento Amiga Computer Club and to AmiWest is presented to Dan Shalek. Yes. Let the camera see it here. All right, that's right. Very good. Thank you. Oh, you bet. No problem. So when we were talking about the banquet this year, Bill and Jerry have done just an incredible amount of work for the banquet this year. Invisible work that nobody will ever see, but they have really brought the online sponsors to life. They've also done a lot with the broadcast that has enhanced the broadcast a tremendous amount. And they have really helped me in any kind of way that I have called upon them to assist. And so we were talking about the banquet, and they said, you know, we ought to do something different for the banquet. I said, yeah, what would that be? Because I was kind of out of ideas and out of gas about that point. So we started talking about things that we had seen in the past. And some of you may remember from back in the day that sometimes musicians would get together, you know, and musicians would the stage events that were called the dueling pianos. Anybody remember that besides me? Okay, good. I'm glad somebody remembers it besides me. So we said, well, why don't we do something else with this? Let's apply this to Amigas. And I was sitting there looking at them, shaking my head, saying, how can we do that? Well, this has come to life. And they've been rehearsing this for a while and has spent many late nights up, cooking this whole thing up. So, at this point, they are preparing to do the dueling computers. And the first, I'm going to ask Bill to look outside the door and see if the contender is ready to enter. Yeah, there you go. Is the contender ready? Kenny's checking. Okay. All right. So this involves an Amiga emulator on a Pi 400 versus the most tricked out A1200 you've seen. And so what they will be doing with it is they will be seeing which one is faster to the punch and better on the display. They are currently preparing to enter, and so they're not ready yet. Okay, very cool. So one of the things that we'll be doing at the end of this entertainment is we will be giving away. Oh, do we have it? Let's see if we've got it over here. I think we do. Oh no, Bella's hitting it away from me. Okay, but we have a Pi 400 to give away as a result of a drawing that your banquet tickets were entered in, and it's actually signed by I guess you would call him the principal developer and the chief engineer of Raspberry Pi Foundation. And they apparently the guy who is the chief software guy used to be and currently still is very active on the English Amiga board, and he's an Amiga guy, which we did not know until we contacted them for a donation of a prize, and he said, "Oh yeah, I can do that. Did you know?" No, we didn't. So now we do. And his first name is Eben. I can't remember his last name. Anybody know? Upton? Well, I probably did, but I met a lot of people. So Eben Upton has signed the back of this, and so has the chief engineer also signed it. So you're going to be getting, whoever wins this thing is going to be getting a fantastic piece of equipment there to run Amiga emulation on or do whatever else you want to do with it. So this is going to be completely reminiscent of the dueling pianos people, which often involve lots of lights and sound and special clothing and costumes and things of that sort. So at this point, I'm sure that the contender is getting ready to enter, and apparently the preparation for this is more extensive than I ever dreamed possible, because I didn't know. It was described to me, but the description was kind of sketchy, so I really didn't know what they were actually up to, and it's pretty evident that I don't know yet. So hopefully we'll be able to see this soon. And be able to help all of you avoid going to sleep, because I've kind of run out of things to say. Anyway, yeah, exactly, stretch it out. So how many people think they can be here next year for Amiga 25? I should say AmiWest 25, sorry, Amiga 25's passed. All right, cool. So we're going to be able to come up with the dates for AmiWest 25. Those dates should be posted before the end of this year, because we have to book a year in advance just to get this place at the rate that we get it. So look for that on AmiWest.net this coming November, December, and so we'll try to keep better track of that this year than we did last year. Last year was kind of a strange year. It was for me. I don't know about you, but it was a little odd. And so hopefully it'll be a little less odd this year, or maybe odd in a good way. I don't know. But do sign up early. One of the things about the hotel reservation that I always emphasize and people always seem to forget is that booking early enables you to help us fill up our block and know how many people are actually going to come. This year we were just right at the limit. We didn't go over the block and we were not under the block. And so what the block enables us to do is it enables us to get a better rate for everybody. And so if you reserve early, you will have an idea if we need a larger block, we can get it. And so that really helps us. You can cancel that reservation anytime up to 24 hours before you arrive. So it doesn't cost you anything to reserve. And I know most of you who travel know all about this, but I just wanted to emphasize that because it just seems like, people wait until the last 10 days to reserve their rooms. And because of that, we have no clue about whether we need more rooms or not. So please do reserve early. Even if you are not sure, I know some people aren't sure, I get that part. But even if you're not sure, you can always cancel out, and that doesn't cost us anything. That doesn't cost the show anything. Other places have cancellation policies that are different. These people have a very liberal cancellation policy, so we're really happy about that, and we're really happy about your early reservation. Same thing goes for the banquet. We'll have that posted earlier this year, and like I said, I've actually gone back to work part-time, and that has seriously cut into my Amiga time. So really apologies for all the organizational things that went through the cracks this year. That was my fault. And but I am making a little money, helps pay off the bills. So it's always a good thing to be working back there. So these costumes should really be cool, because it is taking them a very long time. Okay, is the contender ready? Is the contender ready? Okay. So we have as the contender, I got the thumbs up back there from somebody, so we'll see what's going on here. Okay, like I said, these costumes should be great. Should really be fantastic. Are they? Oh, yes, the lights. I forgot the lights. Oh, yes, there we are. Yeah. Okay, very cool. All right. So the contender is about to enter. The contender is coming through the door. The contender has knocked on the door. So hopefully, yeah, don't kill yourself, Kenny. They are wearing clothes, yes. Yes, there's nothing X-rated about these costumes. Is Elton Jerry? Here he comes. The challenger enters. All right, love the jacket. Elton Jerry on the Raspberry Pi 400, configured as an Amiga. Yep, there he is. That's right. Very cool. And then the old champion that's 25 years old at this point, or 26 years old at this point, is Billy Boeing. Billy Boeing is coming through the door right there. There he is, Billy Boeing. All right, Amiga 1200, tricked out Amiga 1200 with everything on it that you can cram on that little case. And that's what is going on right there. So, yeah, we got that going on. Very cool. So now we're going to let them slug it out.
Forgive me, I usually have help for this at the big shows.
When they told us how much they're going to pay us to do AmiWest, we said, what? All right, check. I don't know. I think it's got to be a little closer. Testing, 1, 2, 3. I think I can take the mask off. Everyone's sitting like 15 feet away. Can you guys hear us? So we got a Volt VU a little bit. These headsets are not the best, so make do. Okay.
All right, you got me?
I think so. Why don't you have a seat? You have no idea how cool you look on this other camera. Might need to adjust this guy a little bit. I mean, you look like Elton John from here.
Perfect. It's all in the shades.
Okay. You're pushed to the side, so lean that way if you can. Okay.
Alrighty.
And I can kind of see myself. I'm not as much shadow as you are, my friend. So you know what? The people online can't see us quite yet.
All right, let's fire
so
them up.
Let me bring. both on the stream and on the here locally as we run various applications, sort of head-to-head style, have a little fun, riff on the systems on each other a little bit.
Let's see here.
Can you do that again? No one heard that online. My bad.
Oh no. From the top. It's a.
Cliff notes.
standard Pi 400, lots of cool stuff built in, $70 for a standard Pi, $99 for the kit, $164 with the SSD thrown in to give us a little bit of a speed boost. So a little bit of trivia on the Pi. The day before the launch, co-founder of Raspberry Pi, Evan Upton, tweeted a link to a song. Who in the audience knows what song he referenced in the Tweeter sphere? Any hands? Any hands? Any hands? This is a wedge computer, and it's running an Amiga. No one? All right. I'm not gonna play it. He tweeted a reference to Junebug, and I'm sure people in the audience now are thinking, Junebug, code name for the Amiga 600 motherboard. So he tweeted that out there kind of as a clever nod to the Amiga. He's actually a huge Amiga fan himself. I didn't realize it beforehand, but he had actually attended the Amiga 30th that we had, well, I guess that would be 5 years ago now. So you can say that these machines share DNA. Should we also talk about the giveaway now, Billy Boing, or should we hold off on that?
No, let's hold off on the let's hold off on the giveaway for now.
All right. So with this being a standard computer, there's not a lot of flash inside like we have in our 1200. What really is the flash on this is we are running a distribution of AmiKit, which has recently been worked up to install on the Raspberry Pi. You might be familiar with this. It's been out for Windows, Mac, Linux for quite a long time now. But the Pi version is newer, and the installation is pretty much the same, lickety-split. You throw it your Amiga Forever file so that it can get its ROMs and what have you, and it pops up to a fully functional, fully pimped out Amiga, RTG graphics, lots of apps and stuff just ready to go. A little example of some of the apps here that it puts on, and this is just a few. Like we all know our directory Opus, HIPAA Player, FF Play, Snoop DOS, which is one that was kind of newer to me. I figured that out working on my physical Amiga the other day. Doom, Pac-Man, bunch of games. So the system runs off of actually a Linux install, Manjaro Linux, and like I said, it uses your Amiga Forever ISO to get your 1200 ROM, and that's what we're running today.
So we can put the machines side by side, and I'm sure everyone wants to see the benchmark. How do these two machines compare against each other in terms of raw, unmitigated performance? I'm pretty sure the 1200 is way faster than the emulated chunks you have over there.
It may be. It may very well be.
So we're going to start off answering that question. We're not going to delay. So we're firing up Sysbench on both systems.
Which is completely accurate, contrary to what everyone on the internet says.
Well, I think it's accurate to itself. So it's a reference to itself. So, okay, are you ready? Are we going to do this?
Yeah, you want to count us down?
Sure.
Alrighty.
1. Everyone ready?
Are we going on 3, or are we going on 3 and then go?
We're going to go 3 and then go.
3 and then go.
We'll
All right.
3 and then go.
Okay.
2.
Yeah.
So this machine has an 060. I have an 030. Okay. 3. So I'm at 0.85 of an 040. Where are you?
43.
0.43?
Let's see, 43.66. But I think it broke. There's this little plus sign next to my red bar.
Oh yeah, you hit the expand button and it changes that. I've got one too now.
Oh, okay. All
So
right.
I do have to give a little backstory here. There's an issue with this machine turning on the full cache mode inside the 060. So if I turn on the data cache and rerun it, it does come up to a respectable 2 versus 44. But unfortunately, apps don't run. Reports are that this is localized to my system. I was not able to chase down that gremlin in time for the show, so my apologies to everyone. But it is an 060. It can show what an 060 can do. There's just that issue with the data cache. So the machine might crash in the future on some apps, but that's a representative speed of what you can expect with an 060 versus the Pi 400.
Very nice.
Turning up my mic volume here so you guys can, online and in the room, can hear me better. It's very touchy stuff. Okay. What's next, Jerry? Elton Jerry?
Well, I think the ultimate speed test would be to pull up a word processor.
A word processor?
A word processor, yes.
Let's do it.
Uh-oh. Huh.
What is that?
So, I would like to say, for all those who say that emulation is not a real Amiga, that proves it is.
Well, by the time you reboot, I might be done. I chose Amiga Writer for this one. It would be nice to have a little extra boost for the fast ATA, but I figure why not?
All right. Well, you know, I got an SSD here, so this thing just comes back lickety split.
Oh boy. Yeah, I can see
I
those
can
cat
guru-
eyes staring at me now.
I can guru all night long. Let's try this again.
I'm almost there.
Ah, there we go. There we go.
Oh, okay. I'm ready now.
Okay, we're gonna do a 1, 2, 3, go.
Okay.
All right. Speed test on the word processor.
Yep. Do I have to spell things correctly or not? What's the rules here?
Well, I say we just go and see what happens.
Okay, go.
Done.
Oh, I totally beat you.
Oh,
Totally.
man.
But then again, I've got a nice big USB keyboard on my Amiga 1200 here. I have the original keyboard in a box behind me. I could pull it out. We could try again, but that would be a little interesting.
Yep. So I think that proves that in word processing, the 1200 is faster.
As I told you in the beginning, I told you I was faster than you.
All right. Laugh it up. The jokes don't get any better than this tonight.
Okay. We did say one night ever. Okay, I think people in the Amiga community really dig games. Games. So let us run a fantastic looking game that people have seen before, Elite 2. And we're going to run it side by side. Now, you get to count us down this time. But hold on, I'm still finding the. You put all your icons out on the workbench. I haven't done that yet.
Yep.
I'll find. It's in here somewhere. The internet is a beautiful thing. If you need a piece of software for the Amiga, you can find it on the internet. What was the name of the game? Frontier. Did I scroll past it? No, it must be further down. Oh my gosh, where is it?
You know, the Amiga can sort things alphabetically.
I know. You could probably press buttons and have it like jump around. Why am I not finding it? It was so easy to find before. Maybe it's because all the drinking. Why can't I see it? Frostbite. Frontier. Here we go.
Frontier. You ready?
Okay. Okay. Are we gonna click when you say 3 or after 3?
It'll be 1, 2, 3, go.
Okay.
All righty.
Go now.
1, 2, 3, go.
Okay. Loading.
Loading.
Oh.
Oh man, yours came up
It's
faster.
way off.
It is.
I wonder whose audio that is. It might actually be both, like a row your boat. Yeah, I think it is kind of. I'm thinking the 1200's got you here. So one comment about the 1200 speed, it's a little shifted because of the capture device. Uh-oh. I talked about it, so good luck. wasn't up there, so I'll turn it off. while
I guess that means it's my audio.
I guess it is your audio that wins. Indeed. Okay, so now you get to see the 1200 reboot. I'm going to go get some whiskey, and I'll be right back. Uh-oh. That's not good. Shoot. Hold on. Again, it literally has never done that. When it works, it works. Yeah, it is. It is. Who knows? Maybe because I turned Dcache on and off in the beginning as opposed to not have it running at all. That it crashed. Okay, it's blinky lights now.
Maybe, yeah. Chris, grab your soldering iron.
Yeah. Yeah, he saved the bacon for tonight by swapping the socket on the Gale portion of the fast ATA. It was quite impressive. Okay, here, I'll do this. While we're waiting for that, I'll switch to this view.
All right.
Here, I got a better one here. Where's you? Where's Jerry? Let's see. Okay, there's Jerry. Oh, why'd your camera go down? Uh-oh. I think the battery died in the camera.
I'm off air?
Well, your system's live.
You're going to hear from my agent.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it said 143 minutes, and it lied. So this is going to constantly die. I should have charged those a little bit more. My bad. So what's next, Jerry? So we have the we have Frontier. That was cool.
Yep.
I think the 1200 was a little smoother. You guys want to see Frontier again, or should we move on to the next game? Should we try to get better synchronized? I think there was a pretty big delay from start. Just waiting for this camera to turn on, maybe. Oh, come on, camera.
I'm looking good.
Yeah. It's blinking. Hopefully it has some juice. Okay, well, it's back on for now. We'll see how long that lasts.
All right.
Anywho, Frontier again, or should we move on? Okay, we'll move on. We'll move on. Okay, so in this round, we're each going to pick a game for the other person to play. And it took me a long time to find a good game to use to try to defeat the Raspberry Pi's emulation. So I found a game that I actually have a teeny bit of history with called Fighter Duel Pro. And this game was made in the late 80s, early 90s. It was done in my hometown, near my hometown in Maryland. Know some of the folks on the contributors page here. It's a flight simulator. Looks amazing as a game. He did a wonderful job on it. It has 2-player over serial, bridge too far for tonight. You can choose a bunch of different types of airplanes and whatnot. Its initial review, I remember vividly, came out. I forget the magazine, one of the popular ones in the beginning, absolutely destroyed it. Like, this is the worst game ever. Because it is an accurate flight simulator for aerial combat between World War II type airplanes. That is not the exciting part till they get close to each other. Then it's really exciting for like 3 seconds. So hopefully this works, and we can see Fighter Duel being broadcast here. I think I have guns. I got guns.
Oh, nice.
So I'm flying the game here. So why don't you bring up Fighter Duel, Jerry? Let's see Elton Jerry play Fighter Duel on his machine.
Oh, that's beautiful.
That's working.
That's a fantastic plane there.
And I challenge you to actually be able to shoot down an airplane, even easy. This is not an easy game.
Let's see here. So begin flight.
Get around.
Oh, wait a minute. It went away.
Where'd it go?
I don't know.
You got to represent, dude.
I don't know. It's
Well, I'm about to stall out in a vertical climb in a Seafire.
doesn't seem to want to play anymore.
What do you mean?
The high's frozen.
Are you having performance anxiety? Stage fright?
It didn't Guru.
Well, that is true. Did
Yeah.
it reboot? It was pretty quick. How would you know?
Well, you know, the little red arrow don't move no more.
We're the bad guys. They're probably about to
Alrighty.
kill me.
That's
So can you get the game running? Can you try? I mean, what happened? It just kind of crashed out?
Yeah. I just kind of like gave up the
I mean, it
ghost.
looks perfect here. I realize it shifted on the broadcast, but on my monitor, it's dead center. Colors look great. The game's aware of AGA, so he added some additional things in here.
Yep. So let's see here.
Doesn't require it, but it's better with AGA, as is everything.
Let's see, I think
this
if
is
we
the arch
just
setting.
help it along a little bit here.
Give me some airspeed. Fly underneath the arch. I've landed on the arch before, many years ago. I used to play this for. It's much better with an analog joystick. I just got this little chintzy push button guy. Okay, now there should be following me. So I'll do a hard banking turn, a hard turn. Let's see if we can find someone. This is why the reviewer didn't like it, because they flew it around for 45 minutes. They never saw the other airplanes. Because the other airplanes are like, I don't want to get shot down. Oh, see it pass right in front? That was cool. There's one other thing this game, oh, I got a kill. He flew into the arch. There's one other thing this game does, which is pretty interesting. Back in the day, a lot of the people who are contributors were big into 3D animation. And there's a version with flight recorder, and it will actually record and replay the flight path. So you can go in here and get accurate flight physics, import the path into like Lightwave, and now your object is going to pick up those accurate flight physics. So if you're modeling airplanes, you could fly around in this guy and then use the use it. I'm not going to be able to get him. Oh, someone is shooting it though. You there yet, Jerry? Is it working?
No, I'm having trouble.
Uh-oh.
Yep.
Well, clearly for games, all of them, the A1200 is far superior to the Raspberry Pi.
I'm not able to get there. I have been able to run it before, but the problem really with this game is it does not like retargetable graphics. It can't switch screen modes, and it just craps out. So you have to really go back to a native resolution before it can come up. But I'm having a little bit of trouble even getting into a native resolution right now.
So again, I picked carefully to win the first segment. Okay. I got to reboot to clear this sucker. It's an old game. Okay, your turn, Jerry.
All right.
What do you got,
reboot,
Elton Jerry? What are you gonna play?
I'll present my game now. Unlike Billy Boeing, I put very little thought into this at all. I just assumed that the Pi was faster, so I just did the default and said, well, what do people do when they want to show off their fast Amiga? Well, they pull up a first-person shooter, and you know what? This little setup here under their games comes pre-installed with Doom. So I didn't even have to figure out how to install it because that really seemed like a bother when I read the instructions on that. So I was really glad that this was just ready to go. So there we got Doom. It comes up in a window. Don't ask me to put it in full screen because I really just don't know how to do that either.
Okay, so I'm running Doom Attack over here, right?
Yep, Doom
Attack. I can run that,
Doom
no problem at all. It runs really well.
Yeah, it runs great here. As a matter of fact, it runs so fast on this machine that I can barely keep track of what I'm doing.
I'm almost there. See, I got the screen. It's working. Oh, I think I need to try.
Now, arrow keys will run you around.
Okay, here we go. Ready? Here's Doom Attacks on an 060-1200 without decaching. I'm sure decaching would help a little.
Alright, there we go. I mean, this is just about making motion sick here. You really don't need Halo or anything like that if you got Doom.
Yep, I think the,
Yep.
Well, yeah, no 1200 yet.
No 1200 yet.
No. I guess I
Alrighty.
can't show. It does run, and it's a whopping like 3 seconds per frame. I think is what it clocked in at. I mean, there are different settings you can do, different sizes and whatnot, but I think the Raspberry Pi has the 1200 on that one. Touche.
Alrighty.
But whoever
alrighty.
wants to play Doom, that's where you have your old PC for. Okay, so I'm rebooting. What's next, Jerry?
Let's let this thing go away. Next up is art.
Ah, art applications. There you go. Those aren't CPU intensive at all. Okay, so where are we starting? Image effects?
Yes. yes,
Okay.
Yes, yes.
Image effects. Loads pretty well. No complaints. I mean, on a OS4 box, it's like instantaneous, but it
Yeah,
works.
yeah, yeah.
See?
Oh, wait a minute. This is just so big. Let's
About the same
let's
speed.
go in here and play with this a little bit. Let's see here. Select custom.
Oh, JPEG's loaded.
Let's see here.
Yep. I mean, again, faster with the data cache, but it's not too bad. It plays. I can draw. Pick a better color here. You got the excellent
there we
rendering.
go.
You can see the dithering and all the colors for a better palette representation. Good old image effects. Lots of choices here. I can grow my pen size. I hope Andy is watching, Andy Broad, so he can go bust out the OS4 version. Well, that's not polite to do to her. I'm sorry, Crystal Girl.
You
When
got the
this is
Crystal
done
Girl?
drawing, I'll undo that. So where are you at, Jerry?
So I got the Crystal Girl up. I just had to take a moment to make my screen a lot bigger, so I had more room to move stuff around and arrange my palettes, because I like to set things up just right when I'm being artistic here.
Those newfangled screen modes?
Yep, all those newfangled screen modes, and I'm gonna go into oil painting and
Okay, hold on. I'm right there with you.
add a nice artifact. to
Oil
this one.
painting, I'm there with you. What brush size?
I have it all the way up to 6.
6. I better do that with the keyboard here. Okay, so it's jumping. Ready for preview?
Sure, preview in 3, 2, 1,
Go. Okay, are you done yet?
Yep.
Oh, I'm not.
Oh, you're not? Oh.
Yeah, I'd say the 44 times an Amiga 4000 is paying off on these types of apps.
I believe
okay,
so.
let's try this on the full thing, really?
Okay.
Okay, I'm started. Let me know when you started.
Let's see, how do you start this thing? Render?
Oh, no, it does it when you press the button. Try it again.
Oh, wait a
no,
minute.
it's going, it's
oh,
going.
Wait,
it's still doing it.
It's going. There
It's
we
going.
go. Okay, I'm done.
Okay.
All right.
I don't have a bar yet.
Oh.
There's little bars at the bottom, this fun little meter.
Yeah, I see that now.
Oh, the first one's done. The first one, that's like the 5% is done. Maybe it's like the 3%.
If this was a cell phone, it'd be like 5G for me.
Yeah,
It's
I'm gonna
all the way
go.
up.
I'm gonna go to the bar, and there's no bar in the hotel, so I'm gonna have to go pretty far. But I swear I'll be back before this is done. Okay, so that's depaint. Now, to really showcase the power of the classic Amiga 1200, I think we should do some 3D rendering. I was watching Dave earlier today and was inspired to throw down some Lightwave. So let's do this. Oh, I left it out. My bad. Let's do this, Jerry. I am going to start rendering, okay? And then you're going to open the program, load the scene, and then start rendering.
I'm sorry. I jumped the gun, and I already loaded the program.
Oh. Oh, boy. I'm catching up. Lightwave's an amazing... Oh, wrong one. Sorry, I'm getting excited over here. I'm hitting the wrong keys. Okay, here we go. So I've got it. So are we going to render same time, or are you going to give me a head start?
I'll give you a head start on this one.
Cool. Okay, here we go. I've started.
Okay, are you doing the texture scene?
It started. Yeah, we're doing the texture scene.
Okay.
I remember rendering Lightwave animations as a kid. You would like hit the button and go to bed. So I'm sure the Raspberry Pi 400 is similar, right?
Oh, I'm sure this is a very, very, very scientific process. Let's see here. Huh.
You gonna hit the button?
I hit the button.
What happened?
Nothing's happening.
Did it jump to another screen or something? I might win.
Oh, wait a minute.
Maybe you should
Maybe
reboot
I
like
pressed-
40
I
times.
think I might have pressed the wrong button. Let's see
If
here.
you reboot like 44 times,
Oh,
I might
just
win.
pressed the wrong button.
Oh, there it
I'm
goes.
just new to this technology here.
Oh,
so.
wait a minute.
But I'm sure I'll catch up to you eventually.
What's happening over there?
Just a lot of blinking lights.
Oh, the lights here don't blink. I don't know what's happening. It does not compute. No. It's doing something. If you look really closely at that thin top line, it's doing stuff.
Oh yeah, that looks very nice, Bill. How does yours look?
Rendering segment 1 of 8 past 3 of 5. Now, can I borrow that, set up ScreamerNet, so I can render the job to that and have it come back, and then it'll be just as fast?
I think Dave can set that up.
Ah, the olden days. Okay, that is Lightwave. Wow. A little bit faster on the Pi 400. Amazing. Okay, what's next, my friend?
You want to throw up some video?
Oh, yeah. Because that's not embarrassing. Okay, I have the, I'll get started here, unless you're already there. I have
I'll press some buttons.
the 120p MPEG of the Viva Amiga. We picked Viva Amiga in honor of Trevor, who funded it. I think I pressed the play button. Oh yeah, lights are blinking. Let me pick an appropriate screen mode. I think that one works. Hopefully that one works. I don't know if I tested that one. There we go.
Are you playing?
We're rocking and rolling, baby.
All right, so I'm gonna.
Occasionally, it's doing like 2 frames a second. It's pretty cool.
So I'm gonna throw up the 360p version.
Wow.
Make it a little bit bigger there.
I can resize my screen too. See, it's bigger. I don't know why you need these modern technologies. The Amiga can do it all.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. Yeah, I think when it comes to video, I think the Pi 400 kind of takes the cake on that one.
Yep.
Okay, at least the escape key worked pretty well. Okay. You know, life is not all fun and games. I think we should get down to something serious, and we should run our mathematic modeling software.
Did you want to do a demo or save that for later?
We'll do it next.
Okay,
Jumping ahead.
okay.
Because after this, I'm going to need to do a demo.
Okay.
So I'm going to load the example for Maple V. How many people actually use Maple V when they're in school? I did not. I didn't do that part of school. So this is the Wayback Machine. Again, God bless the internet for preserving software. When I first started playing with this, I'm like, oh, this is where Jupyter Notebook got its ideas from. But you can go down here in this cool program and do 3D plot. And if it's smiling, you hit enter. And it will actually render the 3D plot. So I'm watching Jerry to see if he can get there.
So there with plots.
Warning: the iris plot. You have to run the other couple ones first, right?
Here we go.
With plot. Sorry, I have to load the other stuff. And now I can render my 3D plot. Is it working? There we go. I got a box.
There we go.
I'm rendering. Mine's already like full screen. Like I don't have to actually resize the window. It's so much more convenient. But this is a cool program too because you can rotate the field and then have it re-render it. Is it working?
Works like a champ. Yeah.
Pretty cool.
There we go.
Pretty cool. But it's not that different, is it? I can't tell. Oh yeah. Yeah, yours is a little faster. I'll give you a little bit faster. A little bit. You can win this round.
Just a wee bit.
Wee bit faster. Okay. What's next, Jerry?
Do you want to throw up a demo?
Sure. We can go demo time. What you got for us?
So let's see here. We've got where's, just a second here. I gotta remember where these things are at here.
Do you want to play a mod file while you do that? Get some music going?
Let's see here.
I should leave Hippo Player out. Hippo Player is fantastic. I haven't used this in forever, and we were playing with getting ready for this, and I had a chance to use it. Just good stuff.
This is embarrassing. I don't remember where the demos are at on this thing.
They're in the WHD load directory.
Well, it came preloaded with
In the trash can with it.
Music.
In the trash can.
I even have volume. How
In the trash.
I thought my demos were off the menu, but I actually have to go. So I was going to throw up State of the Art because that's one that I keep hearing is a troublesome demo for folks to run.
Okay, State of the Art.
It reminds me of a Bond film.
Oh yeah, this is a classic.
But it seems to run just fine. I don't know what people have problems with.
I'm going to make a comment here that the nerds and geeks in Eastern European are very different than nerds and geeks in America, because if they got a young woman to dance for them, I don't think that American nerds and geeks can find a young woman like that has that kind of dance skills. When you were that age.
Audio sounds good too.
Audio's good.
Yeah,
Coming through loud and clear. Okay, that's enough of this. I think it shows quite well. My turn. So I picked as my demo Nexus 7. It's just one that I remembered. It just, it's really nice. I've not tried running it with Hippo Player open. We'll see how it does. There we go.
Oh, I think you need to switch the screen over.
You are correct, sir. It's a good thing I got that space button working.
Yep.
It's pretty good. Nice and smooth. Played in its original format. It's like listening to old music on vinyl versus listening to the FLAC version that's been cleaned up by AI. I think at some point this has like a pyramid and like a spaceship. I think this is that one. It's voxel. I can jam out to that all night long. And of course it's WHD load, so you can quit it, which is amazing. Props to the WHD load universe.
Oh, for sure.
Yes, sir. Okay, what's next, Elton Jerry?
Let's take to the stars.
To the stars. That's, you know what, I heard someone bring up DU, so I'm going to run DU, and you're going to run
Distant Suns?
Distant Suns. And I think you're new to Distant Suns. You don't know that one.
Yeah, I am. I tried to learn it. I looked in the Google. I looked where I live, and the azimuth and the ascensions and all that, and I swelled out the stars, and I went outside, and it was overcast.
I've been running Digital Universe on my Amiga OS 4 box and enjoying it and running. I'd say I haven't done the full like download the NASA data sets and all the rest of it, but I've definitely been enjoying it. So
I didn't even know it had this intro for the classic version. The OS4 version doesn't have that stuff. So you're going to give us a tour of the solar system?
So yeah, we got the solar system up. And you can push this little button to make planets spin.
Yeah, that's what I always loved about the distant suns versus some of the other ones. That you could actually do a top-down of the solar system in plane and watch things move around. I'm still loading. Okay, I'm loaded.
All right.
That looks pretty good, though. I mean,
And you can
I
make
see
it go
a lot
backwards
of stars
too.
here. What's that?
You can also make it go backwards. So right now we're time traveling in reverse.
Yeah, you can go back to like an Aztec temple in Mexico in 1100 AD and know what the star pattern was like when you're practicing your sacrifices.
Yes, yes.
Very important. Let's see if I can remember how to use DU because I haven't used it in a while. So I put it in planetarium. Oh, recalculating. Okay, I think you might win this one too. A little bit faster on the selections. Now, to be fair, we should probably switch. I should use distant suns and you should use DU because you got the horsepower to run this sucker.
I don't even know what DU is.
That's in the directory. Southeast. Calculating display. You don't get these screens on OS4 either. Oh, it does have animation as well. Very cool. Advance 1 day per second. Start generating animation. Oh, it has to write it out. I don't think you can do it to screen.
Well, that'll teach us to go off script.
It will, won't it? My
yeah,
bad.
I'm frozen again.
Nice. Okay. Off script. So anyway, if you haven't played with astronomy packages, I'm going to sidebar here for a second while you reboot or whatever. I just did a quick look, and I actually found a whole bunch of packages out there. Voyager. I don't even remember this one. Old school, Amiga, San Leandro. I mean, this guy was like local. Just crazy. It's great. There's a ton of astronomy software for the Amiga in the past. Really cool stuff.
Nice.
And it's all available. Almost everything you see here, I was able to find in a preserved archive online. What's next, Jerry?
I think we're up to browsing the web.
Browsing the web. Okay. Well, I'm going to go online, which I've not tried yet.
Oh, Lord.
That's new. Hold on. You know, to be fair, I've run a bunch of programs, probably ran out of chip RAM. So let me reboot. Give me a second here. You should play some music while we're waiting. Can you fire up a mod or two?
Yeah, I think we got some audio in this thing ready to go. Good old hippo player.
That was not a very recoverable alert. It lied to me.
Let's see here.
And I have not actually tried to take this sucker online, so I might just have to fire up eyebrows and load the help page or something. We'll see. No, hold on, you're dancing. Let me get you on the camera. Pretty cool. There it goes. I knew it could work. Okay, so I'm launching Eyebrows 2.25, I believe it is. The latest version of Eyebrows from August of this year. In the Amiga universe, this is a modern web browser. So I am going to load the AmiWest page, which has been specially crafted to continue to work on Mosaic. We'll render it properly for the most part. Uh-oh. I resized while I was rendering. Let's see what it does. Anyway, so here is the AmiWest web page. It will load eventually. What kind of browser do you have on that Pi 400?
AWeb came pre-installed. And
Okay.
I believe this used to come with eyebrows as well, but I didn't see that right away.
I'm still loading the main banner page on eyebrows here.
Let's see here.
But it is online at the hotel. It just worked.
Oh, you know what? I haven't connected this one to the internet.
Did you forget? That's the funny thing when you do all this work at home over Zoom, over the months and months and months of preparation, and then you come here and you always forget something. It's almost done on that main graphic. While this page renders fine on eyebrows on OS 4, I didn't try it on a Node data cache 060. There's Aeon. There's Sacramento Club. It's getting there.
All right. Connection established.
Are you online yet?
I am almost online. Let's see here. Why don't you go full screen on yours while I get this thing configured?
Hold on. Done. AmiWest, the web page. Dun dun dun. Who has not yet gotten their raffle ticket? Anyone? Okay, I can't see you guys at all. Oh, I see a hand went up back there somewhere. Slacker. You see the green sign? It's literally right there. Are you ready yet on your Pi 400?
You know, I've never connected this to wireless.
Okay, let's just move on. Just show it, dude. You ready? I'm gonna flip it on. I'm gonna flip it on full screen for you. You ready?
Let's see here. I'm not. I had to drop down to Linux to try and get the connection going.
Okay. So here you are, your full screen.
So there's really nothing to see without a wire on this guy. For some reason, when I went to wireless, it didn't give me the screen to log in.
I see.
So without that, I have no connectivity.
But you can still show what you're going to show. Just show it. So that's AWeb. What other browsers do you have?
So, well, the advantage to this particular emulation. So if we had an internet connectivity, I could show you a really nice page because Rabbit Hole allows me to pull up any of the Linux applications as well. So what you're seeing here is actually Chromium on the underlying Linux launched from the Workbench desktop.
So I think the Raspberry Pi is going to win when it comes to browsing.
Yes.
I'm pretty sure I could go to Facebook on this. Like I could type it in, and it might do something, but I don't think it's going to work very well. It says making HTTPS connection. That's a good start.
So what I can also do with the Rabbit Hole is I could pull up the video we watched earlier. I can pull up the full high def version, and that plays just fine as well. Which you would expect because we're really cheating, dropping down to the Linux system to run these things. But it is nice. It's fully integrated, fully connected. When I am on the internet, I can download stuff to the downloads folder. The downloads folder is a drive on the emulation. I can download from AmiNet. I can install straight off of the downloads folder, and build up the Amiga as I like.
Stereo, television, multitasking, graphics.
So what else do we have, Jerry?
I think that's everything we had, other than declaring the winner.
Oh. Well, let's shout out to the audience. Is there any games that anyone wants to see run side by side between
the 1200 and the Raspberry Pi, since we can do this and we'll never do this again? Okay, stunt car. Stunt car, let's see. We'll do ECS, I believe. Stunt car. Now, we don't have the link. We could work on that later with some whiskey. I suggest starting the whiskey now, if you're in the audience. Stunt car. By the way, this image that you're looking at is not that hard to obtain. Stunt car racer. Get some games going here.
Let's see here.
That's probably Indivision doing on the 1200 side. It has never actually done that in the times I've run in the past. Oops.
Well, it seems they're giving me problems too with putting in my name.
Well, your computer's a keyboard. How can a keyboard not work?
I don't know.
Try the keyboard. Yeah, when I was setting up for this, I was trying to get remote link working between my 1200 and a UAE instance, and was having some trouble with that. I got it sending serial, but the games were never synchronized. Didn't debug it enough.
Yeah, mine's a little jittery. I think maybe there's some. Yeah, maybe I ran out of chip RAM too.
Maybe it's when you open them fancy Chrome applications that it decided not to work.
Maybe. Yeah, this is Yeah, let's do a reset and see if they'll come up better on a fresh boot.
Okay.
How's yours coming along, Billy?
Had to reboot again.
Okay. So I'm sure no one in the audience has ever had to reboot their Amiga.
Okay, here we go. Let's give this one more try. I think my poor 1200 is having some performance anxiety. Like I said, at home, I never had a problem with Stunt Car Racer. Although I did play hard driving a few times as well.
Yeah. I restarted the Amiga. I might have to restart the whole Pi. I think you might be right that the underlying Linux drop is causing me some side effects.
Let's see if this works. Oh, Poseidon blew up. That's new. Something's going on. We'll see. It's like an old person. It's been out a little too much today. Let's see if it works. There we go. Whoops, wrong button. Maybe I can escape or back. How do you quit out of that? Damn it. Let me start over here. Sorry, I hit the multiplayer version. I didn't want to do that. Oh, you're still jittering?
Looks like I'm still jittery.
Nice. Ha ha ha.
Are you solid?
Almost. We'll see. If it wigs out, I'll be upset. Single player.
Yep, still jittery.
Practice round. Division 1 tracks. I used to play this. This is one of the first games I got on my Amiga 500. Oh my god. I played this. It blew me away. No, we're rock solid over here now. Looking great. Okay. Some racing on here.
Which track did you pick?
Ski jump.
Oh yeah.
It's definitely snappier with the data cache enabled, so that's really annoying. Plus, I think the ACA cards with the faster memory are better for games and things like that. But if you're doing like 3D rendering and trying to compete against the Raspberry Pi, it doesn't really get you. There's no accelerator card yet. Next year, PyStorm 32, maybe. I'll have the same performance. That'll be more interesting to see if it's got the graphics glitches and all that stuff. Man, it's gonna rip fast. Oh, it's 5. Okay, ski jump. Oh no! Oh boy! No! Crunch. Oh look, there's the big wall. Oh my gosh, I bounced. The frame rate's a little lower than it normally is. Something else is going on. But usually it's a little snappier than this. I do have it set up where I can boot into WHD load menu at startup, which would obviously be better for gaming because you just get a menu and pick the game. So that would get this a little snappier. Because usually this is like way fast. Okay, here's a ski jump. 200 somethings. Oh boy.
Well, looks like after a full reboot, I'm still a little
We are almost dead, folks. Okay, that's fun talk. Anything else? Forward here? I got pretty much everything. A Mandelbrot. Oh boy. I probably have a Mandelbrot demo. Let's see. I don't think I did the Mandelbrots, but honestly, the Pi 400 is going to destroy the machine on any kind of calculation, so it almost doesn't matter because of the performance difference there. Anything else? Anything else? Anyone? No? Okay. Let me check YouTube to see if anyone YouTube has anything going on. Let's see. Love the Guru. Okay. Nope. Well, that is our banquet. We're going to just show the two machines side by side. I think it's pretty amazing to see how the unusable Amiga emulator has progressed in the last 20 years to power all these other machines and to build a $79 keyboard, which is billions times faster than the regular hardware and almost as compatible. Now, I think, Jerry, you were playing with the Pi 400. What are your takeaway on the Pi 400?
Well, it's a great unit. The setup is a lot easier. We've been going back and forth for months now trying to pick different pieces of software, and I obviously didn't have any problems with the actual hardware at all. I had to learn some software. It's fast. It's snappy. There's a lot of positive things to say. I would say the downside, which isn't maybe a really big downside, but there's so much, as you all know, that you can do with an Amiga, so many different settings and everything, that all that's exposed out through the software. So there's little tweaks you have to do from time to time. I know Doug has done a video on a build of a Raspberry Pi, and he's identified some of those that I've used where sound would be out of sync and there's sound buffers, and you go and you tweak that in. So there's a fair amount of dialing in of the emulation to get it to do the things that you want it to do. So that's a little bit time consuming. But the bright side is you don't have to order parts from Europe, wait for them to show up, cram them into your case, hope they work, find the drivers. So overall, I'm very, very, very happy with the Pi. I'm very happy with the with an AmiKit distribution, and I would plan on using this regularly for one of my standard Amigas.
Very cool. Yeah, I mean, I definitely was on our phone calls. I was definitely like, oh, I got this new thing. I got to get it fitted in there and getting it all hacked together. Trying to keep an Amiga 1200 with anything you can purchase in it is a little tough. If you have a 1200, I would probably, well, you have to make that decision. If you want to monkey it, go for it. But if you want a games box, I think Jens's, what is it, 2040. The 020 at 40 megahertz, the L edition with the accelerated I/O is probably the sweet spot. Just put the one card, be done. Maybe something to improve the output. Maybe an Indivision. Maybe one of the things that Doug's has to go to component video or one of those things. Keep it simple. Download games on the internet. Put it on a CF card and just have fun. Just run it till it melts. It's a bit of a chore trying to keep all the stuff in it. I like it. It's what I enjoy. I've got working USB. I've got the Prisma card. I guess I could mute out the audio and we could run an MP3. It sounds great. But it's the Prisma's a little fiddly. You can't get them anymore, but it's fiddly if you don't do the hack to the box to sort of integrate all the sound. You got to run them up, a lot more cables. There's a lot more stuff going outside. But yeah, look, it's a 1200. Great machine. I remember in 1992, the Amazing Amiga came out, I think it was, with the 2-page spread. So I was in high school, like, looking at it like it was a dirty magazine. I'm like, ooh, what does that shit do? But great machine. I'm totally getting a Pi 400. After watching Jerry use his box, like, I'm getting one of those just to have. But it's kind of hard to walk away from the classics. I'm torn, I'd say. So, like I said, that is the end of the banquet. Before we move on to the raffle for the Pi 400, which is signed, from an audience perspective, seeing both machines side by side, all the trouble we had on both sides, just out of curiosity, what do you guys think? How many people here, I can barely see, but how many people here are going to go out and buy a Pi 400 because of this and what they just saw? Anyone? Oh, there's a lot of hands going up. A lot of hands. How many people are going to go try to get an 060 board for the 1200? I didn't see a single hand. I think you win, Jerry. I think the game is yours tonight in terms of the competition, the head-to-head between the Pi and the 1200. So thank you for putting up with us as we tried to do something fun. I mean, Jerry gets a massive applause for his jacket, let alone the software work.
Thank you, thank you.
Hold on, Robert. Zoom in on the back of the internet. People, I mean, oh my God, that thing is amazing. He told me what he was getting done. I didn't feel so bad.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, just, and the notes on the front. I mean, wow. I'm sure when Trevor watches this tomorrow, he's like, he needs that jacket. What with the bowling ball on the back? He's gonna call you and be like, who do I send the check to for that?
Yep. Well, I'd like to thank my coworker Manya.
Yeah.
He has a huge craft room, and she did this all for me. And I just wanted to show this, and whoever wins it can show it off again. But a big thanks to the Raspberry Pi Foundation. As we were setting this up, Bill said, why don't you hit them up and see if they'll give us a Pi to give away? And I said, okay, thinking it's this big company, they're not going to help us out. And I sent this email off to their generic contact us, and I got a reply back very swiftly from Evan, who's co-founder of Raspberry Pi. And he said, oh, we love Amigas. We'll give you a kit, no problem. I said, that's great. And I came back, I was like, we're going to get a kit. Can you believe this? And he goes, can you have him sign it? Oh, Lord, I just went and begged for a free Pi, and now I'm going to beg for a signature. Okay, all right. So I arrived back and said, we're a bunch of geeks over here. It'd be great if you could sign it. He said, no problem. And he got it, he sent out the mail and says, well, not only am I going to sign it, Evan, but Simon, the lead design engineer for the product, is signing it as well. So this is a one-of-a-kind signed Raspberry Pi that someone's going to take home tonight. That's part of the full kit. The full kit has the mouse, the matching mouse, and the power. It's got the SD card with the basic starter on it, and it's got a book inside. It's really intended for educational, but it's got a nice book inside that you can, learn to code and do different things with your Pi.
And then tomorrow, as part of the raffle, you could win Amiga kit for free to run on the Pi you win tonight if you are a super lucky person. Is anyone that lucky they really think they can win them both? Because let me know your name, I'm going to remove it. Okay. Well, if he holds it against his jacket, you can't see it anymore. It just disappears. Okay. Let's do the raffle. Brian, can we get to the raffle? Okay, Brian's chatting. Okay. I should take my sunglasses off before I trip over something. By the way, we did a lot of research. These are Wayfarers. They found them in Nordstrom's rack, and this is the type of sunglasses that Billy Joel would wear back in the day. We went all in on this. I hope you guys appreciate it. No, tomorrow. You got till tomorrow, 2, 3? Okay, how the hell am I going to do this? So...
Have we got the wheel of names?
I have the wheel of names. The other thing that we're doing here, which is cool, is we're using the same software that we are going to be using tomorrow for the grand raffle. Jerry, do you want to reveal kind of how many people we might have for the raffle at the moment?
No, I would not like to do that.
Okay.
Because
I will abide
because I don't actually know. We'll have to run reports out of PayPal to see how many people we have that have bought in so far.
Okay, let me add the browser window. Now, before we do this, I want to make this incredibly fair. So we are going to make sure that everyone who is here, who is eligible, their name is in the list. So I know this is going to be a tad tedious, but I am going to do effectively a roll call because you must be here to win this item. This is not an internet item. It's not part of the regular raffle. We never said that. But it's going to be, it's very special here. So, to make sure that we're not cheating, I am not going to click the button. I'm going to walk away from my computer because I want to win that damn thing. So I got me and Robert. Do we have Stefan? Are you here? Stefan? Got you, Stefan. Christian is here. Scott? I think it's on Scott. Scott's here. Eric Lamb here. Jerry Gray. Yeah. No, we have Elton Jerry. We're just going to remove his name.
Yeah.
Sean Walker. Don Walker. In the back. Dan. Thank you, Dan. So I don't know everyone's last name. Forgive me. Fred's here. Alan. Actually, Fred, you in the room? Fred, I heard Fred earlier. Alan, you're probably here. Yep, there's Alan. Daniel Scoggins. I think I saw you in the back there. Yep, side of my table. Rod Austin. Rod Austin, are you here? Am I saying that right? Rod Austin. Anyone? Rod? Is he? Seriously, does anyone know he's here? He's in the bathroom? Not here. See, this is why we audit the list. Did I leave a space? No, that's pretty smart. Robert Pierce. Bill Clay. Bill's here. Chris Nelson here. Back there, yep. Brian Deneen is here. Kenny's here. Alex is here. Brian Long.
I saw him earlier.
Is he around? Is he in the room right now? Brian Long.
He was at the back table there, but I didn't see him.
Okay, well, he's here, right? We'll give him that. Val's here. Roger's here. Roger Berry, right? Oh, Roger's not here. Josh Gray. Josh is here. Eric. I think Eric's in the back, right? Eric Hayden? Yes, no? Eric? Is there an Eric in the house? Anyone know Eric?
He was here with Doug in the back.
Oh, he must be with Brian. He left. Okay, you're not just being mean to him to increase your chances. Okay, Eric. Sorry, buddy. Sorry. We're doing roll call. We're not screwing around here. This is a big deal. Chris Hooper. Chris Collins is here, and Doug Compton is here. Who did I miss? Richard
FUEL? PF, PF, UH? L. Got it. Thanks, sir. And